We are starting a 10-part exploration today of a book that essentially claims to solve the entire problem of human existence. It's a bold statement, I know. But when you look at the title we're dealing with, The Science of Knowledge by J.G. Fichte, you really have to take that claim seriously. This isn't just, a collection of random thoughts or a memoir. It is presented explicitly as a science. And before we even get into the really dense text that follows in the later parts of this series, I wanted to really grapple with what that means. Because in English, when we say science, we usually mean biology, chemistry, physics, things you do in a laboratory. But Fichte is doing philosophy. So right off the bat, there is this disconnect for the modern reader. Is he claiming that philosophy is a hard science?
In a sense, he's claiming something even more rigorous than what we would consider a hard science today. And to understand this book, to understand the sheer weight of what Fichte is attempting here, we really have to dismantle our modern definition of science and look at the German word that sits right behind this title, which is Wissenschaft.
Wissenschaft, right? We hear that term thrown around a lot in academic circles, but break it down for us. How does Wissenschaft actually differ from, say, just going out and doing experiments?
Well, think about how modern science works, right? It's empirical. That means it's based on observation. You go out into the world, you look at 1,000 swans, you see they're all white, you conclude, okay, all swans are white. But that is always provisional. Tomorrow, you might fly to Australia and see a black swan, and your entire theory it collapses. It's inductive. You're gathering data and hoping your pattern holds up.
Right, it's probability. It's high probability, sure, but it's never absolute certainty.
Exactly. And for a thinker like Fichte, and really the whole tradition of German idealism that he is writing within, that lack of certainty is completely unacceptable. It's a crisis. If your knowledge of the world is just based on, well, it's usually this way, then you don't really know anything at all. You just have a collection of habits. So Wissenschaft, this science in the title, implies a system of knowledge that is absolutely necessary. It means a structure where every single part is logically connected to every other part, derived from a single, undeniable starting point. So it's more like math then, like geometry. Geometry is the perfect analogy, and it's one that these philosophers love to use. In geometry, you don't go out and measure 1,000,000 physical triangles to figure out if the angles add up to 180 degrees. You just don't need to. You start with the definition of a triangle, the axioms of geometry, and you deduce the result. It is true everywhere, at all times, for everyone. It is necessary. So when Fichte titles this book The Science of Knowledge, he is promising to do for the human mind what Euclid did for shapes. He is saying, I can show you the geometry of your own consciousness.
That is incredibly ambitious. Actually, ambitious feels like an understatement here. It sounds arrogant. He's saying he can derive the entire universe, or at least our experience of it, from scratch, without looking at a single test tube.
That is the absolute audacity of German idealism. Yes, Fichte was known for that arrogance. He believed that if you have the right starting point, the right first principle, you can deduce everything else. If you find the absolute bedrock, you can build the cathedral. But if you rely on observation like, I see a tree, I feel the wind, you are building on sand. Because your senses can deceive you. Your eyes can fail. But logic doesn't fail.
Okay, so the science here is a system of logical derivation. That helps orient us a bit. But then we get to the second word in the title, which is knowledge, the science of knowledge.
Yeah.
Again, in casual conversation, knowledge is just stuff I know. I know the capital of France. I know my phone number. But Fichte isn't talking about trivia, is he?
No, not at all. And this is where we have to be very careful, because the English word knowledge is a bit passive. It sounds like a collection of facts you just keep stored in a library somewhere in your head. The German word involved here is connected to the concept of wissen. But Fichte is interested in the act of knowing. He's not asking, what is the capital of France? He's asking, how is it possible that a subject me can know an object France?
He's looking at the mechanics under the hood.
Precisely. He is investigating the machinery of the mind itself. Just think about it for a second. You are a conscious being. You look out at the world. You see a table. You feel like the table is out there, separate from you. You feel like you are in here looking at it. But how does that connection actually happen? How does the image of the table get into your mind? How do you know it's real? How do you know you aren't just dreaming? Fichte wants to turn knowing into a science. He wants to explain the bridge between the mind and the world.
This sounds a lot like the Matrix problem. How do I know the world is real? But Fichte isn't coming at this from a sci-fi perspective. He's coming at it from, well, look at the category this text is usually placed in, texts in German philosophy. That carries a whole lot of baggage. We're talking about the late 1700s, early 1800s. What is the specific context here? Why was this question of knowing so urgent right then that he had to write a whole science about it?
Because philosophy was in a bit of a panic. To understand Fichte, you have to understand the giant shadow casting over this entire book, and that is Immanuel Kant. Just a few years before this, Kant wrote The Critique of Pure Reason, and Kant essentially smashed the old way of doing philosophy to pieces. He said that we can never know the world as it really is. We can only know how it appears to us.
The famous thing in itself.
Right, the ding on sich. Kant said, I can see the apple, I can touch the apple, but I am only ever interacting with my own perception of the apple. The real apple. The apple as it exists when no one is looking at it is forever locked away from me. I can never truly know it.
That sounds really depressing. It completely cuts us off from reality.
It was devastating for many thinkers at the time. It felt like Kant had built a prison cell inside the human mind. We were just trapped in our own heads. Fichte read Kant, and he was blown away by the genius of it, but he was also deeply unsatisfied. He looked at that gap between the mind and the real world, and he said, this is unacceptable. If we can't know the truth, then science is impossible, then freedom is impossible. So the science of knowledge is Fichte's attempt to break out of that Kantian prison, or more accurately, to show that the prison doesn't actually exist in the first place.
So when we see texts in German philosophy categorizing this book, it's not just a polite genre label, it's a battlefield. This is the post-Kant battlefield, and Fichte is trying to save philosophy from total skepticism.
Exactly. He's trying to reunify the world. He wants to prove that the mind and the world aren't two separate things that can never meet. He wants to show that they are part of one single unified system. And that brings us right back to that word science. A system must be one. It can't have a massive gap right in the middle. If there is a thing in itself that we just can't know, then the system is broken. Fichte wants to heal that break.
That really explains the intensity you feel reading this text. It's not a dry academic exercise at all. It's essentially a rescue mission for human reason.
It is absolute desperation masked as calm, rigorous logic. Fichte is basically saying, if I can't solve this, then we know nothing.
Let's talk about the author himself then, as J.G. Fichte. We know he's following Kant. But what kind of mind produces a book like this? Because when I read about his style, calm isn't usually the word that comes up. Ferocious seems a lot more common.
Fichte was a total force of nature. He wasn't a wealthy aristocrat who just did philosophy as a polite hobby in his drawing room. He came from a very poor background. He had to fight tooth and nail for his education. And that struggle is deeply embedded in his philosophy. For Fichte, the mind isn't a passive mirror that just sits there and reflects the world. The mind is active. It is a striving force. He was an incredible orator, too. When he lectured on this material, on the science of knowledge, he would pack the lecture halls. He would work himself into an absolute frenzy. He wanted his students not just to learn facts, but to undergo a fundamental transformation.
A transformation, like a religious conversion.
In a way, yes.
Yeah.
An intellectual conversion. He would tell his students, attend to yourself. Turn your gaze away from everything surrounding you and towards your inner self. He demanded that they perform an active introspection right there in the hall. Because you can't read the science of knowledge like a novel. You can't just passively watch the concepts do things. You have to do the philosophy yourself. You have to look at your own mind while you are reading.
That makes the book sound almost like an instruction manual for a mental workout.
That is a great way to put it. It is a manual for the activity of the self. And this is a key distinction we really need to make early on in this 10-part journey. For Fichte, the self, or the I, the ich, is not a thing. It's not a noun. It's a verb.
Wait, I is a verb. How does that even work? I am I.
Effectively, yes. Just think about it. Are you a static object like a rock? No. You are constantly thinking, feeling, perceiving, deciding. Your consciousness is a continuous, unbroken flow of activity. If that activity is stopped, you would literally cease to exist. Fichte coined a term for this, which is absolutely central to this book, Tathandlung.
Tathandlung. Let's unpack that because it sounds like a compound word.
It is. Ta means deed or act. Handlung means action or performance. And he rams them together to describe the fundamental nature of existence. He's saying that at the very bottom of reality, there isn't a static thing. There is an act. The ultimate fact of existence is an act.
So in the beginning was the act.
Yes. Goethe's Faust actually famously changes the biblical line. In the beginning was the word too. The beginning was the deed. That is pure Fichteanism right there. The universe is dynamic, and this is why the title, The Science of Knowledge, is so deceptive. It sounds static. It sounds like a dusty, leather-bound encyclopedia. But inside, it's all about energy, force, and striving. It's about the mind pushing out against the world.
This connects back to what you were saying about Fichte's background, that fighting spirit. Because if the self is an act, then we are entirely responsible for that act.
Bingo. This is exactly where the ethics come in. Fichte is often called the philosopher of freedom. If I am just a biological machine reacting to stimuli, if I'm just a really sophisticated rock, then I'm not free. I'm just following the blind laws of physics. But if I am a Tath Handlung, if I am a self-creating act at my core, then I am free. I am the author of my own reality.
That is a dizzying thought. It puts a massive amount of responsibility on you as the individual. If Fichte is right, you aren't just a passenger in the universe. You are the driver.
You are a co-creator. And the science of knowledge is the blueprint for how that creation works. He wants to show the exact mechanism of freedom. How does a free mind operate in a world of physical laws? That is the tension that drives the whole system.
I want to go back to the science part of this for a moment. We talked about geometry. We talked about building a system. But how does one actually build a system like this? If I'm Fichte, sitting at my desk in 1794, staring at a blank page, where do I even start? If I want to deduce the whole universe, I need a starting point that is absolutely undeniable.
You have just hit on the hardest problem in all of philosophy, the problem of the Grundsatz, the first principle. If you want to build a chain of logic that never ever fails, that first link must be unbreakable. You can't start with God exists because if someone might ask, well, how do you know? You can't start with the world exists because, again, skepticism, maybe it's a dream. You need something that proves itself just by being said.
Something that is true simply because it is.
Right. And for Fichte, that starting point is the I.
The self again.
The self. Specifically, the statement, I am I. Or, logically speaking, A equals A.
A equals A. That sounds like a tautology. It sounds pretty meaningless, honestly. A dog is a dog. Okay, sure. But how do you get from a dog is a dog to a complete science of knowledge?
It seems empty at first glance, but it's actually the only thing that is absolutely certain. Fichte argues that before you can know anything else, before you can know the dog, the tree, the math equation, you have to have a self that is doing the knowing. The I must exist for any knowledge to exist at all. If there is no I, there is no knowledge. Therefore, the existence of the I is the absolute condition of all reality.
So he pivots the entire universe on a point of the self.
Yes, he makes the I the absolute center. This is often called subjective idealism. He is saying that the subject, the thinker, is the source of the object, which is the world.
That sounds almost solipsistic. It sounds like he's saying only I exist and I just made up the whole world in my head. Is that really what this book is arguing? Because that seems like a really hard sell for a rigorous science.
It is the most common accusation against Fichte, for sure. People say, oh, Fichte just thinks he imagined the world. But it's much more subtle than that.
Yeah.
He's not saying that you, the individual listener sitting there right now, personally created the moon and the stars with your conscious mind. He's saying that the structure of reason, the universal I, is what structures reality. We can't experience anything outside of that structure. So to study the world scientifically, we must study the structure of the I.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense. It's like studying the lens of a camera to understand the photograph it takes. If the lens is tinted red, the photo will be red. If the lens is cracked, the photo will be cracked. Fichte is studying the lens itself.
That is a perfect analogy. And the science of knowledge is the highly detailed schematic of that lens. He wants to know, intrinsic to the lens, are there rules? Are there blind spots? Does the lens have to be curved in a certain way? He calls these the necessary laws of thought.
And these laws are what he plans to deduce in the text.
Exactly. He's going to derive them one by one. He starts with I am I, then he moves to the next logical step. I am not I.
Not I. That's a very clunky phrase.
It's crucial, though. If the I is the self, the not I is everything else. The world, nature, other people. Fichte realizes that if the I just sat there saying I am I forever, nothing would ever happen. It would be boring. It would be entirely static. For there to be consciousness at all, there has to be a contrast. There has to be something that is not me.
So I need a wall to bounce the tennis ball off of.
Yes. You need resistance. This is another huge theme in this book, anstos. The check or the impact. The mind needs to hit a barrier. It needs to collide with something. That collision creates experience. If there were no resistance, the I would just expand infinitely into nothingness and there would be no awareness.
It sounds very physics-based suddenly.
Yeah.
Forces, collisions, expansions.
It is essentially a physics of the mind. That's exactly why he calls it a science. He treats concepts like physical forces. The I exerts a force outwards. The not I exerts a force inwards. The delicate balance between those two opposing forces is what we call reality.
So thinking about the title again, with all this in mind, the science of knowledge, grouped within texts in German philosophy, It's really a recipe book for constructing a universe. He's basically saying take one part absolute subject, add resistance from an object, mix them according to the strict laws of logic, and voila, human experience.
That is the project. And that category label, German philosophy, reminds us that this is a rigorous logical recipe. You can't just skip a step. You can't just say, and then a miracle occurs. Every single step must be proven.
Which brings us to the difficulty of the text itself. We've established the massive ambition, but let's be real for a second. This book is notorious for being incredibly difficult to read. Fichte himself even said that most people wouldn't understand it. Why is it so hard? Is he just being obscure on purpose to sound smart?
Part of it is the language, certainly. He is inventing a new vocabulary as he goes, words like Tathandlung. But the real difficulty is the level of abstraction he demands. He asks you to do something that feels very unnatural. Normally, we think about things. I think about my dinner, I think about the weather. Fichte asks you to think about thinking.
It's pure metacognition.
It is radical metacognition. He wants you to catch your own mind in the act of creating. It's like trying to see your own eye without using a mirror. You have to turn your attention completely backward. He calls this faculty intellectual intuition.
Intellectual intuition. That sounds like a superpower.
He genuinely thought it was. He thought it was the fundamental faculty that distinguishes a philosopher from a non-philosopher. Can you intuit your own self-activity? If you can't, Fichte says, you will never understand this book. You'll just see ink on paper. But if you can do it, you get to see the actual engine of reality.
So there is a bit of a gatekeeping aspect to this, like a sign at an amusement park. You must be this tall to ride the ride.
You must be this self-aware to ride the ride. And that does create a sense of elitism, sure. But Fichte would say it's open to anyone who's willing to put in the hard work. It's not about being innately brilliant. It's about being rigorously attentive.
It's an exercise in extreme focus.
Extreme focus. That's why I liked your comment earlier about the quietness of the tone we need to take. It demands that you shut out the noise of the external world. You can't read Fichte while scrolling on your phone or watching TV. You have to shut down the non-I for a moment and focus purely on the I.
Let's pivot back to the historical context for a moment, because I think there's another important layer there. We mentioned Kant, but what about the broader culture? This is the age of enlightenment, right? The age of reason?
Yes, but it's the tail end of the Enlightenment. It's the very turbulent transition into Romanticism. The French Revolution is happening just across the border. Heads are literally rolling. The old structures of kings and queens and churches are being violently questioned. Fichte is writing in a world that is falling apart and desperately trying to rebuild itself.
That is fascinating. So the rigid system he is building isn't just an abstract academic escape. It's a direct response to cultural chaos.
Absolutely. The French revolutionaries were trying to build a new state based on reason rather than tradition. Fichte is trying to build a new mind based on reason. He was deeply sympathetic to the French Revolution. He believed in the absolute autonomy of the individual. So when he talks about the absolute I being free and self-determining, that is a highly political statement as much as it is a philosophical one.
He's trying to overthrow the tyranny of the thing in itself.
He is overthrowing the tyranny of external authority in all its forms. If the I is the ultimate source of all knowledge, then the I doesn't need to bow down to a king or a pope or even a scientific dogma. The I is sovereign. The science of knowledge provides the metaphysical justification for democracy and human freedom.
That makes the rather dry title feel a lot more revolutionary. The science of knowledge is really more like the manifesto of the free mind.
It truly is. And that's exactly why Fichte got into so much trouble later in his career. He was accused of atheism. He was accused of corrupting the youth. Because when you tell people you are the creator of your own reality, the powers that be get very nervous. They want you to believe that they define reality, not you.
So when we study this text, we are basically holding a piece of intellectual dynamite. It looks like a dense brick of philosophy, but it exploded the philosophical world at the time.
It really did. It set the stage for Hegel, for Schelling, for Marx, and eventually for existentialism. All of them had to grapple with Fichte's concept of the I. He let the genie out of the bottle. Once you realize that the mind is active, you can never go back to thinking of it as a passive bucket that just catches facts.
Let's look closer at the structure of the argument itself, just based on what the project promises. A science implies an orderly progression. We start with the first principle. Then what happens? Does he just list facts, or is there a narrative arc to the logic?
There is a dialectical arc. That's a word we usually associate with Hegel. But Fichte is the one who really gets the ball rolling on that method. The arc goes like this. Thesis, antithesis, synthesis.
Okay, high school philosophy flashback. Break that down for this specific context.
Thesis. The I posits itself. I exist. Antithesis. The I posits a not I. The world exists and limits me. Synthesis. The I posits itself as limited by the not I.
So it's a process of constant reconciliation.
Yes. The I and the not I are in direct conflict. They contradict each other fundamentally. The I says I am infinite, while the not I says you are limited by this wall. The science is the process of resolving that contradiction. How can I be totally free and also limited at the exact same time? The whole book is Fichte trying to solve that puzzle step by step.
And he solves it by evolving the concepts themselves.
Right. He shows that the limitation is actually necessary for the freedom. You can't be free in an empty void. You need the wall to climb over. You need the weight to lift. So the not I isn't an enemy. It's a tool. It's the gym equipment for the mind.
That is a beautiful reframing. The obstacles in our lives, the not I, are what actually allow the I to exist and grow.
Exactly. And this is why it's a science of knowledge. It explains scientifically why we have problems. It explains why the world is hard. It's hard because it has to be hard for us to achieve consciousness. If it were easy, if there was no resistance, we'd be asleep. We wouldn't be self-aware.
So we have the I as the thesis, the not I as the antithesis, and the limitation as the synthesis. And this just keeps cycling.
It spirals upwards. Each solution creates a new problem, which requires a new solution. The system grows more and more complex, more detailed, eventually covering ethics, law, nature, until it encompasses the whole of human life. But it all grows organically out of that one single seed on the title page, the science of knowledge.
It's fractal. The pattern at the very bottom is the exact pattern of the whole.
Yes. And that is the absolute hallmark of true Wissenschaft. If you cut a piece of a hologram, you still see the whole image in the fragment. If you take any part of Fichte's system, you should be able to trace it logically right back to the I.
I want to touch on the German philosophy context one more time. We talked about Kant. But who else is Fichte writing against? Is he just fighting Kant's ghost? Or are there other active schools of thought he is aggressively rejecting here?
He is aggressively rejecting dogmatism. That is his main enemy throughout this text.
Define dogmatism in this context, because it's not just religious dogma, right?
No, not at all. In Fichte's terms, there are really only two kinds of philosophy: idealism and dogmatism. Idealism starts with the I, the subject, and explains the world from there. Dogmatism starts with the thing, the object, and tries to explain the mind from there. Materialism, for example, is a form of dogmatism. It says there is matter, and brains are made of matter, so thoughts are just chemical reactions of that matter.
And Fichte hates that.
He thinks it leads directly to despair. If you start with the thing, you end up with determinism. You end up as a machine. If you start with the I, you end up with freedom. So he says the choice between idealism and dogmatism isn't just an intellectual puzzle, it's a profound moral choice. It depends on what kind of person you are.
What kind of philosophy one chooses depends on what kind of man one is.
That's a very famous quote of his, right?
It is. He's essentially saying, do you want to be a machine? Go ahead, be a dogmatist. Do you want to be free? Be an idealist.
That is incredibly aggressive. He's judging the moral character of his philosophical opponents.
He is. He's saying that if you can't accept the science of knowledge, it's because you lack a certain spiritual backbone. You prefer the lazy comfort of being a thing to the terrifying responsibility of being a free person.
It circles back to that arrogance we discussed earlier, but also the sheer passion. He really believes this is a matter of life and death for the human soul.
It is. It's the ultimate battle for the human spirit. That's why the text is so incredibly dense and rigorous. He can't afford to be wrong. If his logic is sloppy, the dogmatists win. If he leaves a single loose thread, the determinists pull it and the whole system unravels. So he has to be mathematically perfect.
That puts an immense amount of pressure on you, the reader, too. We have to be perfect in our reading. We have to follow the thread without snapping it. And that is exactly what we are going to do throughout these 10 parts. As we move past this conceptual framework and into the text itself, we are going to walk that tightrope right alongside him.
It's daunting, but also incredibly exciting. We are about to watch a man try to construct the entire universe out of pure thought.
It is one of the greatest spectacles in the history of ideas. Whether he ultimately succeeds or fails, the attempt itself is magnificent.
So we have our definitions locked in. Science equals systematic, necessary, deduced unity. Knowledge equals the dynamic act of the self-positing I. Fichte is the revolutionary architect of freedom, and German philosophy is the battlefield of reason versus skepticism.
That is our toolkit for this journey.
And we are going to need every single tool in that kit, because the text doesn't wait for us. It starts immediately.
It starts with the relentless search for the Grundsatz.
The foundation.
And Fichte is going to ask you to strip away everything you think you know. Forget the table in front of you. Forget the room you are in. Forget your physical body. What is left?
That is the big question. When you subtract the entire world, what actually remains?
Fichte says, the I remains.
Yeah.
And that is exactly where we must begin.
It's a moment of zero gravity. Before the system starts moving, there is just the raw potential.
And the absolute demand. Think.
So we are going to think. We are going to accept the challenge. The title was our invitation. We have accepted the invite. Now we are walking into the laboratory.
Into the reactor core.
Yes, where the energy is generated. I'm thinking about the modern reader again for a second. Why should someone today care about this? We have advanced neuroscience now. We have fMRI scans. We know about neural pathways. Why do we need Fichte's science of knowledge? Isn't it obsolete?
That is the classic dogmatist argument. We have matter, we have neurons, we have the thing, Fichte would say. Great, you have found the mechanism in the not I. But who is the you that found it? Neuroscience can explain the physical brain, but it completely struggles to explain the feeling of being a self. The hard problem of consciousness is still completely unsolved today. Fichte is addressing that exact hard problem. He's addressing the subjective experience of being alive. Science looks at you from the outside. Fichte teaches you to look at yourself from the inside. That will never, ever be obsolete.
So as long as we're conscious beings, this text remains deeply relevant.
As long as you say I, Fichte is relevant.
That's a strong pitch. It convinces me. I'm ready to stop circling the concepts and start looking at the I itself.
The threshold is crossed.
Indeed. We move now from the promise of the system to the execution of the argument. We move from the idea of science to the practice of science. And the first step of that practice is to rigorously identify that first principle we talked about.
The bedrock.
The absolute I. So let's do it. Let's turn our attention to the opening arguments. Fichte clears his throat, steps up to the podium, and begins. And he begins not with a story, not with an observation, but with a proposition.
A proposition that cannot logically be doubted.
We are ready to hear it. The science of knowledge is officially open. Let's see if he can deliver on the promise.
Let's enter the system.
The first thing we encounter as we mentally open the text is a detailed discussion of this very concept of science we've been circling. Fichte doesn't just assume we know what it means. He spends serious time defining the concept of a system. He asks, how can we be sure that our knowledge isn't just a random pile of fragments?
Right. He creates a really important distinction here between aggregate knowledge and systematic knowledge. An aggregate is like a pile of sand. You can take a grain away, and it's still a pile of sand. The parts don't rely on each other in any necessary way. A system, on the other hand, is like a finely tuned watch. If you take a single gear out, the whole thing stops working. Fichte insists that philosophy must be a watch, not a pile of sand.
And to make it a watch, he needs that central mainspring that drives everything else. This drives us back to the Grundsatz. I know we defined it as the first principle, but let's get into the specifics of his derivation. How does Fichte actually find it? Does he just pick one that sounds good?
No. That would be entirely arbitrary, which defeats the purpose of a science. He says we have to search for a proposition that is certain by its very form, a proposition where the material content doesn't matter at all, only the logical structure. And he lands on the foundational laws of logic, specifically the law of identity.
A is A.
A is A. Now, notice carefully what he does here. He doesn't say A exists. He doesn't say the apple is A. He just says if A is, then A is.
It's a conditional statement.
Exactly. It's hypothetical. If there is an A, then it must logically equal itself. This is bulletproof. No one can argue with A is A. It's the very definition of truth in formal logic.
But it's completely empty. If A is A tells me absolutely nothing about reality, it just tells me about the rules of logic.
That is Fichte's brilliant revolutionary move. He says, okay, A equals A is undeniably true. But where is this truth located? It's not out there in the rock. The rock doesn't know A equals A. It's not floating in the sky. It is located in the judging mind. It is the I that makes the active connection A equals A.
So the fact that logic exists proves that a mind exists.
Yes. You cannot have the judgment A equals A without a judge to think it. Therefore, the I is the hidden, necessary condition behind the laws of logic. He moves from the abstract logical law to the concrete existence of the thinker. He converts A equals A into I am I.
That is a very slick move. He uses the dry, undeniable laws of logic to smuggle in the conscious self.
He would argue he's not smuggling it in at all. He's revealing that it was there all along. You can't have logic without a logiker. You can't have a thought without a thinker.
So I becomes the first principle, the absolute Grundsatz.
The first, unconditioned, absolute principle, and doesn't depend on anything else in the universe. The I posits itself. It creates its own being just by the act of thinking about itself.
This is the Tathhandlung again, the act.
The act. The I is the pure act of self-positing. It's a continuous loop. Descartes said, I think, therefore I am. But for Fichte, it's much more active. It's more like, I am because I act.
Okay, so we have the first principle secured. I am I exist, I am the same as myself, great, but I'm still completely alone in the universe at this point. How do you get from I am I to look at that tree over there?
That requires the second principle, the antithesis,
The not I.
the not I. Fichte argues that if the I is to define itself in any meaningful way, it must distinguish itself from what it is not. If everything in the universe was just I, there would be no definition, there would be no boundary. To have a shape, you need a border.
Like drawing a circle on a white piece of paper. You need the contrast between the dark ink and the white paper to see the shape.
Exactly. The I draws a line. Inside the line is I, outside the line is not I. So the I actively posits the not I as its direct opposite.
But wait, if the I posits the not I, doesn't that literally mean the I created the physical world?
This is the really tricky part that trips people up. Fichte says the I posits the not I. He doesn't necessarily mean the I manufactures the carbon atoms of the universe. He means the I sets up the structure of opposition. The I creates the cognitive category of otherness. We experience the world as not us because our mind is fundamentally structured to create that division.
So the science of knowledge is explaining why we have a subject-object split in our daily experience.
Yes, it's explaining why we don't feel like we are just one with the universe in a blur. We feel separate. Fichte says this separation is a necessary fundamental act of the mind. We have to push the world away in order to be ourselves.
This sounds a lot like adolescent psychology. You have to push your parents away to become your own individual.
It is exactly that dynamic, but scaled up to metaphysics. Individuation requires opposition. You define yourself by what you are not. I am not a child. I am not a rock. I am not a table.
So the not I is the necessary resistance against which the I defines its muscles.
And that dynamic leads directly to the third principle, the synthesis. Because now we have a massive logical problem. We have an infinite I and an infinite not I crashing into each other. If they are both truly infinite, they would completely destroy each other.
It's the classic immovable object meeting the irresistible force.
Boom, total conceptual catastrophe.
Yeah.
So to save the system, they have to compromise. They have to limit each other. The I says, okay, I will back off a bit and you back off a bit. They become divisible.
Divisible, meaning into parts.
Yes, parts. The I becomes a limited subject. Me, you, individual people. The not I becomes a limited object. This specific table, that specific chair. We don't experience the infinite ego or the infinite universe in our daily lives. We experience specific, limited things.
So reality as we know it, the world of individual things and people, is the compromised treaty between the absolute I and the absolute not I.
That is a brilliant way to put it. Reality is the ceasefire line. It is the exact boundary where the I and the not I meet and mutually limit each other. And the science of knowledge is mapping every inch of that boundary.
This is wild. It's so incredibly abstract, but it explains so much about the human experience. It explains why we feel limited. It explains why we strive against things. It explains why we feel like there is something out there actively resisting us.
And crucially, it explains why we can know it. We can know the world because the world is part of the exact same conceptual structure as we are. It's not an alien, unknowable thing. It's the other half of our own equation.
We are really seeing the architecture you promised at the beginning. It really is a blueprint. Step 1, the I. Step 2, the not I. Step 3, the limitation. And from those 3 basic steps, he derives the whole world.
From those 3 foundational principles, he goes on to deduce all the categories of Kant: causality, substance, possibility, reality. He shows how the entire complex machinery of human thought flows logically inevitably from that initial conflict.
It's like watching a fractal unfold in real time. A very simple equation creating infinite, beautiful complexity.
And Fichte is the mathematician relentlessly writing the equation on the chalkboard for us.
But remember, he's not just a mathematician, he's a revolutionary. How does this dry I versus not I logic actually lead to freedom?
Because the I is the one doing the positing in the first place. Even though we are limited by the physical world, The ultimate source of that limitation is our own rational nature. We aren't passive victims of the world. We are active participants in it. The not I is there for us. It is the whetstone we sharpen ourselves on.
So the world is our moral gym.
The world is the material of our duty. That is Fichte's famous phrase. The world exists precisely so we can do our duty in it, so we can act morally. If there were no physical world, we couldn't be good people. We'd just be floating, actionless ghosts.
Yeah.
We need resistance to be moral agents.
That turns the science of knowledge into a science of life. It's deeply, profoundly existential.
It is the ultimate existentialism before the word even existed.
Yeah.
It says, your existence is a task, a mission. You have to actively make yourself.
That is incredibly inspiring, but it's also exhausting to think about.
Freedom is exhausting. That is the core lesson of Fichte. It's much, much easier to be a dogmatist and say, well, the world made me do it. My brain chemistry made me do it. It's incredibly hard to be an idealist and say, I am absolutely responsible.
But Fichte demands we take that hard road.
He demands it. The science demands it.
I think we have successfully unpacked the seed of this entire project. We understand what he means by science. We understand what he means by knowledge. We understand the massive stakes involved.
We have looked at the map, yes. Now we have to hike the trail.
And the trail is long. It is part 1 of 10, after all. But the orientation is completely set. We aren't going in blind anymore. We know that we are looking for the I. We know we are looking for the act. And we know that this entire massive structure is trying to logically prove that we are free.
That is the compass. Hold on to that tightly.
So having set this structural foundation, we don't need to pause here at all.
Right, we can just walk straight off the title page and into the first actual section of his argument.
Which is exactly what we're going to do. Moving directly from these concepts into the opening preface, Fichte immediately confronts the reader with the application of these rules. So if we take what we established in the previous discussion seriously, this idea of the absolute I, the ego that posits itself simply because it exists, we run into a massive problem immediately, don't we? I mean, we spent all that time building up this quiet fortress of the self, this I am I, infinite and unbounded. But the second I open my eyes, I see a table, I see a wall, I see things that are definitely not me.
Precisely. And that is exactly the cliff we are standing on as we move into the theoretical part of the book we are exploring. We have established the existence of the self, the ego, as the absolute foundation of Fichte's science of knowledge. That was, well, relatively speaking, that was the easy part. Now we have to carefully confront the not-self or the non-ego. We have to quietly explain how an infinite, absolute subject can coexist with a finite, limited world of objects.
It feels like a paradox right out of the gate, you know? If the I is infinite, if it is literally everything, there shouldn't be any room for anything else. But obviously there is. So we are shifting gears here from just asserting existence to trying to quietly understand knowledge itself. How do we know there is a world out there if we are supposed to be everything?
That is the central question of this entire section of the book. Fichte calls this the theoretical part. And you are right to call it a paradox. In fact, he structures this whole segment around what he calls an antinomy, which is, it's a philosophical term for a contradiction between two laws or principles that both seem equally true.
Okay, let's slowly unpack this antinomy. What are the two sides crashing into each other here?
On one side, you have the thesis. The ego posits itself as infinite and unbounded. That is what we discussed previously. By its very nature, the I softly strives to fill all reality. But on the other side, you have the antithesis. The ego finds itself limited, checked, and determined by something external, the non-ego.
So it is like an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object.
Exactly. But here is the subtle catch. This collision isn't happening out there in physical space. It is occurring entirely within the quiet landscape of the human mind. If the I is truly infinite, it shouldn't be able to be limited. But if it isn't limited, it can't experience a world. It would just be a formless void of I-ness. The mission of this section of the book is to resolve this contradiction without destroying the unity of the self.
We have to figure out how to keep the I as the foundation while admitting that the I is clearly taking cues from the reality it perceives.
That is a beautiful way to put it, and we need to clarify the scope here for you, the listener. We are strictly talking about theoretical knowledge or representation. This is about how we come to know the world, how we quietly build an image of it in our minds. We aren't talking about how we act in the world yet, that comes later. For now, the tone shifts from that bold declaration of I am to a more passive, receptive state. We're looking at how the I allows itself to be determined.
Right. So let's look into the first big move Fichte makes to solve this. This is what the book calls the third fundamental principle, or the principle of mutuality.
To understand this, we have to briefly look back at the first two principles. First, we had identity, I am I. Then we had difference. The I is not the not I. Now we need to synthesize them. We need a concept that allows them to interact peacefully. Fichte introduces the concept of divisibility or limitation.
Divisibility, that implies cutting something up. Are we cutting up the I?
In a sense, yes. This is the concept of reciprocal determination, or in German, Wechselbestimmung. The argument is that for the I to have any reality in the face of the not I, and for the not I to have any reality in the face of the I, they have to share the stage. One cannot simply obliterate the other.
Okay, I think I see where this is going. If the I was everything, the not I would be nothing. And if the not I was everything, the I would be crushed. So they have to compromise.
Compromise is a good word for it. Think of it like a canvas. Let's say the canvas represents the absolute reality of the I. Now you want to paint a delicate picture on it. The paint represents the not I. Where you gently apply the paint, you're covering up the blank canvas. The paint limits the canvas. But the paint also needs the canvas to exist. They define each other by their boundaries.
That makes sense. Where the paint ends, the blank canvas begins. And where the blank canvas ends, the paint begins. You cannot have the painting without the silent interaction of those two distinct states.
Exactly. And Fichte takes this further. He says that consciousness itself requires this contrast. Imagine if everything in your visual field was perfectly white. Just an infinite, quiet, expanse of white.
I wouldn't really see anything. It would just be, well, it'd be nothingness.
Correct. To see, you need a tiny spot of black. You need a limit. Without the non-I, to provide that gentle contrast, the I would be a featureless void. It wouldn't even know it existed because there would be nothing to distinguish itself from. So the synthesis Fichte proposes is that the I posits itself as divisible. It allows itself to be quantified.
Quantified, as in giving it a value or an amount.
Yes, in the philosophical sense of quantity.
Yeah.
The I has a certain amount of reality, and the not-I has a certain amount of reality. They share the total sphere of existence between them. When the reality of the not-I increases, say, when you are overwhelmed by a loud noise, the reality of the I, your quiet sense of self-control or inner focus, momentarily decreases. It is a very delicate seesaw.
That is the reciprocal part of reciprocal determination. As one goes up, the other goes down. But they are both contained within the same circle of consciousness.
Precisely. And this leads us directly into the heart of the theoretical conflict. Fichte calls this the antinomy of theoretical reason. We have established they share the space, but we haven't established who is in charge, who's doing the determining.
Right. Is the paint deciding where to go, or is the canvas deciding where to accept the paint?
That brings us to the two opposing views that Fichte brilliantly juxtaposes in the text.
Yeah.
Idealism and realism. He presents two contradictory propositions that both appear to be completely true based on our everyday experience.
Okay, walk me through them. What is the realist proposition?
The realist proposition is simply this. The I is determined by the not-I. This is the common sense view we all naturally hold. We feel like we are passive. The world is active. The sun quietly shines and I get warm. A rock falls and I feel pain if it hits me. The external world gracefully dictates my experience.
That feels objectively true. I don't choose to feel the heat of the sun. It just happens to me. I am the receiver in that quiet exchange.
But then look at the idealist proposition. The I determines itself and posits the not-I. This suggests that the mind actually creates the structure of the world. We are active. The thing out there is only a thing because my mind categorizes it, perceives it, and gives it form. Without my consciousness, there is no sun or rock as meaningful concepts.
And that also feels deeply true, especially when you sit quietly and think about it. I know that my brain is processing the signals. If I'm unconscious, for all intents and purposes, that world disappears for me. So we have this tension. We feel small and passive in the vast universe that is realism, yet we secretly know the universe is only appearing to us through the quiet activity of our own minds that is idealism.
In the quiet struggle, the entire goal of this theoretical section of the book is to unite them. Fichte argues we cannot simply choose one side.
Why not, though? Why can't I just be a realist and say, the world is real and I just calmly live in it?
If you choose only realism, you lose the freedom of the self. You become just another cog in a very quiet machine, a billiard ball being bumped by other billiard balls. That is determinism. It completely kills the I as a free, spontaneous agent.
Okay, so what if I swing the other way and go full idealist? I just say it is all in my mind.
Then you lose the reality of the external world. You end up in solipsism, the lonely idea that only I exist and everything else is a phantom of my imagination. That doesn't match our lived experience either. When you stub your toe, that pain feels very real and very external. You didn't purposefully imagine it into existence just to hurt yourself.
No, I definitely didn't do that. So we need a middle term. We need a way to calmly explain how we can be both active and passive at the exact same time.
Exactly. We need a faculty of the mind that can smoothly synthesize these opposites. And this brings us to what I consider the absolute pivot point of Fichte's entire system, and certainly the quiet hero of this specific book. He introduces the mechanism of the imagination, or in German, the Einbildungskraft.
Einbildungskraft. I really love German philosophical terms. It literally translates to the power into formation, right? Or the power of forming images.
Yes, Einbildung, forming into an image. Fichte gives this faculty a massive responsibility. He says the imagination is the tool that bridges the silent gap between the infinite self and the finite object.
How does it actually do that? Because imagination usually sounds like making things up, like quietly daydreaming.
For Fichte, it is much more fundamental than that. It is not about daydreaming at all. It is about the structural engineering of reality itself. He describes the subtle activity of the imagination as a hovering or an oscillation. The German word is schweben.
Schweben, like hovering softly in the air.
Think of it as a very fine vibration. The mind does not sit still. It is constantly moving between two poles. On one hand, the eye wants to peacefully expand infinitely. It wants to go out forever. On the other hand, it hits a check limit and gets quietly bounced back.
So it goes out, hits a wall.
Hits a wall and comes back, yes. But it tries to go out again, hits the wall again.
Over and over.
Yes, but it happens at lightning speed. It creates this silent oscillation. Fichte compares it to a heartbeat or a gentle wave crashing against a shore and receding. The boundary between you and the object isn't a static line drawn in the sand. It is a constant, rapid vibration of the mind, gracefully interacting with a limit.
So reality isn't a solid block, it is a frequency.
In a manner of speaking, yes. The imagination creates the illusion of solidity by moving so fast between the self and the non-self that they magically appear fused together.
It is kind of like a movie projector then. The frames are moving so fast that we just passively see a continuous smooth image, not a bunch of separate quiet pictures.
That is a really perfect analogy. Or think of a propeller on an airplane. When it is completely still, you see two distinct blades with empty, quiet space between them. But when it spins at full speed, what do you see?
You see a solid disc. You can't see through it anymore. It looks like a shield.
Exactly. The object, the table, the wall, the whole quiet world is that solid disk. It is the direct result of the imagination oscillating so rapidly between the internal eye and the external check that it freezes the movement into a stable, quiet image. Fichte actually calls this fixation. The mind gently arrests its own activity to look at it, and it suddenly says, that is a table.
That is honestly mind-blowing if you sit with it. So the table feels very solid and out there, but really it is my mind spinning its propeller so fast that it peacefully creates a surface I cannot penetrate.
Yes. The imagination is the beautiful faculty that allows the infinite motion and the finite limit to seamlessly coexist by blending them into a single unified experience. This is exactly how he gently solves the antinomy. We are active because we are the ones spinning the propeller, that is the idealism. But we are passive because we can't just casually spin it anywhere. We are spinning it against a silent resistance, and that is the realism.
Okay, you just mentioned resistance. And this leads to the next big, quiet mystery in the text. Why does the propeller have to stop or bounce back at all? Why doesn't the eye just calmly expand forever? What exactly is it hitting?
This is perhaps the most heavily debated and fascinating concept in Fichte's theoretical philosophy, the concept of the anstos.
The anstos. How do we best translate that?
Yeah.
The check. The impact.
Check, impact, obstacle, or even a gentle impetus. It implies lightly running into something. You ask the crucial question, why does the mind stop expanding? Fichte actually admits a deep, almost spiritual mystery here. He says that for the eye to become self-aware, it absolutely must run into something that is not itself.
But why, though? Why can't I just be peacefully self-aware, floating in an empty void?
Because without resistance, there is absolutely no reflection. Fichte uses a beautiful analogy of light. Imagine a beam of pure, quiet light traveling through completely empty space.
Okay, I'm picturing it.
Would you actually be able to see that light?
No. If there is nothing for it to bounce off of, it is just invisible. It is just passing through the dark.
Exactly. Light only gently becomes visible when it hits a mote of dust or a wall or an object and quietly reflects back to the eye. The eye is exactly like that light. Its original nature is to radiate outwards infinitely. If nothing ever softly stopped it, it would just go on forever and never gracefully return to itself. There would be no conscious I am, because there would be no I am here as opposed to being over there.
So the not I, the external quiet world, acts as the reflector. It is essentially a mirror.
Yes. The anstos is the subtle check that bounces the activity of the ego back inwards. When the activity quietly hits the check, it rebounds. That gentle rebound is self-consciousness itself. I become aware of my own quiet existence only because I have softly collided with something that is not me.
That has some incredibly heavy philosophical implications for how we view our lives. It implies that we actually need the resistance of the world just to exist as conscious beings. We fundamentally need the quiet struggle.
Absolutely. Struggle and limitation are not accidental annoyances that we should wish away. They're structurally essential to identity.
Yeah.
If you magically removed all obstacles, you wouldn't be free. You would peacefully cease to exist as a conscious I.
So let's slowly break down this interplay of passive and active again, specifically using the anstos.
The quiet dynamic is threefold. First, the I simply feels the check. That is passivity or sensation. It just feels a soft no. It feels a boundary.
That is the quiet realization of, oh, my hand just brushed against a cold wall.
Right. Then the I naturally reacts to the check. It delicately tries to conquer it or cautiously understand it. That is activity or intuition. It quietly looks at the limit and tries to softly encompass it.
That is me turning my head in the quiet room to look at the wall I just touched.
And this gentle back and forth, passively feeling the limit, then actively trying to calmly overcome the limit, is exactly what generates the fundamental forms of our everyday experience. Time and space. We don't have time to go fully into that long deduction right now, but essentially, space is the static, quiet form of this limit, and time is the dynamic, flowing experience of the gentle struggle against it.
It is truly amazing how he logically builds the entire quiet universe out of this single microscopic collision. So we have got the anstos starting the whole quiet process. Now we need to calmly talk about how we go from a raw feeling of a check to a full-blown world filled with coherent, quiet objects. The book calls this the deduction of representation.
This is the quiet, step-by-step assembly line of the mind. Fichte meticulously traces how raw sensory data smoothly becomes a fully formed thought.
Walk us quietly through those steps.
Step one is sensation, or in German, Empfindung. This is the very immediate, raw feeling of limitation. At this early stage, the I doesn't even know what is limiting it. It just feels a gentle compression. It feels that it is no longer everything. There's a vague, quiet sense of not-meetness, silently invading the boundaries of the self.
So it is kind of like waking up in a dark, quiet room and hearing a muffled sound before you can even identify what it is. Just a raw, unsettling sensory input.
Even more primitive than that, really, it is just the pure feeling of being quietly affected. Then we gently move to step two, which is intuition, or Anschauung. Now, the I actively and quietly looks at the limitation. The imagination beautifully kicks in right here. It softly takes that raw feeling, gives it a spatial form. It gently projects it outward. It silently says, that limitation isn't inside me. It is safely out there in the quiet space.
Okay, so we have smoothly moved from I vaguely feel a presence to there is a cause of this presence located quietly outside of me.
Correct. And then step three naturally follows. This is understanding, or Verstand. The delicate oscillation of the imagination is firmly stabilized. The mind peacefully fixes the image. It calmly applies concepts. It silently says that shape in the dark is a chair. It gracefully creates a stable, quiet object that endures in time.
And this is exactly where the quiet world we actually live in appears for us. We don't walk around feeling vague, raw sensations. We casually walk around seeing chairs, trees, and quiet houses. The understanding has already done all the heavy, silent lifting of nicely packaging everything up for us.
Yes, it has. But Fichte gently reminds us of something absolutely crucial right here at the end of this process. Underlying all of this quiet construction under the sensation, the intuition, and the understanding is that original restless drive of the ego, the striving, or streben.
Striving. That sounds distinctly active compared to just quietly looking at a chair.
It is the defining beating heart of the Fichtean ego. The I is always softly striving to overcome the limit. Even in theoretical knowledge, when we're just peacefully sitting in a quiet room looking at a coffee cup, there's a suppressed, gentle desire. We want to secretly know the cup, or warmly hold the cup, or gracefully drink from the cup.
So we were essentially never truly neutral, quiet observers.
Never. The theoretical is simply the practical temporarily paused. We quietly stop to look, only so we can eventually act. We carefully map the silent territory so we can eventually navigate it. The entire reason we patiently build this representation of the quiet world is not just to passively admire the scenery. It is to clearly identify the gentle obstacles we can softly strive against them.
That perfectly connects back to what you said earlier. quietly looking at the world seems passive, but the hidden engine underneath it all is the profoundly active desire to be infinite again.
Exactly. And this slowly brings us to the natural conclusion of the theoretical part of the book, which is, in a very quiet way, a profound confession of failure.
A failure. After all that brilliant, delicate architectural work mapping out the imagination and the anstos, why would he view it as a failure?
Because the deep tension isn't fully peacefully resolved. We originally set out to gracefully explain how the absolute I can be limited. We successfully explained how the silent machinery works, how the quiet imagination seamlessly creates the beautiful illusion of objects. But we are still left holding in duality. We still have the quiet observer secretly separated from the observed.
We are still effectively sitting trapped in the quiet movie theater, just passively watching the screen.
Yes, the knot is tied, as Fichte poetically says, but it is not fully tightened. We have completely explained the silent mechanism of representation, but we haven't softly explained why the infinite I allows itself to be peacefully limited permanently. Why does it gently accept the check? Theory can beautifully explain the quiet picture, but it sadly cannot explain why we actually care about the picture.
So just quietly thinking alone isn't enough. We can sit in a silent room and think about the structure of the world all day, but that doesn't softly make us free.
Precisely. Fichte slowly realizes that theoretical reason, the act of thinking, analyzing, quietly observing, always fundamentally involves limitation. To patiently think of an object is to naturally be limited by that quiet object. Therefore, to peacefully find the absolute freedom we calmly started with in the very first part of our exploration, we must quietly move beyond thinking.
We basically have to gracefully move from the theoretical to the practical, from quietly knowing to gently doing.
That is the subtle bridge. The quiet stage has been intricately built. The imagination has elegantly constructed the set, smoothly painted the soft scenery, and carefully placed the props, which are the objects. The anstos graciously provided the solid floorboards for us to stand on. But a beautifully quiet stage is completely meaningless without a play.
And we are the actors, quietly waiting in the wings.
We are the actors, the careful directors, and the brilliant playwrights. The quiet theory has perfectly set the scene, but it hasn't given us compelling reason for the performance yet.
So let's carefully synthesize what we have peacefully covered in this discussion of the theoretical part. We quietly started with the core paradox. The perfectly infinite I gently meets the finite, quiet world. We softly saw that they beautifully limit each other through the principle of mutuality. We carefully unpacked the antinomy between realism, where the quiet world affects me, and idealism, where I softly create the world.
And we quietly explored the beautiful solution, the Einbildungskraft, the quietly productive imagination, which softly oscillates between the two poles so incredibly fast that it seamlessly creates reality as we peacefully know it. We gently examine the anstos, the deeply mysterious check that makes quiet consciousness possible, by softly reflecting the infinite I back at itself.
And finally, we came to the quiet realization that just peacefully looking at this beautiful world isn't truly enough. The mere silent existence of a world out there is fundamentally a quiet challenge to our inner freedom. It is gentle provocation.
It truly is. The final quiet provocation for you to slowly consider is this: if our deepest knowledge is simply the mind softly vibrating against a gentle limit, if the quiet world is just a beautiful product of our own imagination softly stabilizing a check, are we ever truly peacefully free? Or are we quietly trapped in our own beautiful representations?
That is a very haunting, quiet thought to sit with. Are we basically just peacefully walking around in an endless, quiet hall of mirrors, flawlessly created by our own minds?
This quiet theoretical prison leads to the absolute gentle necessity of the next phase. We simply cannot quietly think our way out of this beautiful prison. We must gently act our way out.
So the mind has beautifully built its quiet stage. It has seamlessly constructed the calm world through this complex, gentle dance of the imagination, but a stage is meaningless without a play. The quiet theory has elegantly set the scene, but it hasn't delicately given us a reason for the performance yet, which softly leads us directly into the quiet necessity of action.
So I want you to picture a void.
A void.
Yeah, a void.
Yeah.
Just total silence, infinite space. But it isn't empty in the way we usually think of emptiness. It's actually filled with a single, blinding, absolute consciousness. Because we spent the last section of our discussion really building this thing up. We called it the I, the absolute ego. It is everything. It's infinite reality. It essentially screams, I am I, into the darkness, and that is the only truth there is.
It's Incredibly powerful image, and that was Fichte's first principle, the absolute bedrock of existence for him. The I posits itself, absolutely.
Right. But here's where the headache really starts for us. We're standing on the edge of a cliff now, looking into that void,
Hmm.
and we have a problem. A massive, catastrophic problem.
Yeah.
Because if that I is everything, I mean, if it is the sum total of all reality, then where does the world come from?
Exactly.
Where does the table come from? Where does the listener come from? Where do you come from? If I am everything, then you cannot exist.
And that is the exact cliff edge we are standing on in this part of the book. You've identified the precise moment where Fichte's philosophy shifts from this triumphant declaration of selfhood into what is essentially a desperate rescue mission. We are at the absolute crisis point of the science of knowledge.
A rescue mission.
Yeah.
It kind of sounds dramatic for a took on pure logic.
Oh, it is dramatic. It's an existential thriller disguised as a system of propositions. I mean, think about it. We establish the I. Then, in the second principle, which we just finished analyzing, we establish the not I, the external world, the thing that is not us. But logic, just brutal, cold logic, dictates that they cannot coexist.
Because they're opposites.
More than opposites. They are absolute negations of each other. If the ego is infinite reality and the not I is the opposite of reality, then placing them in the same space is like mixing matter and antimatter.
Oh.
Total annihilation. The not I should logically wipe out the I, or the I should annihilate the not I. If Fichte cannot solve this, if he can't find a way for the self and the world to sit in the same space without destroying each other, then consciousness is impossible. We effectively cease to be.
So the mission of this section of the text is to stop the explosion.
The mission is to find the synthesis. We are looking for the third fundamental principle. This is the moment Fichte saves human consciousness from just collapsing into a pure logical contradiction.
Okay, well, I'm strapped in. We have the I, the thesis. We have the not I, the antithesis. They are locked in this death match. How does Fichte actually stop the collision?
He introduces a concept that seems almost mundane at first, but it essentially invents the modern mind. He introduces the concept of the limit, or, to use the precise German term he relies on heavily here, Teilbarkeit. Divisibility.
Divisibility.
Yes.
Okay, I have to be honest. When you say divisibility, I don't exactly hear philosophical salvation. I hear fractions. I think of cutting up a cake. Is that really the tool he uses to save reality?
It sounds mundane, I know. But you have to strip away the physical idea of a cake. Fichte is talking about the divisibility of absolute reality itself.
Which means what, practically speaking?
Well, go back to your void. You are the absolute ego. You're infinite light. You take up 100% of the available reality. There is simply no room for anything else. Now, the not I knocks on the door. It needs to exist. It demands to exist.
But there's no room. I'm everywhere.
Precisely. So what must the I do?
It has to move.
It has to retreat. It has to surrender. For the world to exist, the absolute ego must give up some of its infinity. It basically says, okay, I will not be everything. I will be some of the reality so that the not I can be the rest of the reality.
Whoa, okay, hold on. That is actually, it's kind of tragic.
Tragic.
Well, yeah. To exist as a human being, to just have a world, I have to lose my divinity. I have to shrink.
That is a deeply profound way to put it. And yes, Fichte implies this very heavily. Consciousness comes at a cost, and the cost is limitation. The ego and the non-ego do not destroy each other. They limit each other. Fichte writes the specific formula in the text. In the ego, I oppose a divisible not I to the divisible ego.
Divisible. There's that key word again.
It is, because before this exact moment, the ego was a monolith, a singular, unbroken block of isness. Now suddenly it has parts. It has quantity. This is the actual birth of the category of quantity in the human mind.
Quantity. So before this limitation, asking how much ego there is wouldn't even make any sense at all.
Right. It was just all. Infinite. Now we can say there's this much me and that much world.
Say a treaty, the treaty of consciousness. The ego gets 50%, the world gets 50%.
Or 60-40 or 99-1. The ratio changes, but the absolute fact of the division is permanent. Think of a canvas. Let's say the canvas represents the absolute ego.
Okay, I have a blank white canvas.
Now, if you want to paint a picture, you need contrast. You need a dark color. Let's call the dark paint the not I. If you paint the entire canvas black, what do you have?
Darkness. Just a black void instead of a white one.
Exactly. You've just swapped one infinite for another. No picture. But if you paint part of the canvas black and leave part of it white,
Then I have a line. I have a shape.
you have a relationship. The black defines the white, and the white defines the black. The boundary line, the limit, is what makes the picture visible at all.
So the limit isn't just a barrier, it is a definition.
Yes. And this is the absolute core of Fichte's dialectic method. He is arguing that we need the limitation. Reality as we experience it, this table, that tree, the sound of my voice, it is not the pure, infinite I. But it is also not the dead. Not I.
It's the friction between them.
It is the interplay. It's the border war.
That makes me think of a river. If a river flows without any banks, without any rocks, without any gravity even pulling it down, is it even a river?
I would say it's just a flood. Or an ocean.
Exactly. It has no direction. But put a rock in the middle of the stream, that is the not I. That's the obstacle. The water has to flow around it. The shape of the water, the eddy, the current, the splash, all of that is defined by the rock.
That is a beautiful example of what Fichte calls bestimming.
Bestimmung.
It translates to determination. The rock determines the path of the water. But notice something crucial here, something Fichte is very, very specific about. The water also presses against the rock. It defines the rock as an obstacle.
So it goes both ways.
Always. This is the beginning of the dialectic. We usually hear about the dialectic with Hegel, thesis, antithesis, synthesis. But Fichte is doing the heavy lifting right here, years before Hegel became famous for it.
Let's break that down for the listener, because dialectic is one of those words people nod at, but don't always fully grasp in this context.
Well,
Walk us through the 3 steps here in the book.
Step 1 is the thesis. I am reality, total affirmation.
The unstoppable force.
Step 2 is the antithesis. The not I is negation, the immovable object.
Crash.
Step 3 is the synthesis. I am a limited reality defined against a limited negation. Both exist by sharing the sphere of the absolute. The limit is the savior. It allows A and negative A to coexist by saying, you stay on this side of the line, I stay on that side.
It seems so clean when you put it that way. But Fichte doesn't stop at just saying there is a line. He really wants to dig into what that line does to our minds.
He wants to show that this line, this limitation, is essentially the factory that produces all our logical categories. You're familiar with Immanuel Kant's work, of course.
The grandfather of all this stuff, sure.
Kant gave us a list of categories: causality, substance, reality, and he said, here are the tools the mind uses to build the world. But he never really explained where they came from. He just said, we have them, they're built in.
Like finding a toolbox in the garage. You know how to swing the hammer, but you have no idea who forged it.
Exactly. Fichte is trying to take us into the forge itself. He wants to show us how the hammer is made. And he argues that these categories, specifically relation, reality, and negation, are forged right here at this boundary line.
Okay, let's step into the forge then. You mentioned reality and negation. How does the limit change those?
Well, think about reality in the absolute sense, pure light. Can you actually see pure light?
No. If it's everywhere, it's blinding. It's just white. It burns out your retinas, conceptually speaking.
Right. And can you see pure darkness?
No. It's just black. You're blind either way.
So to see anything, to have actual reality, you need a mix. You need degrees. Fichte says our reality is fundamentally a matter of degree. It is light mixed with shadow.
Which brings us to the categories of determination. And this is where the text starts to sound almost a bit like physics. We start dealing with things like substantiality and causality.
Let's break those down because they are the architecture of our experience. First, relation. The ego relates to the non-ego. But how? This brings us to substantiality.
Substantiality, that's a heavy, dense word. What does Fichte mean by substance here?
He means the thing that holds it all together, the container. Think back to your river analogy.
Okay, I'm back at the river.
You have the water itself, and you have the waves, the ripples, the swirls caused by the wind or the rocks. Which part is the substance?
The water. The water is the actual stuff. The waves are just what the water is doing at any given moment.
Correct. In philosophical terms, the water is the substance. The waves are the accidents.
Accidents, like a car crash.
No, accidents in the old Aristotelian sense. Accidents, it means modes, changing states, fleeting forms. Fichte argues that the ego, the I, is the substance. It is a permanent underlying ocean.
And my thoughts, my feelings, the fact that I'm, a bit tired or hungry right now.
Those are accidents. They are waves on the surface of the ego. They come and they go, but the I remains.
I really like that. It makes the I feel very sturdy, very permanent. But if I am the ocean and the world is the rock, who is pushing who? This leads right into causality, doesn't it?
It does. And this is where the theoretical fight really picks up again. Who is the cause and who is the effect?
Well, if I stub my toe on the rock caused the pain. obviously.
That is one way to look at it, but didn't you kick the rock?
I guess I did swing my foot into it.
This is the central tension of the entire synthesis. Fichte splits the ego in two to solve this. And this, for me, is the most fascinating part of the science of knowledge. We aren't just one thing, we are two.
Two egos.
Two aspects of the ego, the theoretical ego and the practical ego.
Okay, let's peel these apart. The theoretical ego. That sounds like the part of me that just sits in a library reading philosophy books.
It's much broader than that. The theoretical ego is the part of you that perceives. When you look at a sunset, do you feel like you're working? Do you feel like you are building the sun with your mind?
No, I'm just watching it. It's happening to me.
It is happening to me. That is the key phrase. In the theoretical stance, the ego posits itself as limited by the non-ego. You are passive. You're the receiver.
I'm the screen the movie is projected onto.
Yes. The not-I is the active cause in this dynamic. You are the effect. You are suffering the world.
That's right.
In the classical sense of the word, passion, passivity, to undergo something. You let the world impress itself upon you.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. We all feel that on a daily basis. The world is big, I am small, the weather rains on me, I get wet. That's the theoretical ego. But Fichte wouldn't be Fichte if he just left us as cosmic doormats.
Definitely not. He is the philosopher of freedom above all else. So he introduces the counterstroke, the practical ego,
A doer.
the will. The practical ego is when the I posits itself as determining the non-ego. You look at the tree, that's theoretical, and then you decide to cut it down and build a house out of it. That is practical.
In that moment, I am the cause. The tree is the effect.
Exactly. You have completely reversed the flow of causality. You are limiting the world. The world is not limiting you.
This feels like the heartbeat of the whole book.
Yeah.
Expel, contract, receive, act.
It is the heartbeat of consciousness itself. Fichte says we are caught in an infinite striving. Straben. We are never fully masters of the world. We can't control everything, obviously, but we were never fully slaves to it either. We are always constantly pushing back.
So life, for Fichte, is this endless process of the ego trying to reconquer the territory it gave up in that original treaty.
That is a very dramatic way to put it, but it's entirely accurate. Remember the treaty. The ego gave up infinite territory to let the world exist. Now, through moral action and physical work, it tries to spiritualize that world. It tries to make the world rational. It tries to make the world mine.
But it can never actually finish the job, can it? Because if it conquered everything,
If it conquered everything, not I would vanish entirely. The limit would vanish.
and we'd be right back in the void.
We would be back in the unconscious void, so we absolutely need the resistance. We need the struggle to remain conscious.
That is a wild thought to sit with. We hate obstacles as humans. We hate problems.
Yeah.
But Fichte is essentially saying, if you didn't have that problem, you wouldn't be you. You wouldn't exist.
It wouldn't be conscious.
Let's look at how these two sides interact in the text. He spends a lot of time talking about reciprocity, or Wechselwirkung.
Wechselwirkung. Interaction. Mutual exchange.
It's a dance.
It is. And this brings us to the famous mirror analogy. This really helps clarify Fichte's idealism for people who think it just sounds crazy. Fichte says, there is no object without a subject.
Right, if a tree falls in the forest and no one is around.
It is not an object. It is raw data, maybe, but it is not a thing until a mind wraps a conceptual framework around it. But conversely, and this is the scary part for some, there is no subject without an object.
The I cannot know itself without bouncing off the not I.
Correct. Imagine you are floating in that void of pure light again. Can you see your own face?
No, there's no reflection. There's nothing to reflect on.
You need a surface. You need something dark, something resistant to reflect your image back to you. The not-I acts as that mirror. The ego looks into the limitation and says, that is where I stop. Therefore, that is who I am.
So the not I isn't just an enemy to be fought. It's a fundamental necessity. It's the wall I bounce the tennis ball against so I can actually catch it and play the game.
And this leads to a massive misunderstanding about Fichte that we really need to clear up. People hear the phrase, the ego posits the world, and they immediately think solipsism.
Solipsism, the idea that I am the only thing that actually exists and I'm just making all of you up in my head.
Right. I created the moon just by looking at it. Fichte is not saying that at all.
Thank goodness. Because if I created the world from scratch, I would have made it a lot more comfortable and a lot less stressful.
Fichte completely agrees. He says, look, if you consciously created the world, you could change it by wishing, but you can't. If you run into a brick wall, it hurts. You can't just wish the wall away.
So if I didn't create the wall consciously, and the wall isn't a thing in itself out there independent of any mind, What is it?
This is the deep mystery of the anstos.
The anstos.
The check, the shock, the collision.
Talk to me about the shock, because this seems like a pivotal moment in his argument.
Fichte admits that the ego cannot simply spin the world out of thin air. There has to be an initial collision. The ego, in its infinite outward expansion, hits something.
Something it didn't expect.
Something it didn't create consciously. It's like running in the pitch dark and stubbing your toe on a coffee table. Bam!
The glitch in the matrix.
A glitch is a perfect modern metaphor. The ego is running a program. Expand, expand, expand. And suddenly, error. Obstacle detected.
But the ego doesn't know what the obstacle is, right? It's just in the dark.
No, it doesn't. It just feels the resistance. So what does the mind, specifically the imagination, do? It instantly constructs an image to explain the resistance. It says, oh, I stopped moving because there is a wall there.
Wait, this is seriously mind-bending. You are saying the object, the wall, is the explanation my mind invents to make sense of the collision.
Yes. The wall is the symptom, not the disease. We construct the objective world to make sense of our own internal limitations.
So we're all walking around, bumping into cosmic invisible boundaries, and our brains are just furiously painting pictures of trees and cars and people to explain why we suddenly stopped moving.
That is the core of Fichte's idealism. We are the artists of our own prison. But, and here is the absolute kicker that saves it from solipsism, we all paint the exact same pictures.
Why? If I'm inventing it, why doesn't my wall look like a marshmallow while yours looks like brick?
Because we all share the same absolute ego. We all run the exact same operating system. We aren't individual, isolated, floating minds making up random stuff. We're all sparks of the same rational, universal structure. So when we hit the check, we all interpret it as gravity. We all interpret it as time.
That beautifully resolves the solipsism problem. It isn't my personal dream, it is our collective construction.
Precisely. And that construction requires a very specific bridge. We have the abstract logic on one side, A equals A. We have the world on the other side, the wall. What connects them?
This is where we move to the next major section of the text, the deduction of representation. Because as you read this, you realize logic doesn't have color. Logic doesn't feel pain or texture. We need a faculty in the mind that can turn a mathematical limitation into a physical sensation.
We need the imagination. Einbildungskraft.
And Fichte gives the imagination a massive promotion here. It's not just for daydreaming about unicorns or writing poetry anymore.
No, not at all. For Fichte, the imagination is the hard-working, blue-collar mechanic of reality. It hovers. Schwebt. It oscillates. It vibrates violently between the infinite, which is what we want, and the finite, which is what we are. It stitches them together so incredibly fast that we don't see the stitches. We just see a seamless world.
It's the shutter speed of the projector.
And we are about to slow that film down to see the frames.
Before we do that, I want to linger on this vibration concept for a second. Because in the text, Fichte uses this idea of hovering to explain time itself.
He does. And this is a very difficult but incredibly rewarding part of the book to unpack. Imagine trying to go out to infinity, it hits the check, the anstos, it bounces back. Then it tries again immediately, then it bounces back again.
Like a compressed spring.
Like a spring or a plucked string on a guitar. This back and forth movement happens incredibly fast. So fast that it creates a stable, continuous image. Just like a spinning fan blade looks like a solid disc of plastic if it's spinning fast enough.
So the solidity of the world we're walking on is actually just speed.
It is the speed of the imagination processing the conflict between the self and the obstacle. And that act of processing is time. Time isn't a pre-existing container we happen to live inside. Time is the act of the mind stretching out this intense logical conflict so we can deal with it sequentially.
If the conflict somehow stopped,
time would stop. Instantly, we would just be in the eternal now of the absolute ego.
This connects right back to the categories we mentioned earlier. We talked about substance and causality, but we didn't touch much on reciprocity in the specific context of time.
In the text, Fichte links reciprocity to the idea that the cause and effect are completely simultaneous in the interaction, yet we are forced to perceive them in a sequence. The I acts, the not I resists. This tension creates a moment, a unit of time.
I want to go back to the anstos for a second. The shock. You said it's like stubbing your toe. Is the anstos an actual thing? Is it an object out there in the dark?
No, and this is absolutely crucial to getting Fichte right. The anstos is not a thing in itself. It's not the Ding and Sich like Kant talked about. It isn't a magical hidden object behind the curtain of reality. The anstos is purely an event. It is a perturbation.
A perturbation.
The ego is a self-organizing system. It tries to expand everywhere, then glitch. It hits a snag. It doesn't know what the snag is. It just knows it has been checked. The ego then has to explain that snag to itself to maintain its own sanity. It says, oh, that must be a wall, or that must be a person.
So we invent the object to explain the shock.
Yes. This is the radical idealism of Fichte. The object is the explanation for the limit. It is not the cause of the limit in the traditional common sense way we think about it.
That completely turns common sense upside down. I mean, we usually think the wall is there, so I hit it. Fichte says I hit a limit, so I posit a wall to make sense of the collision.
And because we all share those same structural limitations, that same absolute ego, we all posit the same laws in the same places. We live in a shared world, not because the world is out there independently, but because we are all running the exact same software that interprets the shock in the exact same way.
Let's dig deeper into the categories of determination section again, because I feel like we breezed past reality and negation a bit too quickly earlier. The text uses this very specific formula. In the ego, I oppose a divisible not I to the divisible ego.
Let's look at the basic math of it. Reality is positive, +1. Negation is negative, -1. If you add +1 and -1, you get 0. Fichte wants to desperately avoid 0. He wants existence. So he says we don't have +1 and -1. We have +0.5 minus 0.5.
We compromise.
He exists entirely in the compromise. The divisible ego is an ego that has given up some of its reality. It is a partial reality. And the divisible not I is a partial negation.
So absolutely nothing in our human experience is ever 100% real or 100% fake.
Correct. We never encounter the absolute pure ego in daily life. And we never encounter pure nothingness. Everything we touch, see, and think is a blend. It has some me in it and some not me in it.
Can you give a concrete example of the me in an everyday object?
Take a chair. The physical wood, the atoms, that feels like the not me. The resistance. But the concept of chair, the idea that it is designed for sitting, the geometry of its shape, the way your visual cortex processes its color, that is all supplied by your mind. That is the me penetrating the object. You never just see raw, unfiltered data. You see a chair. You have already thoroughly mixed yourself into it before you even register it.
So the limit isn't a hard brick wall. It's a permeable membrane. We seep into the world and the world seeps into us.
That is the true essence of the synthesis. It is an interpretation. It's an interpenetration of subject and object.
I want to touch on the practical ego again, because reading this, Fichte really seems to think this is the most noble part of us. The theoretical ego is passive. It takes the hit. The practical ego hits back.
Fichte is deeply, profoundly concerned with freedom. It's his guiding star. If we were only the theoretical ego, we would be total slaves to the anstos. We would just be reacting to shocks forever, like a pinball. The practical ego is the fundamental refusal to accept the shock as final.
It's the refusal to give up.
It is the demand that the world ought to conform to our reason. When we see injustice, which is essentially a limit on human flourishing, the theoretical ego says, oh, look, injustice exists. I perceive it. The practical ego says, this should not be. I will change it.
So the entire machinery of the universe, this whole insanely complex system of I and not I, limits and divisibility, is really just a gym. Like a training ground.
A school for moral development, yes. Fichte literally believes the non-ego exists in order to be overcome. If there were no resistance, there could be no moral character whatsoever. You cannot be brave if there's no danger. You cannot be generous if there is no scarcity. You cannot be industrious if there is no heavy rock to lift.
The obstacle is the way.
Precisely. The limit we have been analyzing for the last hour is not a curse. It is the absolute necessary condition for freedom.
That puts a very different spin on the crisis we started with. We started by saying A versus negative A is a catastrophe, a total logical disaster.
And we end by realizing the disaster is actually an opportunity. The collision itself creates the spark of consciousness.
I'm looking at the text here where he discusses the sort of organic nature of this. He doesn't use the word organic yet, but the way the categories flow into each other. Relation leads to causality. Causality leads to interaction. It feels like a living, breathing system.
It is a rigorous derivation. Fichte is extremely proud of the fact that he doesn't just pick these concepts out of a hat like he accused Kant of doing. He deduces them. He says if consciousness is to exist, then there must be a limit. If there is a limit, then there must be parts. If there are parts, then they must relate. It's an unbroken chain reaction.
It's a domino effect of pure logic.
And the final domino to fall is the physical world as we see it.
Let's talk about the infinite striving again. Does Fichte think we will ever actually win? Will the ego ever fully assimilate the not-I?
If we did, history would end entirely. Consciousness would end. We would essentially become God. For Fichte, the goal is not to finish the race, but to run it. The striving itself is the absolute.
So we are an arrow flying toward a target that moves away from us at the exact same speed.
Yes, an asymptote. We get closer and closer to absolute freedom, absolute knowledge, but we never quite touch it. And that gap, that unbridgeable distance, is where human life happens.
This makes the science of knowledge sound much less like a dry textbook and more like a radical manifesto for living.
It was absolutely intended to be. Fichte was writing during a time of revolution. He wanted to show that the human mind is not a vessel to be filled with facts, but a fire to be kindled. The I is activity, pure, unadulterated activity.
Tathandling.
Tathandlung, deed action.
Fact acts. The fact of our existence is an act of our existence. We are what we do. We are what we strive for. And all of this majestic philosophy stems from that one little problem of the not-I getting in the way.
The irritating grain of sand in the oyster that creates the pearl of consciousness.
So we have synthesized the crisis. We have established that the I and not-I limit each other. We have derived the categories of quantity, reality, negation, relation, causality. We have split the ego into the receiver, the theoretical, and the doer, the practical.
And we have identified the imagination as the master weaver that knits it all together so fast we don't even notice.
But we are still hovering at a pretty high altitude. We haven't talked about feeling yet. Real, visceral, physical feeling.
That is the very next layer of the deduction. How does the abstract check become a physical sensation? How does the mathematical limit become pain or color?
That implies that our feelings are also structural. That my feeling of red isn't just random, but logically necessary.
It is a necessary consequence of the specific way the ego is limited. We will see that the body itself, our actual physical form, is deduced as the sphere of the ego's limitation.
Wait, he is going to deduce the human body from pure logic.
He is absolutely going to try. He has to explain why the I finds itself in a specific point in space in a specific moment in time.
That is incredibly ambitious.
It is Fichte. He stops at nothing.
Okay, keeping with the flow here, we are moving from the abstract conditions of knowledge to the concrete conditions of human experience. We've built the engine block. Now we need to put in the fuel.
The fuel of sensation.
I want to circle back one last time to the divisibility concept before we transition further into this section. Fichte says, in the ego, I oppose a divisible not-I to the divisible ego. Is there any scenario, anywhere, where the ego is not divisible?
Only in the absolute. In the I am I. In that very first principle, there are no parts. It is a pure singularity. But that singularity is entirely unconscious. It just is. To become conscious, to wake up, it must shatter.
It must shatter.
Yeah.
That is strangely poetic for German idealism. Consciousness is the shattering of the absolute.
And the subsequent reconstruction of it.
Yeah.
We pick up the pieces, the divisible parts, and we try to put the vase back together. That endless process of trying to put it back together is what we call thinking or living.
And the glue holding those pieces together is the imagination.
The glue is the imagination.
Yeah, it really holds up conceptually. Even over 200 years later, this model of the mind as a self-organizing, self-limiting, striving system feels very relevant to things we talk about today, like AI or cognitive science.
It is extremely relevant. The idea that intelligence fundamentally requires a constraint, that you need a sandbox or a set of hard rules to define operation, is foundational. An AI without parameters is just random noise. An AI with parameters, with limits, becomes useful. It becomes determined.
So Fichte was basically coding the source code of consciousness in 1794.
Effectively, yes. He was writing the baseline algorithm of the self.
As we synthesize the discussion in this section and look at where the text is leading us next, it's really worth taking a breath to appreciate the sheer scale of what Fichte has done here. We stepped back from the cliff of logical annihilation. We built a bridge called the limit. We walked across it using the legs of the theoretical and practical ego.
And now we stand on the other side, fully equipped and ready to explore the landscape of the sensible world.
The landscape where the grass is actually green, the sky is blue, and the rock is hard. But now we know why the rock is hard. Not because the rock is just inherently mean or tough, but because the ego structurally needs something to push against.
Because the ego needs to know itself, and it only knows itself through resistance.
So we carry this tension with us. The deep tension between what we essentially are, which is infinite, and what we experience, which is finite. That tension doesn't just go away once the logical puzzle is solved. It actually drives the rest of the book.
It drives every single thing that follows.
And that leads us directly into the deduction of the senses. Because if the ego is going to actually interact with this divisible, not in a meaningful way, it needs an interface. It needs a way to register the physical impact.
It needs a sensor array.
Let's talk about that array. Let's explore how the abstract limit becomes a concrete feeling. This brings us to a crucial term Fichte introduces here, finding. Sensation.
If Fichte has to explain how the abstract check is translated into a felt reality, he starts by saying that the ego feels itself being driven back, this raw feeling of being compressed, of being restricted. That is the very first primordial sensation.
So the first feeling isn't hot or cold or rough, it's just restriction itself.
Exactly. It is the raw feeling of finitude, the feeling of I cannot go further.
And from this one basic feeling of restriction, he deduces all the other senses.
He creates a hierarchy of them. He argues that for the ego to successfully navigate this restriction, it must be able to distinguish between different kinds of resistance.
Because obviously a brick wall resists me very differently than a pool of water resists me.
Right. If all resistance felt exactly the same, the world would just be a flat, gray, undifferentiated wall. But the resistance varies. So the imagination steps in again and codes these variations. It says, this resistance is hard, that resistance is soft, this resistance vibrates, we'll call that sound. This resistance resists light, we'll call that color.
So our senses, our eyes, our ears, are basically just a sophisticated dashboard measuring how much the world is pushing back against us at any given moment.
They're the meters on the dashboard of the ego. They tell us the specific quality and intensity of the limitation.
It's fascinating to think about something like vision this way. We usually think of vision as taking in the world, being receptive. But Fichte seems to imply it's almost more about projecting a limit outwards.
Vision is the most theoretical sense because it feels the most passive. It just washes over you. But notice, you can close your eyes, you can turn your head away. There is a practical, active element even in basic seeing. You choose what to limit yourself by.
That's a really good point. If I focus on the book in front of me, I actively ignore the rest of the room. I am managing a limit.
And this management requires a physical location to happen. Fichte argues that the ego cannot just be a floating, omnipresent point of view. It must have a center, a sphere of influence, a body.
The body as the sphere of influence. I really like that framing. It isn't just meat and bone. It is the literal area where my will is immediately effective.
Yes, my will moves my arm immediately. It doesn't move the rock immediately. So the arm is me, or it's attached to me, and the rock is not me. The body is the absolute frontier. It is the border town between the I and the not I.
So if I pick up a stick to reach something, does the stick temporarily become part of my body in this framework?
In a strictly Fichtean sense, yes. Your sphere of influence has expanded. The limit has moved outward. When you drive a car, the car effectively becomes your body. You feel the texture of the road through the tires. You have extended the I into the machine.
That brings us right back to the idea of the ego being divisible and elastic. It can stretch out.
It can stretch, absolutely, but it can never completely break the ultimate limit. We are always finite. We are always embodied somewhere.
I want to just pause on the emotional resonance of this whole system for a second. We talked about striving earlier. There is a certain kind of melancholy in Fichte's philosophy, isn't there? This idea that we are permanently incomplete, always chasing a horizon we can't reach.
There is melancholy, certainly, but there is also incredible dignity in it. Fichte totally elevates the human condition here. We aren't just intelligent animals reacting to random stimuli. We are the active creators of our own destiny. We are constantly engaged in a cosmic, ongoing project of self-realization. The very fact that it is unfinished is what makes it beautiful and meaningful.
A finished project is a dead project.
Exactly. There's nothing left to do.
So as we look at the sweep of the text we've covered, we've gone through the synthesis of the I and not I. We've traced the birth of the categories, we've uncovered the hidden role of the imagination, and we've just started to peek into how that leads to the deduction of the senses in the body.
The logical structure is fully complete. Now the inhabitant, the living, breathing human being, is finally moving into the house.
And that inhabitant has to deal with the world not just as a neat logical concept, but as a messy place. A place with actual physical distance, with heavy matter, and eventually with others.
Others is a huge, complex topic for Fichte, though he tackles it more extensively later in his work on natural right. But even right here, in the science of knowledge, the seed is firmly planted. If I am limited and I see objects all around me, eventually I might run into an object that looks and acts like me.
Another I.
Another I. And that would be the ultimate check, the ultimate onstos, an object that looks back at you because it is also a subject.
That is a massive philosophical cliffhanger to consider. But for now, we're staying with the solitary ego, wrestling with the raw basics of perception and reality.
The solitary ego, just trying to make sense of the light and the dark on the canvas.
It is a rigorously intense journey. Fichte does not make it easy on the reader. But I think we have really found the thread here. The limit is not the end of the story, as it seemed at the cliff edge. It is the actual beginning of the story.
It is the ink with which the entire story of consciousness is written.
So, holding on to that core thought, that limitation is fundamentally the engine of creation, we are perfectly positioned to see how this creative process constructs the granular, specific details of our daily lives. How the abstract check literally becomes the physical real. If you removed every obstacle and every limit from your life, would you be free, or would you simply cease to exist? It's something to carry forward as we see how the abstract translates into the concrete.
We proceed seamlessly from the universal general to the lived particular.
From the general to the particular, let's keep moving right down that path. And so, picking right up where we left off, we are no longer standing at the entrance of Fichte's system. We have effectively walked through the gates, crossed the courtyard, and we are now deep inside the structure. To be precise, we are situated right in the thick of what the book calls the theoretical part of the science of knowledge.
It's the engine room. I think that is really the most appropriate metaphor for this section of the book. If the earlier discussions were about laying the foundation stone, that first absolute principle of I am I, this section is about the moving parts. We are looking at the pistons, the gears, and the hydraulics that actually generate human consciousness. And it is arguably the most dense, difficult, and claustrophobic part of the entire work.
It certainly feels claustrophobic reading it. You get this sense of the mind being trapped in a box of its own making, trying desperately to find a way out, just to orient you, the listener, because the terrain here is very slippery. We have established the third principle. We spent our last conversation locking down the idea that the ego, the I, and the non-ego, the not I, are mutually synthesized. They limit one another.
Correct. Yeah. That is our baseline. I posit myself, but in doing so, I find a counterforce. I find a not I opposed to me. We know that this happens. If it didn't happen, we wouldn't be having this conversation because there would be no distinction between you and me or between us and the room we are sitting in. But Fichte is not satisfied with simply observing that it happens. This book is a reconstruction of the genesis of knowledge. He needs to explain how it happens.
And that is the shift we are making right now. We are moving from the static principles to the dynamic mechanics. We need to understand the synthetic method, how the mind manages this limitation without completely shattering its own unity. Because, strictly speaking, this mutual limitation creates a massive logical problem, doesn't it?
It creates a catastrophic error in the logic of the self. And Fichte knows this. He steers right into the skid. The text highlights what we can call the paradox of limitation. This is the central conflict that drives this entire theoretical section.
Let's unpack that paradox, because on the surface, saying I am limited by the world sounds like the most obvious statement in history. I mean, why does Fichte treat it like a crisis?
It's a crisis because of how we defined the ego in the very first section. Remember, for Fichte, the ego is not a thing. It's not a biological brain or a spiritual soul substance. The ego is Tathandlung. It is fact act. It is pure, absolute, infinite activity. Its very nature is to posit itself absolutely, without boundaries.
Right, I am I, unchecked, infinite.
Exactly. But then we have this undeniable fact of experience. I look around and I see a table. I see a wall. I feel the resistance of the floor. I am limited. The not I is pressing against me. Fichte points out a brutal contradiction here. If the ego is limited by the table, it is passive. It stops where the table begins. Therefore, it is not infinite.
So the existence of the table fundamentally disproves the definition of the ego.
In a way, yes. If the table is real and independent, the absolute ego is a lie. But look at the reverse. If the ego is truly infinite, if it just goes on, expanding forever as pure activity, then it should never hit a boundary. It should never encounter a not I. But if it never encounters a limit, Fichte argues, there can be no consciousness.
This is the part that demands some serious thought. I think this is where modern readers, and honestly me included, get tripped up. We are so used to the Cartesian, I think, therefore I am. We assume we could just float in a void and be conscious. Why does Fichte insist that without a limit, without a not I, Consciousness is impossible.
Because consciousness requires distinction. It is a differential game. To say I am, you have to be able to distinguish I from that which is not I. If there is only I, and it is everything, and it is everywhere, there is no contrast.
It's like writing with white ink on white paper.
Precisely. Or, let's use the analogy of light, which Fichte alludes to, and which the idealist tradition uses often. Imagine a beam of pure white light, a laser traveling through completely empty vacuum space, deep space. No dust, no planets, no gas clouds, just the void.
Okay, I'm visualizing it. A straight line of energy.
Now, if you were standing off to the side looking at that vacuum, would you see the beam?
If it's a true vacuum, no. Light is only visible when it reflects off something. If there's nothing for the light to bounce off of, it's invisible. It passes right through.
Exactly. The light is technically there. It is traveling. It has energy. It is infinite in its forward motion, but it illuminates nothing. It doesn't even shine in a meaningful sense because there is no resistance. It is blind energy.
So for the light to become light as we understand it, it needs to hit a wall.
It needs an obstacle. Imagine that beam slams into a brick wall. Suddenly, the light scatters. It illuminates the wall. And crucially, by bouncing back, the light reveals itself. If the light had consciousness, that moment of impact would be the moment it wakes up. It would say, oh, I am a light beam, and I am not that wall.
That is a very helpful image. The ego is the light beam. For the ego to become self-aware, for it to achieve the state of I am, it needs to strike something. It needs a surface to bounce off of. That surface is the limit. It is the object.
So Fichte is arguing that the limitation is absolutely necessary for consciousness to exist. We need the table. We need the resistance of the world. Without it, we're just unconscious, infinite striving. But, and here's where the headache returns, we just said that if we're limited, we aren't the absolute ego anymore.
We're caught in a trap. To be conscious, we must be limited. But if we are limited, we lose our absolute nature. We're torn between being an unconscious God or a conscious slave.
That is the dramatic tension of the theoretical part. You've nailed it. How can the infinite be limited and still remain the infinite? How do we save the freedom and primacy of the ego without denying the reality of the experience of the world? This is the problem Fichte has to solve.
And this is where the text sets up the battlefield between two major philosophical schools, realism and idealism. Fichte seems to be fighting a war on two fronts here. He doesn't seem to like either option in its pure form.
He considers both of them to be failures. They are half-truths. Let's look at pure realism first, what Fichte often calls dogmatic realism. This is the view that says, the table is there, it is a thing in itself, it has nothing to do with you, you just happen to have a camera in your head that takes a picture of it.
That's the common sense view. The object causes the subject. The light hits my eye, the nerve fires, and I see the table. I am a passive receiver of reality.
It is the common sense view, but for Fichte, it is philosophically fatal. If pure realism is true, then the I is just a domino in the chain of cause and effect. You are just a complex biological machine reacting to stimuli. If the rock hits you, you bruise. If the sad movie plays, you cry. You are just a mirror reflecting the world.
Right. It leads to determinism.
Yeah.
If the world causes me, then I have no freedom, I have no self-positing power, I'm just an effect. Fichte can't accept that because his whole system is built on the freedom of the ego.
Exactly. So he rejects realism because it kills the self. Now look at the other side. Pure idealism, or solipsism. This view says, the ego is everything. I create the table entirely. There is no table out there. There is only my mind dreaming up a table.
It was all a dream.
Right. But Fichte says this is also demonstrably false based on experience. If I just created the world, why is the world so stubborn? Why can't I just decide the table is a pile of gold? Why can't I decide that gravity pulls upwards?
I can't. The world resists me. It hurts when I kick it.
Precisely. Pure idealism cannot explain the feeling of necessity we have when we look at the world. We feel that the world is not us. So the realist says, the wall hits my head and I have no choice. The idealist says my head invented the wall, which is absurd because I didn't want to hit my head. Fichte has to find a third way.
He has to fuse them, but not by just gluing them together.
Yeah.
He needs a synthesis.
He argues that the limit is real, there is a check on our activity, a resistance that we didn't consciously ask for, but the recognition and the construction of that limit into an object is ideal. We actively construct the experience of the limit. We don't build the wall from scratch, but we build the objectivity of the wall to explain the resistance we feel.
This brings us to a very dense concept in the book, one that Fichte relies on heavily to make this work. Wechselwirkung.
Reciprocal determination, or interaction. It's a term that implies a back-and-forth exchange. Fichte is explaining that the self and the not-self are not just two static blocks sitting next to each other like bricks on a shelf. They are active forces. They are pushing against one another constantly.
So it's dynamic. It's a pressure system.
It is a hydraulic system, and the text provides what Fichte calls a quantitative analysis here. This is where he gets very specific, almost mathematical. He introduces the idea of a quantum of reality.
The math part, this is usually where I gloss over, but let's try to visualize it.
Think of it this way. Fichte posits that reality is a fixed quantity. Let's use a metaphor. Imagine you have a single bucket of water. This water represents total reality.
Okay, I've got the bucket. It's full to the brim.
Now, you have two containers, the I container and the not I container. But you only have this one bucket of water to share between them. It's a zero-sum game.
Okay, so if I pour water into one, the other one stays empty.
Exactly. To fill the not I container, to make the object seem real, solid, heavy, and detailed, you have to pour water out of the I container. You have to transfer some of your own reality to the object. You have to negate your own activity to affirm the object's reality.
So I am lending the object my reality.
In a sense, yes, you are ceding ground. The text argues that the total amount of reality remains constant, but it is distributed reciprocally. Think about this psychologically. When you are totally absorbed in an object, say you are staring at a breathtaking mountain range or watching a gripping film, what happens to your sense of self?
It fades. I forget I'm standing there. I forget I'm in a theater. I am lost in the movie. I've poured all my reality water into the not I, and I sort of disappear into the background.
Exactly. The object is at 90% reality, so the subject drops to 10%. You are passive, you are receiving. Now flip it. Think of a moment of pure activity, intense concentration. Maybe you are in a rage, or you are sprinting, or you are in a deep meditative state of pure will.
The world blurs. I don't notice the scenery. The object becomes shadowy.
The object becomes shadowy.
Yeah.
And the not I drops to 10%. You cannot have both at 100% simultaneously. This is Wechselwirkung. The reality of the non-ego is the negation of the ego, and the reality of the ego is the negation of the non-ego. They determine each other reciprocally.
It's a sliding scale. That makes a lot of sense intuitively. But knowing Fichte, this solution is about to cause another problem.
It causes a massive logical problem, because Fichte is trying to adhere to formal logic, and formal logic is binary. Logic says A equals A. You are either the ego, which is infinite, or you are the non-ego, which is finite. Logic hates partial states. Logic hates becoming. It only understands being.
Right. You can't be sort of infinite. If the ego gives up even one drop of that water, it is limited. It is finite. It is destroyed.
Precisely. Fichte is looking at this sliding scale of reciprocal determination and saying, this is impossible. How can the absolute ego and the limited non-ego coexist in the same consciousness without blowing it apart? How can I be active and passive at the same time? It's a contradiction.
And usually when a computer hits a contradiction, it freezes, it crashes.
Logic would say the system should crash, the screen should go blue. But look around you. The system hasn't crashed. You are here. The table is here. We experience a continuous, stable world. So Fichte realizes that logic alone, the faculty of understanding, cannot explain this. The understanding analyzes static things. It creates categories. It can't handle this dynamic shifting of water back and forth.
So the tool we are using, logic, just isn't the right tool for the job.
It's insufficient. So to keep the system from crashing, Fichte deduces a new faculty of the mind, a deeper power that operates below the level of conscious logic. This is the pivotal moment in the book. He introduces the Einbildungskraft, the productive imagination.
Imagination. Now, I have to stop you there because we need to clear the air on this word. When we say imagination in English, we think of unicorns. We think of children playing pretend. We think of making stuff up that isn't oh, it's just your imagination. But Fichte is using this word in a very specific technical way, isn't he?
Very much so. He is not talking about reproductive imagination, which is just recalling a memory of a pizza you ate yesterday. And he isn't talking about creative fantasy. He is talking about productive imagination. This is a structural capacity of the mind to bridge gaps. It is the welder of reality. It is the faculty that synthesizes opposites.
So it's the glue. It's what holds the I and the not I together when they want to fly apart.
It's the engine of synthesis. Fichte argues that since logic cannot reconcile the infinite ego with the finite non-ego, the imagination steps in to hold them together. And the way it does this is through a very specific high-speed motion called schweben.
Schweben. That translates to hovering, right? Or oscillating.
Oscillating is probably the best technical term for what Fichte describes. The text describes the imagination as hovering or wavering between opposites. It moves back and forth between the I and the not I with incredible speed.
Okay, let's slow down and visualize this oscillation.
Mhm.
Why does it need to move? Why can't it just hold them both?
Because they are contradictory. They are like matter and antimatter. If they touched in a static way, they'd cancel out. Total annihilation. So the imagination touches the limit, the object, realizes, oh no, I'm limited, bounces back to the infinite, the subject, realizes, oh no, I'm empty, and bounces back to the limit.
It's vibrating.
It is vibrating at an infinite speed. Think of a juggler. This is an analogy that helps visualize the dynamic nature of it.
A juggler keeping balls in the air.
Right. Imagine the balls are the self and the not self. If the juggler catches them and holds them tight in his hands, the performance stops. The dynamic system collapses into static lumps. But if he keeps them in the air, flowing, tossing, and catching, there is a system of juggling. The balls are distinct, but the motion of the juggling connects them into one unified performance. That motion is the imagination.
I love that. The reality isn't the balls. The reality is the juggling. It's the event.
Exactly. Reality is an action, not a thing. Or let's try another analogy that Fichte scholars often use, which I think captures the solid aspect better. Think of a propeller.
A propeller on a plane.
A propeller has distinct blades. Blade here, empty space there, blade, space. That's the contradiction. Limit, no limit. Solid void. But when you spin that propeller fast enough, when you oscillate between blade and space at thousands of RPMs, what do you see?
You see a disc. You see a solid shimmering circle. You can't see the individual blades anymore. You can actually touch it, though you shouldn't, and it feels solid.
Precisely. Fichte suggests that our reality, the stable world of trees and cars and people that we see, is actually the result of this high-speed oscillation of the imagination. We perceive a stable object only because the imagination is moving so quickly between the limit and the unlimited that we can't see the stitching. We see the blur, and we call that blur the world.
That is absolutely wild. So the solid matter is basically a motion blur of the mind.
In the context of Fichte's theoretical idealism, yes. The imagination synthesizes the conflict into a unified image. It takes the I and the not I, which cannot coexist, and spins them so fast that they look like they are coexisting. It creates an illusion of stability out of a reality of chaos.
But it's not really an illusion, is it? Because for Fichte, this is how the world is.
It's not an illusion in the sense of being fake. It is the only way reality can be given to us. We are stable beings built on top of a vibrating fault line. The imagination is the stabilizer. It creates a compromise between the infinite and the finite.
This explains why Fichte is so difficult to read. He's asking us to look behind the propeller. He wants us to stop staring at the solid disk and intellectually understand the blades spinning underneath.
He is deconstructing the optical illusion of consciousness. He is showing us the frame rate of the universe. But, as you might expect with Fichte, solving one problem just reveals the next one. The synthetic method is a spiral.
Of course, the spiral continues. We have the propeller spinning, we have the imagination oscillating, but what started the engine?
Exactly. The problem is the trigger. The propeller spins, the juggler juggles, but the imagination can't just start oscillating for no reason. It can't create the limit out of thin air. If I am just an infinite I, why would I ever start limiting myself? Why would I start the juggling act?
Right. If I'm God, why do I decide to play a video game where I'm immortal? I need a reason. I need a push.
And Fichte says the I cannot provide that push itself. If the I provided the push, it would just be another form of activity. It wouldn't be a limit. It would be a choice. And the world doesn't feel like a choice. The wall doesn't move just because I want it to. The resistance feels foreign.
So we're back to the not I. We established earlier that we need it, but Fichte has to explain where this limit comes from if the ego is the only thing that strictly exists as the starting point of his system.
And this leads us to the most mysterious, debated, and crucial concept in the book, the anstos.
The anstos. I've seen this translated as the check, the impact, or the impulse.
Check or impact are the best ways to think about it. The anstos is the point where Fichte gets closest to realism without actually becoming a realist. He admits that the mind cannot be a completely closed loop. There has to be an intrusion.
A glitch in the matrix. A knock at the door.
A collision. Imagine the ego is this pure, rushing river of activity. It flows outward, striving to expand, striving to fill the void. Suddenly, it hits a rock.
It crashes.
It crashes. Now, here is the nuance that distinguishes Fichte from the realist, and this is critical. The realist says the river hit a granite rock, composition silicon dioxide weighing 50 pounds. The realist claims to know what the obstacle is.
And Fichte says.
Fichte says the river doesn't know what the rock is. The river has no concept of rock. The river isn't a geologist. All the river knows is that its flow has been interrupted. It knows it has been checked. It knows there is a not river there.
So it's a feeling of resistance. It's an ouch before you know what hit you.
Exactly. It is a feeling of limitation. Fichte analyzes this carefully. The ego strives outward, hits the anstos, and is forced to recoil back into itself. This recoil, this bouncing back, is what creates self-consciousness. To use the analogy of echolocation we mentioned briefly, a bat flies in the dark.
I like the bat analogy. It
Yeah,
feels
correct.
very appropriate for this blind striving.
It is. The bat sends out a screech, that's the ego's activity. The sound hits a wall and bounces back. The bat hears the echo. Now, does the bat see the wall with eyes? No. The bat hears its own voice returning to it, but distorted.
And the bat perceives the wall because of that distortion. It builds a picture of the cave based on the echo.
Correct. The bat constructs the shape of the wall based on the check of its own activity. For Fichte, the world is that echo. We don't know what the anstos is in itself. Kant would call it the ding on us, the thing in itself. We only know how it checks our striving. We paint a picture of a world to explain the shock of the impact.
So the anstos isn't a thing. It's an event. It's a shock.
It is a primordial trauma, in a way. The ego is happily infinite. It hits the anstos, and suddenly it has to scramble to explain what happened. Why did I stop? There must be something there. And the imagination gets to work, spinning up the image of a table or a planet or a person to explain the resistance.
This creates a really fascinating dynamic. The world is our own invention, but it's an invention necessitated by something we didn't invent.
That is the perfect summary. The anstos is the grain of sand. The world we perceive is the pearl the oyster builds around it. We build the pearl to smooth over the irritation.
This changes the whole definition of what the ego is. We aren't a stuff or a substance. We are a reaction.
Yes, and this is crucial. The ego is pure striving. It is an arrow constantly flying.
Striving implies a struggle. It implies you're trying to get somewhere, but you aren't there yet.
It implies an infinite struggle. The text deduces that because the ego is striving, it requires the limit. You cannot strive if there is nothing to strive against. If you remove the resistance, the striving ends.
If the river has no banks and no rocks, it's not a river anymore. It's a lake. It's stagnant. It's dead.
Exactly. And if the striving ends, the ego ceases to be what it is. So in a weird, twisted way, the ego loves the anstos. It needs the check. It summons the resistance so that it can have something to overcome.
This feels almost psychological. Like we need problems to solve. If life is too easy, we get bored. We invent drama. We need a mountain to climb to prove we are climbers.
It is deeply psychological, and it becomes the basis of Fichte's ethics later. But here, in the theoretical part, it leads to the concept of the asymptotic goal.
Asymptotic, that's a geometry term. A line that approaches a curve forever, but never quite touches it.
Right. The ego strives to overcome the non-ego. It wants to eat the world. It wants to conquer nature, understand the universe, solve every problem. It wants to be infinite again. It wants to remove the check.
It wants to win the game. It wants to clear the level.
But Fichte argues that if it ever succeeded, if we ever actually solved everything, knew everything, and removed every limit, consciousness would snuff out. We would be back to the light beam in the void. We would be God, perhaps, but we would be an unconscious God.
So we are chasing a horizon we can never catch.
And we must never catch it. We are doomed, or perhaps blessed, to endlessly overcome obstacles to prove our existence, but never to finish the job. Completeness is death. Striving is life.
That is a very distinct, almost romantic view of the human condition. It's not about reaching a destination, it's about the friction of the journey.
It's the philosophy of Faust. In the beginning was the deed. It puts activity above being.
Okay, so let's take stock. We have the striving ego, we have the collision with the alien anstos, we have the imagination spinning this collision into a stable reality using the propeller method. But this whole drama, the spinning, the crashing, the bouncing, it has to happen somewhere, doesn't it?
You would think so. Usually when we tell a story, we say, once upon a time, in a galaxy far away. We set the stage, we assume time and space are already there waiting for the actors to walk on.
Right. The universe is a big empty box, that's space, and a ticking clock, that's time, and we are dropped into it. That's Newton. That's common sense.
Fichte says no, he reverses it entirely. He argues that space and time are not containers waiting for us. They are generated by the ego's imagination. They are the result of the struggle, not the background for it.
This is where my brain starts to hurt again. How does the mind generate space? I feel like I'm taking up space right now. I didn't make this room.
Go back to the conflict. You have the I and the not I trying to occupy the same reality. They are mutually exclusive. Login says you cannot contain A and not A at the same spot. They fight. They are repelling each other.
Okay, two cars trying to park in the same spot. Crash.
Exactly. To keep them from crashing and destroying consciousness, the imagination has to separate them. It has to act as a referee. It says, okay, you act here and you act there.
Oh, so here and there are just ways of keeping the combatants apart.
Yes. Space is nothing but the separation of the I and the not I. It is the distance the imagination inserts between the subject and the object so they don't annihilate each other. We space out the world to make room for ourselves. Space is the form of external intuition. It's how we push the anstos away so we can look at it.
That's incredibly practical. So space is a peacemaker. It's a Bucker zone. What about time?
Time functions similarly but sequentially. If two contradictory states exist, say I am hungry and I am full, they can't be true at once.
Right. Paradox.
But the mind can separate them. I was hungry then, I am full now. Time is the stretching out of the struggle so that contradictions can exist in sequence. It allows A and not A to exist in the same universe, just not at the same moment.
So space and time are just the filing cabinets the imagination uses to organize the friction between the self and the world.
They are the canvas upon which the synthetic method paints the picture of reality. Without the conflict, there would be no space and no time. We would be in an eternal, dimensionless now.
It really reinforces this idea that the entire world, the clocks, the maps, the tables, is a construct to manage our own internal energy.
It's a survival mechanism for the absolute. We create space and time to survive the shock of the anstos.
Now, we've covered the paradox, the reciprocal determination, the oscillating imagination, the anstos, and the deduction of space and time. We should step back and look at the structure of this argument. We set out to understand this synthetic method. It feels like Fichte is using a very repetitive, almost rhythmic pattern.
He is. It's a fractal pattern. It's hypnotic once you see it. You're familiar with the dialectic, thesis, antithesis, synthesis.
Sure. You state a thing, you state its opposite, and then you combine them.
Fichte uses this relentlessly in this section. He starts with a thesis. The ego creates the object, then he hits the antithesis. The object limits the ego. This creates a contradiction. The synthesis is the imagination hovers between them, but then, and this is the key, that synthesis isn't the end. It becomes the new thesis for the next problem.
It's like a spiral staircase.
It is a spiral. Every time the mind solves one problem, like how does the object exist, it creates a new problem. Like how do I perceive the object? Then it solves that and creates a new problem. How do I organize perceptions? This drives the text forward. Fichte believes this isn't just a writing style. He believes this is the actual structure of thinking. We think in spirals. We circle the truth, getting closer and closer, but never landing.
It's the asymptotic line again. The method matches the message.
Precisely. Form matches function. The book itself is a striving.
And we've spiraled our way through quite a lot of ground here. We've gone from the impossible contradiction of a limited infinite through the oscillating imagination, the crash of the anstos, and the creation of space and time.
We have. And this brings us to the end of the theoretical part of the book. It's a massive intellectual achievement. Fichte has proven, at least within his system, that the world, the non-ego, is a necessary theater for the self. He has deduced the machinery of the mind. He has explained how we have a representation of a world.
But, and there's always a but with Fichte, it feels like something is missing. We've built the car, we've explained the engine, the wheels, the steering, but we aren't driving it.
That is the unresolved tension of the theoretical part. We have explained how we know the world. We know it because we constructed it to explain the check on our activity, but we haven't fully explained why we act. In this theoretical view, the ego is still somewhat of a passive observer of its own construction. We are watching the propeller spin. We are contemplating the image.
We are analyzing the echolocation, but we haven't asked why the bat is flying in the first place. Why is it hungry? Where is it going?
Precisely. The theoretical part leaves us with a world that is a representation, a picture. But the ego is, at its core, a doer. It is striving. A picture isn't enough for a striving being. We need to interact with it morally and practically.
And there is that lingering question from the text that you mentioned earlier, the spooky one.
Yes. If the world is just a resistance we created to test ourselves against, if the non-ego is just a tool for the ego's self-realization, are we truly alone? Is the universe just a hall of mirrors?
If I'm just shouting into a canyon and listening to the echo,
Hmm.
is there anyone else in the canyon?
Or is the canyon itself just a projection of my need to shout? This is the haunting suspicion of idealism, solipsism. If theory is all there is, we are trapped in our own heads.
That is a heavy thought to hold. If I am everything, then I am nothing. But this tension, this gap between knowing the world and acting in it, is exactly what pushes the book forward.
It is. The theoretical failure to completely close the loop is what necessitates the practical part of the science of knowledge. We have to leave the realm of pure cognition and enter the realm of will. We have to stop looking at the world and start changing it.
And that is exactly where Fichte is taking us next. The machinery is built, the stage is set, and now the play has to actually begin.
The shift from intelligence to will is the most dramatic turn in the system, and it starts immediately from this realization of the insufficiency of theory.
So keeping that momentum, let's follow Fichte out of the engine room and into the driver's seat. The practical part awaits.
So, looking at where we left off, we are essentially left with a massive disaster.
Yeah, you could definitely call it a disaster.
I mean, we've spent the last 4 sessions building up this incredible, majestic concept of the absolute self in Fichte's science of knowledge.
Right, the ego that posits its own existence, the whole I am I concept.
Exactly. It's supposed to be infinite, it's unbound, it is pure activity. But then Fichte introduces the non-ego, the not-self, basically the world outside. And now, looking at the text here in part 5, it seems like the whole philosophical system has just, well, crashed into a brick wall.
It hasn't just crashed, it has locked itself into a logical paradox that threatens to completely undo everything the book has established up to this point.
Which is terrifying, but also kind of exciting.
Oh, it is exactly where Fichte wants us to be.
Oh.
If you recall the third principle we discussed, the one regarding mutual limitation, we established that the ego and the non-ego have to coexist.
Right.
But here is the major problem. The ego is supposed to be infinite, and the non-ego is supposed to be independent.
Okay.
If the ego is limited by the world, it is not infinite anymore. But, and here's the flip side, if the ego posits the world, if it creates it, then the world isn't independent at all. It's just a part of the ego.
Right. It feels like we have two really aggressive bullies in a very small room.
That is a great way to picture it.
Because if the I takes up all the space, there is simply no room for the world to exist. But if the world takes up space, the I isn't the absolute infinite reality anymore. It feels like a zero-sum game.
Precisely. And this leads us directly into what the book calls the antinomy.
The antinomy.
Yeah, the contradiction of determinations. This section of the book is, well, I'd argue it's the most difficult part of the text, but also the most rewarding. Because Fichte isn't just trying to solve a tiny logic puzzle. He's trying to reconcile 2 massive philosophical schools that have been fighting for centuries.
Realism and idealism.
Exactly. Realism and idealism. He isn't trying to just pick a winner here. He is trying to fuse them together.
Let's unpack that a bit, because those terms get thrown around a lot in casual conversation. You know, people say, I'm a realist or she's an idealist. But in this specific philosophical context within the book, they mean something very rigid. What exactly are we dealing with?
It really comes down to the direction of causality. Let's look at the realist argument first.
Okay.
The text says that in realism, the non-ego determines the ego.
Meaning the world determines the mind.
Right. It means the object is active and the subject, you are passive. Think about it calmly for a second. When you look at a tree outside, or when you accidentally touch a hot stove, you don't feel like you are actively deciding to have that specific sensation.
No, definitely not.
You feel like the tree is hitting your retinas, or the heat is burning your nerves. The world is forcing itself upon you. The world shapes your mind. That is the core of realism.
Which, I mean, that makes intuitive sense to most of us. If I am walking and I walk straight into a wall, I didn't decide the wall is there. The wall decided I'm stopping. I'm just the victim of the wall's existence.
Exactly. That is the common sense, everyday view of reality. But then look at the idealist argument, which Fichte is also holding on to very tightly in this book.
Because he has to.
Right, he has to. This argument says the ego determines the non-ego. The I is the only thing that is truly active. Remember, earlier in the text, the I is defined as Tathandlung.
Pure deed action.
Pure deed action. Yes. Therefore, if there's a wall, it is only there because the I posited it. The mind shapes the world. If the mind is absolute, nothing can exist outside of it.
And that is the absolute impasse, because they simply cannot both be 100% true at the same time. If the world makes me, I am not free. I am just a reactive machine pinging around in space.
Right.
But if I make the world, why does it hurt so much when I stub my toe? Why can't I just decide that the wall is made of marshmallows?
That right there is the paradox of mutual limitation. And this entire fifth section of the book, which covers the theoretical foundation of his system, is entirely devoted to solving this specific puzzle. How can an infinite subject be limited by an object without ceasing to be infinite?
It seems impossible.
Fichte has to find a way for the ego to be both active and passive simultaneously.
So where does he even start? It sounds like an impossible knot to untangle.
He dives quietly and methodically into the mechanism of interaction. Specifically, he looks at the concept of causality versus substantiality. He starts by asking a very basic question. What does it actually mean to be effective? What is Wirksamkeit?
Effectiveness or efficacy, right. Okay. So we are looking at how the gears actually turn between the mind and the world.
Right. If the non-ego, the world, is going to have an effect on the ego, like your wall stopping you from walking, the ego has to be capable of being stopped.
It has to have a surface to hit.
Yes. It has to have a capacity for passivity.
Which is a very dirty word for Fichte, isn't it? I mean, we've spent hours establishing that the I is pure activity. It is a verb, not a noun.
It is the dirtiest word. Passivity implies non-existence for the ego. If the ego is purely active, then the very moment it becomes passive, it completely ceases to be an ego. It becomes a thing.
Like a rubber.
Exactly. A rock is passive. A mind is active. So, Fichte writes that for the ego to sense anything at all, it must be passive. Yet to be an ego, it must remain entirely active.
Okay, my head is spinning a bit with this one. How can you be passive and active at the exact same moment regarding the exact same thing?
That is the dialectic tension he's building. Let's use an analogy here to ground it. Fichte loves mechanical analogies in the book, and this one helps clarify the sort of physics of the mind. Imagine a coiled steel spring.
A spring. Okay, I'm picturing a heavy-duty metal coil sitting on a desk.
Now imagine you press down firmly on that spring with your hand. That hand represents the external force, the non-ego.
Got it.
The spring is being compressed. In one sense, the spring is entirely passive, is being squished. Its range of motion is being limited by your hand. It is yielding to the downward pressure.
Right. It is taking up less space than it wants to. It has been determined by my hand.
But ask yourself, why is it a spring and not just a lump of soft clay? If it were clay, it would just squish flat and stay there.
Because it's pushing back against my hand.
Exactly. It is resisting. The only reason you feel the spring at all, and the only reason the spring, in quote marks, feels the hand, is because it is actively pushing against your hand. Its passivity, the fact that it is being compressed, is actually a direct manifestation of its internal activity trying to expand.
Oh, wow. That is really good. So the I is the spring. When it hits the world, it feels limited, but that limitation is actually proof of its own internal force pushing outward.
Yes. Fichte argues here that the ego posits itself as limited. This is a crucial distinction in the text. It is not just that the wall stops me. It is that I, as a conscious being, recognize a limit to my own activity. The ego essentially says, I am not active over there.
So it is an internal definition. I'm drawing my own boundaries. I am the one saying, okay, my activity stops here.
Correct. And this brings us to the synthesis of the contradiction we started with. The ego isn't just passive when it gets hit. It is active in positing its own passivity. It restricts its own activity specifically to make room for the object. This is what the book calls self-limitation.
Okay, I follow the logic. So the ego limits itself. But does that actually solve the realism versus idealism fight?
It bridges them perfectly. Idealism is true because the ego does the limiting. It is the active agent drawing the line in the sand. Realism is true because the ego feels like it has no choice but to limit itself. It feels a check.
The check. This is the famous anstos, right?
Yes, the anstos. It translates roughly to a check, an impact, an impetus, or an obstacle. But strictly speaking, in this theoretical part of the book, it is just a point where activity mysteriously stops. Think of it as a tiny grain of sand inside an oyster.
A grain of sand.
Yeah, the grain of sand is the anstos. It is a tiny, almost imperceptible irritation. The ego, in order to deal with this irritation, builds a massive pearl around it.
And that pearl is the world.
Exactly. The ego creates the entire elaborate structure of reality just to explain to itself why it felt that tiny check.
But wait, if the ego is doing all the limiting, why do we even need the check? Why can't I just imagine a limit? Why can't I just sit here and pretend there is a wall?
Because then it would just be a fantasy, not reality. You know the difference between closing your eyes and imagining a wall and walking face first into a real one. The anstos provides the grit of reality. It's the anchor. But here is the massive processing problem Fichte runs into next. You are saying the mind is doing two completely opposite things at once.
Right.
It is trying to be infinite, so it's expanding. And it is actively limiting itself, so it's contracting.
It honestly sounds like a mental breakdown waiting to happen, just two gears grinding against each other forever.
It would be a breakdown if not for the specific faculty of the mind that makes all this possible. This is where we have to introduce the real hero of this entire book, the Einbildungskraft,
The imagination.
specifically the productive imagination.
Now, I have to stop you there because when I hear the word imagination in everyday English, I think of, picturing unicorns or imagining I won the lottery, just daydreams. I assume Fichte means something much more heavy-duty than that.
Much, much more heavy duty. For Fichte, the imagination isn't the ability to make up things that aren't there. It is the structural engine of consciousness that allows reality to exist at all. It is the fundamental power to hold two absolute contradictions in the mind at the exact same time without the mind completely collapsing.
Hold two contradictions, meaning the I and the not I.
Yes. Think about the oscillation we just talked about with the spring. It wants to expand because it's the infinite ego. It is pushed back by the finite non-ego. It pushes out again. It gets pushed back again.
So it is constantly vibrating.
That vibration, that incredibly rapid back and forth movement, is what Fichte calls schweben, wavering or hovering.
Hovering.
The imagination is the faculty that hovers between the finite and the infinite. It moves so incredibly fast between the thought, I am everything, and the thought, I am limited, that it creates a stable image.
Wait, can we use a visual for this? Because hovering still sounds a little bit abstract to me.
Sure. Imagine a strobe light. Or, actually better yet, imagine a single point of light moving in a circle really, really fast, like a sparkler on a dark night, like on New Year's Eve.
Okay, yeah. Like if I take a sparkler and I spin it around fast enough.
It looks like a solid, unbroken circle of fire in the air. But is it actually a solid circle?
No, it is just a moving point of light. It's a single dot.
Exactly. To the human eye, it appears as a stable, static object, a circle. But in reality, structurally speaking, it is a dynamic, furious activity of movement. Fichte says this is exactly what human consciousness is. We look around and we see a world of stable objects. Chairs, tables, people, mountains. But that stability is an illusion.
An illusion created by the speed.
Created by the sheer speed of the imagination oscillating back and forth between the self and the non-self.
That is mind-blowing. So reality, the physical world sitting in front of me right now, is essentially a motion blur.
In a very real sense, yes. The imagination creates a synthesis. It takes the thesis, which is the I, and the antithesis, which is the not I, and it whirls them together so rapidly and distinctively that we get a representation, a synthesis. We get an image of a thing.
This completely explains why Fichte is so unbelievably obsessed with activity in this book. The world looks completely dead and static to us. Like, this table I'm touching isn't moving, it's just wood. But my mind is frantically running a marathon just to keep the table looking like a table.
Correct. If the imagination stopped hovering for even a fraction of a second, the world would instantly collapse. Either the ego would swallow everything and vanish into pure, blank nothingness, or the non-ego would crush the ego into total unconsciousness. The imagination is the heartbeat of the mind. It is what keeps the tension alive.
Okay, so we have this underlying mechanism. The imagination is oscillating. But how do we get from that abstract philosophical vibration to, say, me seeing a specific coffee cup on my desk? The text mentions a deduction of representation at this point. How do we get to specific objects?
Fichte breaks this down into very specific stages. It is effectively a slowing down of the process, analytically speaking. We are going to look at the film strip frame by frame now. First, there is simply the feeling of limitation, sensation.
Just a raw, undefined, nope, you can't go there.
Right. A pure feeling of resistance.
Yeah.
I cannot extend my internal activity any further. It has no shape, it has no color, it has no name yet. It is just a raw stop.
Okay, I feel the stop. Then what happens?
Then the imagination steps in to stabilize that resistance. It turns that invisible limit into a shape. This is Anschauung, which translates to intuition.
Intuition. Wait, is this where we get space and time?
Yes, exactly. In order to stabilize the limit, the mind has to put it somewhere. It posits the limit outside of itself. The mind says, it is not me, it is over there. That spatial projection creates space. And because the oscillation happens in a sequential back and forth movement, it creates time.
Okay, so now I have a shape located in space and time. But a shape still isn't a coffee cup. It is just a geometric blob.
Right, it is just a blob of sensory data. The final step is the understanding. Firsthand, the understanding comes in and freezes the oscillation completely. It applies a concept. It effectively says, this stable limit is a cup. It fixes the image in place.
It effectively acts like a boss telling the imagination, okay, stop moving, hold it right there, we're calling this a cup.
Yes, the understanding is the faculty that deals strictly with the finite. It temporarily kills the infinite, striving to give us a knowable, usable fact. This is a cup. But remember, deep down, underneath that static concept, the imagination is still doing all the heavy lifting, holding the tension together. If the imagination stopped its invisible vibration, the concept of the cup would instantly dissolve.
This really connects back to something we talked about in an earlier session, that all reality is a product of the ego, but it just doesn't feel like it.
Because the operation of the imagination is entirely unconscious. We simply do not feel the oscillation. We only ever see the final result. Just like you don't see the millions of individual pixels on your phone screen constantly changing colors, you just see a photograph. We are basically living inside the movie projection of our own minds.
I want to shift and focus quietly on this idea of the boundary for a moment. Section 5 of our book today deals very heavily with where the line is actually drawn. If I end here and the table starts over there, there is a boundary line between us. Who owns that boundary?
That is the million-dollar question in this part of the text. Does the boundary belong to the ego, or does it belong to the non-ego?
Well, my intuition tells me it belongs to the table. The surface of the table is part of the table.
But you are the one perceiving it. You are the one touching it. If the boundary were purely the table, you wouldn't be able to access it. If it were purely you, it wouldn't be a boundary at all. It would just be you floating in space.
So wait, is it both?
It is the point of contact. Fichte argues that the boundary belongs to neither and both at the same time. It is the interface.
The interface, like a touch screen on a tablet.
That is an excellent modern analogy. When you tap a screen, the interaction happens exactly at the meeting point of your physical finger and the glass. The touch itself isn't just your finger, and it isn't just the glass. It is the event of the collision.
And that event, that collision, is where knowledge actually happens.
Yes. Fichte uses an analogy of light, which fits his system perfectly. Imagine a bright beam of light hitting a dark object.
Okay. Beam of light, dark rock in space.
You cannot see the light beam as it travels through empty space. It is completely invisible until it hits something.
Right. It needs dust or a surface to reflect off of.
And you cannot see the dark rock in total darkness either.
Also true.
You only see the exact surface where the light hits the rock. The illumination is the boundary. We live entirely on that surface. We never see the pure subject, which is the light source, and we never see the pure thing in itself, the dark interior of the rock. We only ever see the lit surface where they collide.
That is, honestly, that is kind of beautiful and also mildly terrifying. We are just skimming the very surface of reality. We never actually get inside.
We are surfing the boundary. That is what representation is. We are constructing an entire world out of the friction between ourselves and the great unknown.
But this brings up a massive motivation question for me. Why keep doing it? If consciousness is just this endless, exhausting collision, this constant struggle to stabilize a boundary that we can't even cross, what is driving the whole process? Why doesn't the ego just give up? Why doesn't the spring just stay compressed or just break?
Now we enter the territory of the drive, or tribe, striving, streben. This is the heartbeat of Fichte's entire philosophy. It explains the core engine behind the oscillation we've been talking about. The ego is, by its very definition, an attempt to be infinite. It posits itself as absolute. But as we have seen over and over, it finds itself limited. It finds itself finite.
So it is deeply frustrated.
It is logically compelled to overcome the limit. It desperately wants to expand the boundary. It wants to eat the darkness and turn it all into light. This is the infinite striving. The ego pushes out, it hits a wall, it recoils, reflects on the wall, and then it immediately tries to push past it again.
It sounds like a circle, just going round and round.
Fichte explicitly calls consciousness a circle in the book. We go out from the self, we hit the world, and we return to the self, but enriched with knowledge of the world. But here is the massive catch. And this is the tragic beauty of Fichte's whole system. Can we ever actually win?
If we turn all the darkness into light,
If the ego completely swallows the non-ego,
then there is no more resistance. There's no more boundary.
and if there is no boundary, there is no consciousness. No I versus not I, just a blank, empty infinity.
So we would completely cease to exist as conscious beings.
Exactly. Total victory is death. We absolutely need the resistance. We need the non-ego to push back against us so that we can be conscious selves.
That is a very heavy thought. We are fundamentally striving for a completeness that would literally destroy us if we ever actually achieved it.
It is essentially the myth of Sisyphus, but internalized as the very structure of human reason. We are doomed to push the rock up the hill, but pushing the rock is what makes us alive in the first place. This infinite striving is life. The goal isn't to reach the end. The goal is the motion itself.
Well, this seems to pivot us away from just, thinking about the world. Striving sounds like doing, it sounds like will.
You have spotted the exact pivot point of the book. Up until now, we have been dealing almost exclusively with theoretical reason. We have been asking the question, how do I know the world? And we found the answer. The imagination constructed through oscillation upon hitting a check.
Right, we figured out the camera lens, but we still haven't explained the check itself, the grain of sand.
Exactly. Theoretical reason is totally circular. It says, I see the wall because I limit myself. And then you ask, why do I limit myself? Because there is a wall. Well, why is there a wall? Because I limit myself.
It is a closed loop. It doesn't explain the source of the reality at all. It is just a snake eating its own tail.
Fichte realizes this completely. He says that theoretical reason ultimately fails to ground existence. It can explain the brilliant mechanism of vision, but it cannot explain the bare fact of existence. The anstos, that initial mysterious check, remains completely unintelligible if we just sit there quietly and think about it.
So we have to stop thinking and start what? Doing.
We have to move to practical reason. The text begins to profoundly shift its tone here. We start to realize that the world isn't just there to be looked at. It is there to be acted upon.
The wall isn't just a visual data point for my eyes. It is something I need to physically climb over or break down or paint.
Precisely. The check is not just a limitation on my knowledge. It is a summons to my will. It is a challenge. The universe saying, here is a limit, now overcome it.
So the real reason the non-ego exists, the whole reason the physical world is even here, is to provide a sort of moral gymnasium for the ego.
That is exactly the Fichtean conclusion. The world is the raw material of our duty. We don't just neutrally perceive limitations, we feel a deep, practical impulse to transcend them.
And that feeling, that impulse to push back, is deeper than the thought itself.
Fichte argues that representation, which is seeing the world, is actually a secondary effect of action, which is striving to be. We only see the obstacle because we were already trying to move forward. If we weren't striving, we wouldn't even notice the wall.
That flips the whole standard view of philosophy completely on its head. I mean, usually we think, I open my eyes, I see the world, I process it, and then I decide what to do about it. Fichte is saying, I'm trying to do something, and because of that blind striving, I suddenly see the world in my way.
Action precedes knowledge. Or, as Goethe, who actually knew Fichte, put it in Faust, in the beginning was the deed.
So, as we wrap up this massive section on the theoretical foundation, we are effectively concluding that theory alone is broken. It cannot support its own weight.
It cracks. The theoretical deduction of the world inevitably leads us to the realization that without a practical drive, without a will, the world makes absolutely no sense. The anstos creates a wound in the logic that only action can heal.
It is endlessly fascinating to me that a book literally titled The Science of Knowledge essentially concludes that knowledge isn't even the main point.
The main point is freedom. The main point is independence. Knowledge is just the temporary tool we use to navigate the resistance on our long way to freedom.
I want to go back to the anstos one last time before we transition. You called it a check, a grain of sand. Is it physical? Is it spiritual?
In this specific part of the text, Fichte leaves it deliberately vague. It is a primordial check. It is something that the ego simply cannot explain from within itself. It is the touch of the real.
But if the ego is everything, where does the touch even come from?
That is the ghost that haunts the entire system. If I am the only reality, what is bumping into me in the dark?
It feels like I'm just bumping into myself.
Or perhaps the ego is bumping into its own unconscious requirements. Or perhaps, as Fichte will explore much later, it is the invisible presence of other rational beings. But for now, in this abstract deduction, it remains simply another, a not me that mysteriously makes me possible.
So let's bring this all down to you, the listener, right now.
Please.
You are sitting there listening to us quietly. Maybe you are driving down the highway, or maybe you are just washing the dishes. You see the roads stretching out, or you see the sink in front of you.
You naturally think your eyes are just passive cameras letting the world stream in.
But based on what we have uncovered in the book today, that is not what is happening at all.
No. Your mind is currently engaging in a furious, invisible activity. Your imagination is oscillating billions of times a second, crashing against the limit, rebounding and stitching together a stable image of sink or road at a pure conflict.
You are creating the very stability of your world through a constant, exhausting act of self-limitation. You are holding back your own infinite nature just enough to let the world exist for a moment.
And you are doing this for a very specific reason. You are doing it so that you have something to strive against. You are creating a world so that you can be a moral agent who acts within it.
Which leaves us with a lingering, kind of uncomfortable thought to mull over. If the world is a result of our own self-limitation, if the obstacles we face are there because we posited them to explain our own lack of activity, are we entirely responsible for the walls we hit?
That is the ultimate implication here. If the ego is the ground of all reality, then the ego is somehow complicit in every single barrier it faces. We are not victims of the world, we are the secret authors of the resistance we need to become ourselves.
And if that is true, then the solution isn't to just sit there and study the wall. The solution is to figure out what the wall is actually asking us to do.
Which brings us perfectly to the threshold of the practical self. We have finally explained the mechanism, now we must explain the destiny.
The theoretical foundation has cracked open, just as you said. We know how the machine works, but we are starving for the why. The quiet tension between the need to know and the need to act has reached its absolute breaking point.
And that is exactly where Fichte wants us to be as we turn the page.
Then let's not waste any more time dwelling on the theory. We need to see what actually happens when this infinite striving tries to move something real.
Let's step into the practical sphere.
Here we go.
Right, so just keeping this continuous flow going, we are turning the page directly from where we just left off.
We really have to. If we stop the momentum now, the whole system Fichte is building sort of, well, it collapses.
Yeah, we are right in the thick of it. In that last section, just to orient you if you are listening and maybe feeling a little dizzy from the sheer altitude of the philosophy we're climbing, we left the ego in a very strange, very precarious position.
Highly precarious.
We had this this infinite striving, this absolute force of the I, expanding out, expecting to conquer everything, expecting to just be everything. And then,
What?
yeah, exactly, it hits the check, the enstos.
Right. We established that there is a collision, a fundamental limit, but, and this is the crucial part we haven't solved yet in the book, we haven't actually explained what that limit looks like.
Right.
We know that structurally, for consciousness to exist at all, the ego has to run into something that says stop. But right now, in our derivation of these ideas, that stop is just an abstract concept. It's a mathematical point of resistance. It is not a world yet.
And that's exactly the gap I'm struggling with because, I mean, when I open my eyes right now in this room, I don't just feel a philosophical limit. I don't just feel a vague sense of resistance.
No, of course not.
I see a desk, I see a microphone in front of me, see the light reflecting off your glasses. It's rich, it's colorful, it's three-dimensional. So how do we get from a bare, abstract check to this, this Technicolor movie we're all living in?
That is the exact question of this hour. How does the mind turn a collision into a picture? And to answer that, we have to enter the absolute engine room of the mind. We have to look at what the book calls the productive imagination.
The productive imagination. It sounds very artistic.
It is artistic, but really not in the way you might think. It is not about daydreaming or painting a canvas or coming up with a fantasy story. It is the structural machinery that builds reality itself. But before we open up that machine and look at the gears, we have to sit with the tension, the absolute paradox that the ego is currently suffering from. Because Fichte says the mind is currently being torn apart.
Torn apart between what, exactly?
Between two requirements that are both absolute but completely contradictory.
Okay, let's unpack the paradox.
Okay.
Because usually, when you hit a contradiction in logic, it means you made a mistake somewhere.
Right.
You go back and fix your math.
Right. In normal logic.
Yeah.
But for Fichte, the contradiction is the engine. The contradiction is the fuel that makes the car move. So here is the dilemma we are facing. On one hand, you have the fundamental nature of the ego. And what is the ego?
It's activity. It's pure striving. It's infinite.
Correct. It wants to go on forever. If it stops, strictly speaking, it ceases to be an ego at all. It just becomes a dead thing. So requirement A is that the ego must be infinite.
Got it.
But on the other hand, to be conscious, to actually be able to say the word I, it must distinguish itself from something that is not I.
It needs a boundary. Because I can't really know me unless I know exactly where me ends.
Exactly. So Requirement B is that the ego must be finite.
So to be an ego, I must be infinite. But to be a Kantian ego, I must be finite. I have to be both big and small, limited and unlimited at the exact same time.
Yes, and he presents this not just as a fun little logic puzzle, but as a literal war between two major philosophical worldviews, realism and idealism. He says the human mind is naturally torn between these two feelings every single day.
Walk me through the realist feeling first, because I think, practically speaking, that's where most of us live our daily lives.
The realist feeling happens the moment you hit that check, you bump into a wall. What is your immediate gut level assumption when you hit a wall?
That the wall is real.
Hmm.
It's solid. It's just there, whether I'm in the room or not. It's totally external to me. And it's not my fault the wall is there. The wall is essentially attacking me.
Precisely. That is the common sense view. The source of the limit is outside, matter creates mind, the wall is the primary reality, and your mind just sort of reflects it like a mirror. That is realism.
Okay. But we know from our analysis so far that Fichte is definitely not a naive realist.
No, not at all, because we've already proven in the earlier sections of the book that the ego posits everything. If the ego is the absolute ground of all experience, then strictly speaking, nothing can come from outside.
Because there is no outside.
Right, there is no outside.
And that brings us to the idealist position.
Right. If you are a strict idealist, you look at that wall and you say, wait a minute, I am the absolute reality. Therefore, this limit must be coming from me. I must be limiting myself.
But that feels, frankly, crazy. I mean, I didn't decide to put the wall there. If I were limiting myself, I would just remove the limit and walk right through the wall.
And there is the antinomy. There is the fundamental contradiction. The limit feels absolutely external. That's the realism. But logically, based on the system, it must be produced internally. That's the idealism.
Yeah, they just don't fit together.
Fichte says you cannot just pick a team here. You can't just be a realist and say the mind is a mirror of matter, because then you lose free will. You are just a machine reacting to atoms.
And you can't just be a naive idealist and say it's all a dream, because then the world has no solidity. You can't explain why a fire burns your hand, even if you really don't want it to.
Exactly. We need a synthesis. We need a way to hold both of these conflicting truths together simultaneously. We have to explain how something can be generated completely by the self, yet appear as totally foreign and alien to the self.
This actually reminds me of that analogy you brought up before we started recording, the one about the light beam. I think that really, really helps visualize this specific tension in a quiet, manageable way.
It is arguably the best metaphor for his entire system. So I want you to imagine a beam of pure white light traveling through absolute, completely empty space, a total vacuum.
Okay, I'm picturing deep space. No stars, no dust particles,
Yeah.
just the beam.
Now, if there is absolutely nothing in that space to reflect the light, no dust, no objects, no walls, is the light visible?
Technically, no. If I'm standing off to the side looking into that vacuum, I wouldn't see the beam passing by. It would just look like darkness.
Exactly. The light acts, it flows, it moves at the speed of light, but it has absolutely no manifestation. It is invisible to itself and invisible to everyone else. It is pure activity, but it results in nothing.
Right.
Now, imagine we put an obstacle right in the path of the beam. Let's say a giant slab of concrete.
Okay, so the light smashes into the concrete.
And suddenly, two things happen simultaneously. What are they?
Well, first, the wall becomes visible. It lights up.
Correct. The object is illuminated. But what else happens?
The light itself becomes visible. By hitting the wall, the light scatters. I can finally see the beam, but only because it stopped.
That is the key to everything. By stopping, by crashing against the limit, the light reveals itself as light. The obstacle is the exact thing that allows the light to exist as a visible phenomenon.
That is, wow. That's really elegant.
That is the ego. The ego is the light. The non-ego is the wall. Without the non-ego, without that stubborn, annoying, often painful check, the ego would just stream out into infinity and never achieve self-consciousness. It would be a pure nothing.
So the check is what forces the ego to reflect back on itself.
Yes. So if I'm the realist, I'm looking at the wall and saying, look at that powerful wall. It stopped the light.
Right. And if I am the idealist, I'm looking at the light and saying, the wall is only visible because of the light. The light is doing all the actual work here.
And Fichte is sitting there saying, you are both right and you are both wrong. You need the activity, which is the light, and you need the resistance, which is the wall. But here's where he takes it to a level that really kind of melts your brain.
Let's do it. Ready?
In the physical world of our analogy, the light and the wall are two completely different things. The bulb is over here, the concrete wall is over there. But in the mind, there is no separate wall. The mind has to play the role of the light and the role of the wall at the exact same time.
The mind is basically building its own obstacle course.
It creates the outward energy, and it creates the barrier to stop that energy. It has to do both. And the faculty that manages this impossible juggling act, the faculty that is simultaneously the beam of light and the brick wall, is the productive imagination.
So let's look at this imagination. Because in everyday English, the word imagination sounds flimsy. It sounds like making things up, daydreaming.
We have to strip that association away completely. When the book says Einbildungskraft, the original German word, it is being very literal. Einbildungskraft, the power of forming images. It isn't about fantasy or unicorns. It is a structural, mechanical engine of the mind that works completely below the level of consciousness.
So I don't sit down and decide to use my productive imagination.
No more than you decide to digest your lunch or beat your heart. It is the fundamental condition of you being here. If this machine stops, you don't just stop imagining things, you stop existing.
Okay, so how does this unconscious machine actually solve the paradox? We have the infinite ego pushing out and the finite ego pushing back. How does the imagination reconcile them?
By never actually solving it.
What do you mean?
It solves the paradox by keeping the conflict in constant motion. It keeps the two sides fighting so fast that they blur into a single image. This is the concept of oscillation. The German word he uses is schweben,
That means hovering or floating, right?
or wavering. Think of it as a vibration. Let's go back to the light beam. Imagine the ego surges out towards the infinite. It wants to go forever. Wham! It hits the check. It gets repelled. It bounces violently back towards the finite self.
Okay, picture the recoil.
But the ego is striving. It is pure activity. It cannot stay recoiled, so it immediately surges out again.
It hits the check again.
And bounces back again and surges out again.
It's like a pulse. It's a heartbeat.
It's an incredibly rapid vibration. The mind is moving between the subject, the I, and the object, the not I, billions of times a second. It is moving so incredibly fast that we cannot distinguish the separate movements. The book says the imagination is this middle term that hovers between the finite and the infinite. It touches both sides but settles on neither.
This brings up another really great visual metaphor from the text. The spinning ember. I think this one really drives the point home for you if you're trying to understand how pure motion becomes solid matter.
Yes, this is a very classic example used to explain this. Imagine a piece of coal attached to the end of a string. You light it on fire, so it's just a glowing point of red light. Now you hold the string and start spinning it in a circle.
If I spin it slowly, I just see a moving point. My eyes can track the dot as it goes around.
But what happens if you spin it really, really fast?
I see a solid ring of fire, a continuous, unbroken circle.
Exactly. Now, ask yourself, is that circle real?
Well, no. The circle is an illusion. It's created by the speed of the point and the lag of my own retina. There is no actual circle there. There's only a single moving point.
But to your eye, strictly speaking, the circle is the reality you perceive. You see a continuous, static shape. You could point to the top of the circle and the bottom of the circle simultaneously. The book is suggesting that what we call reality, solid matter, continuous time, stable objects like the desk you mentioned earlier, is actually the result of the imagination oscillating at lightning speed between the self and the check. The solidity of the world is just the result of this furious mental activity.
That is, honestly, that's just mind-blowing. You are saying the desk in front of me looks and feels solid, but metaphysically, down at the absolute basement level of reality, it's just the result of my mind hitting a limit, bouncing back, and hitting again, billions of times a second.
Essentially, yes. Matter is just frozen speed. The imagination fills the gap between the finite and the infinite by creating this continuous hovering state. This hovering is the representation. It is the image. If the mind ever stopped moving, the image would instantly vanish. If the oscillation ceased, consciousness would just blink out of existence.
It's exactly like a movie projector. If you stop the film reel, the motion disappears. You just have a single static frame burning up in front of the bulb. But if you run it fast enough, you get an entire living world.
That's a perfect modern update to the metaphor. And this actually leads us directly into the next major problem in the text.
Because there is always another problem.
Always. The problem is this. We have this oscillation. We have this buzzing, vibrating confusion of activity. But, and here's the real kicker, I don't feel dizzy. I don't see a vibrating, strobing world. I see a highly stable, fixed, very calm world.
Right. My coffee cup isn't buzzing on the desk. It's just sitting there peacefully.
So we need to explain how the mind manages to arrest this motion. How do we take that furiously spinning fire point and freeze it into a static, calm picture? This introduces the transition from the imagination to representation, or Vorstellung, and intuition, which is Anschauung.
Okay, let's do a quick terminology check here. Anschauung, it's usually translated into English as intuition, but in English, intuition usually means a gut feeling, like, I have an intuition that it's going to rain today. That is absolutely not what the book means here, is it?
No, not at all. And this is a huge stumbling block for readers. In this specific philosophical tradition, Anschauung means looking at. It implies a direct, immediate sensory experience. When you just open your eyes and look at a tree, that raw, unconceptualized looking is an intuition. It is the raw data of sight, sound, or touch presented to the mind.
So how does this intuition stabilize that wild oscillation we were just talking about?
Fichte argues that the mind, in order to actually know anything at all, must arrest its own activity. It has to freeze the frame. It essentially says to itself, okay, this resistance I am feeling, this incredibly fast bouncing, I'm going to treat it as a static, completed object.
It takes a snapshot.
In a way, yes. And this next point is absolutely crucial. Intuition is entirely passive.
Passive. But you literally just spent the last 10 minutes telling me the mind is a furious engine of nonstop activity.
Yes. The production of the image is active, extremely active. But the contemplation of the image, the looking at it, is passive. When you look at the tree outside your window, you don't feel like you are actively building it, do you?
No. I feel like I'm just receiving it. The tree is coming at me.
That sensation of receiving, that feeling of passivity is there because the active, furious work of the imagination has already been completed and fixed before you even become conscious of it. The mind turns its own unconscious activity into a thing so that its conscious side can simply look at it.
So the thing, the object, is just solidified activity.
Yes. The text essentially says that matter itself is just extinguished activity. It is the exact point where the ego's striving has been brought to a complete standstill and solidified. Think of a water fountain in a park.
A fountain. Let's hear it.
The water in a fountain is constantly moving. The pump shoots it up. Gravity pulls it violently back down. It is pure chaotic motion. But if you stand 50 feet back, what do you see?
You see a very distinct shape. You see an arch. From a distance, it almost looks like a static object made of solid glass.
Exactly. The shape of the fountain is highly stable, even though the actual water composing that shape is never the same for 2 consecutive seconds. The intuition is the mind seeing the elegant glass shape, not the chaotic moving drops. It fixes the flow into a rigid form.
This connects right back to that core idea you mentioned earlier, the absolute necessity of the limit. The text states very clearly that without this limitation, the ego would just flow out into nothingness.
Consciousness is possible only through limitation. This is the golden rule of the entire system. If you remove the limit, you do not get more consciousness. You don't become a god. You get no consciousness. To know yourself, you absolutely must encounter something that is not yourself. You need a mirror. The non-ego is that mirror.
Okay, so we have the oscillation, the hovering, and we have the stabilization of that oscillation into fixed objects. Now we have to talk about the stage on which this all happens, because Fichte makes a very bold, very controversial claim about time and space here.
He really does, and this is where he radically updates Kant's ideas.
Let's briefly remind you what Kant thought, just so we have a contrast.
Sure. Kant famously argued that time and space are forms of intuition. Basically, they are the permanent lenses we wear as human beings. We cannot see the world as it truly is in itself. We can only see it through the goggles of space and time. They are like empty containers that are already sitting in our minds from birth, just waiting to be filled with objects.
So for Kant, the empty containers come first. The mind has empty space in it, and then later we put the tree into the space.
Right. Now, Fichte agrees that they are subjective forms of the mind, but he strongly disagrees that they are just passive, static containers sitting there waiting. He wants to deduce them. He wants to show exactly why we have to have time and space in the first place, based purely on the struggle of the imagination we just described.
They aren't just empty boxes. They are generated by the struggle itself.
Precisely. Let's look at space first. How do we get space out of a mental struggle? Fichte says space arises from the conflict of opposing forces that stabilize each other. The ego pushes out, the check pushes back. They eventually reach an equilibrium.
Like a standoff. Two people pushing against a door from opposite sides with the exact same amount of force.
Right.
Ah.
And to mentally handle the standoff, the mind projects the resistance out there. It sets the object alongside the subject. It creates a side-by-side relationship. I am here, the tree is there. This mutual exclusion where object A is not object B and they sit next to each other, that is the genesis of space. Space is quite simply the form of the outer intuition.
It's the freezing of the conflict into a static physical layout.
Yes. But as we know, the conflict isn't just static, it is also a process. It happens. That oscillation I described, the move out, the hit, the violent bounce back, the move out again, that is a sequence of events.
And sequence immediately implies time.
Time is the experience of the struggle itself. It is the form of the inner intuition. Fichte says that even if we freeze the external object in space, the eye that is observing it is still flowing. I am looking at the tree now, and now, and now. My inner consciousness is a continuous stream.
I really love the analogy of the river and the dam for this specific part. I think it captures the intimate relationship between space and time perfectly.
It's one of the best explanatory tools for this section. Imagine the pure ego is a powerfully flowing river. That is its nature, to just flow forward. Now, build a massive concrete dam right across it. That is the check. What happens to the water?
The water hits the dam and piles up. It has nowhere to go forward, so it spreads out sideways. It forms a massive flat lake.
That spreading out, that horizontal piling up of the water against the obstacle, creates a surface area. That is space. The water occupies an area solely because it was stopped. If there were no dam, it would just remain a thin, invisible stream. But, and this is crucial, does the river itself actually stop flowing?
No, the current is still there. It keeps pushing against the dam. It creates immense pressure. It might eventually flow over the top or swirl dynamically around the sides.
That dynamic pressure, that continuous, relentless pushing against the barrier, is time. So time and space are born at the exact same split second. You literally cannot have one without the other. The moment you have a limit, you have space, which is the barrier itself, and time, which is the sequence of experiencing hitting it.
That really clarifies why he thinks we cannot possibly imagine an object without space or time. We aren't just finding objects wandering around in pre-existing space. The very act of the mind constructing an object actually secretes the space it sits in.
Exactly. You cannot have the painting without the canvas. But Fichte is saying the painting actually weaves the canvas as it is being painted.
Okay, so we have built the stage with space and time, and we put the actors on it, the objects. But this leads us to a distinction that causes so much confusion for people, and the book spends a lot of pages in this section painstakingly sorting it out. I'm talking about the distinction between the real and the ideal.
Oh, yes. The real and the ideal. This trips up everyone.
We tend to mix them up immediately. In normal, everyday English, we think real just means physical, atoms, hard stuff you can knock on. And ideal means mental, thoughts, dreams, fluffy stuff in your head.
It is a bit more subtle and much more structural than that in this context. Fichte says we have to look very closely at how the mind sorts its own experience. The mind creates a division within itself. On one side, we have the real. This is the aspect of experience that feels utterly foreign. It feels like it affects us passively.
Give me an example, like the sensation of heat from a fire, the intense redness of a rose, the unforgiving hardness of the table.
Yes. The raw stuff of experience, the qualia, we immediately attribute this to the non-ego. We say out loud, the fire is hot. We give all the credit for the heat to the object itself. That is the real series of representations.
Okay, and then the ideal.
The ideal is our perception of it. The act of seeing, the act of thinking, the act of categorizing. We attribute this entirely to ourselves. We say, I am seeing the fire. I am making the judgment that the fire is hot.
So, simply put, the real is the object acting on me, and the ideal is me acting on the object.
That is exactly how common sense sees it. But Fichte points out the profound circularity here. And this is crucial to understanding why his entire philosophical system is fundamentally a circle. The object determines the subject. I only see a tree because the tree is sitting right there.
Right. It's obvious.
But simultaneously, the subject determines the object. The tree is only there and is only grouped together as a singular thing called a tree because I have organized my chaotic sensory data in that specific way and projected it out into space.
It's a massive feedback loop.
It is an inescapable circle of mutual determination. And Fichte says the circle is consciousness. If you somehow broke the circle, if you had an object that didn't affect a subject, or a subject that didn't construct an object, you would instantly have absolutely nothing. The entire world exists only in this vibrating tension between the real and the ideal.
I want to pause and ask a question that I think anyone listening might be shouting at their speakers right now.
Please do.
If the ego produces everything, right? If this is all just happening in my imagination, why does the world feel so incredibly stubborn? Why can't I just imagine $1 million sitting on my desk right now? Why can't I just imagine the wall away when I want to walk through it? If I built the wall, why can't I simply unbuild it?
That is the ultimate classic question for any idealist system. If it is all mind, why am I still poor?
Exactly.
Fichte's answer is found in the architectural levels of the mind. Remember what we said earlier. The productive imagination operates entirely unconsciously. It is the necessary condition of consciousness, not a handy tool of consciousness.
So by the time the conscious I, the thinking me, actually wakes up and looks around, the world is already entirely built.
Exactly. The heavy construction happens deep in the basement, in pitch darkness. You live up in the penthouse. You can rearrange the furniture in the penthouse all you want. That is your conscious choice. You can decide to look left or look right or close your eyes, but you absolutely cannot change the concrete foundation of the building because the foundation is the very thing holding you up. You don't consciously decide to see the world. The world is the strict prerequisite for you to even exist as a decider.
That makes total sense when you put it that way. The limit is exactly what defines me. If I could just sit back and wish away the limit, I would instantly dissolve myself. I would be the light beam in the vacuum again. Pure, invisible nothingness.
Precisely. You desperately need the resistance just to be you. And this brings us to the higher faculties that manage this finished, stubborn world we find ourselves in. Understanding and reason. We have moved from the imagination, which does the image making, to the understanding, or verstand.
Verstand. This is the faculty that solidifies everything, right?
Yes. The imagination is fluid. It wavers, it oscillates rapidly. The understanding, on the other hand, is completely rigid. It takes the vibrating product of the imagination and forcefully stamps it with a concept. It points and says, this is a tree, it is solid, it is green, it is a distinct, separate thing from the bush sitting next to it.
It essentially puts the entire messy world into neat little boxes.
It fixes the dynamic flux of life into dead, static concepts. Fichte actually sees a profound danger here. If we only live our lives in the understanding, we begin to view the entire world as just a collection of dead things. We completely lose touch with the dynamic living activity that created them in the first place. We become strict materialists.
We forget the oscillation, we forget the fiery moving point, and we just see the cold, static circle.
Right. And that is exactly where reason, or Vernunft FD, comes in to save the day. Reason is the higher faculty that is never ever satisfied with the limit. The understanding loves limits. It thrives on them. It loves clear definitions and strict borders. Reason hates them. Reason constantly wants to strive beyond the given limit. It wants to aggressively reconnect with the infinite.
So reason is the part of us that looks at the stars and asks, what is beyond the edge of the universe? Or asks, why am I really here?
It is the part of us that realizes the limits are, in some profound sense, completely artificial. I really like the metaphor of the art gallery for explaining the specific trio of mental faculties.
Oh, let's hear it.
So the imagination is the artist. It is furiously painting the scene, passionately splashing color everywhere, creating the raw forms out of nothing but sheer energy and conflict.
Okay, so the imagination is the raw creator.
Then, the understanding is the framer. It takes the raw canvas, puts a heavy, rigid gold frame around it, hangs it firmly on the wall, and screws a little brass plaque underneath that says, Landscape 2024. It freezes the living art into a finished product. It makes it sellable. It makes it a thing.
And reason. Where does reason fit in the gallery?
Reason is the viewer who stands in front of the painting, studies it, and suddenly realizes, wait, this is just paint on a canvas. This is just a representation. There's something vastly more real than this. Reason is the deep desire to paint completely beyond the canvas. It constantly strives to break the frame.
And this striving, this Streben as he calls it in German, this is really the beating heart of his view on human existence, isn't it? This is exactly where we finally leave the dry, abstract mechanics of the mind and cross over into a real philosophy of life.
It absolutely is. This is where the highly technical, dry theory suddenly becomes a passionate existential philosophy. Fichte is violently telling us that we are not things. We are not static, dead beings reacting to a dead world. We are pure activity. We are entirely defined by our struggle against limits.
It really completely changes how you view ordinary problems or daily obstacles in your life.
Completely. If you truly follow Fichte here, the world, meaning all the obstacles, the difficulties, the stubborn, resistant non-ego that frustrates you daily, is not an accident. It is not just bad luck that your life is hard. The world is specifically designed by your deeper self to be an obstacle course.
Because without the obstacle course,
We literally couldn't run, we couldn't strive, and if we don't strive, we simply don't exist.
yeah,
The limit is only there to be overcome, and the terrifying, beautiful part is, the moment you finally overcome one limit, the productive imagination will immediately throw up another one, because the striving itself must be infinite.
So we are basically Sisyphus, but like a happy Sisyphus. We actively need the boulder.
We are the boulder and the one pushing it. We unconsciously set up the intense resistance so that we can consciously have the joy and the reality of pushing back against it. Without resistance, there is zero effort. Without effort, there is no human character. Without the check, there is no consciousness.
That is just a really powerful grounding place to land. We have gone all the way from the totally abstract collision of the pure ego down through the violently oscillating machinery of the imagination into the frozen, quiet world of space and time. And we finally realized that this whole massive structure is basically a gym. It is a cosmic gymnasium for the human spirit to relentlessly exercise itself.
A gymnasium entirely of our own making.
But looking ahead, there is still a lingering problem, isn't there? I feel like we have very successfully solved the whole how do I see the world problem, but not the what do I actually do problem.
That is a massive problem, and it is exactly where Fichte leaves us hanging at the end of this dense theoretical section of the book.
We have built this incredibly intricate system. We have painstakingly explained how we see the world. We have fully explained theoretical knowledge. I look out, I see the tree, I logically understand the physics and the boundaries of the tree, but I'm still just sitting there. I'm just a spectator.
Exactly. We have perfectly deduced the theoretical ego, the side of the ego that simply knows things. But right now, we are just sitting quietly in a dark theater watching a play unfold. We haven't yet explained how we get up out of our seats and walk onto the stage. We haven't explained action.
Right. I can clearly see the coffee cup on the desk, but the book hasn't yet explained how I decide to reach out, grab it, and take a drink.
And that profound paralysis is the tension we are left with. The theoretical resolution we just spent all this time on essentially closes the circle. We fully understand mental representation, but that perfectly closed circle feels incredibly claustrophobic. We have a clear picture, but we desperately need a life. We need to actively influence the non-ego, not just reflect it in our minds.
We need to literally change the world, not just sit back and watch it happen.
And that requires a massive paradigm shift from theoretical reason to practical reason. We have to boldly move from the passive I to the active will.
The will. That is the engine that drives the entire next phase of his philosophy.
It is. The theoretical resolution we just went through creates an entirely new problem. Okay, I perfectly see the world. Now what? The final answer is the practical ego, the part of us that refuses to just accept the limit, but seeks to aggressively transform it.
And that huge transition, moving from the passive observer to the truly active agent, is exactly where we are heading next.
We are going to clearly see that ultimately, for Fichte, the doing is vastly more fundamental than the seeing. We do not act simply because we know specifically so that we can act.
That is a perfect cliffhanger. We have the entire stage set, the lights are bright, the complicated scenery has been painted by the imagination. Now the actor has to actually enter.
And the play truly begins.
Let's keep this moving. The practical ego is waiting, so let's step right into that next chapter. So if we just take a step back and look at everything we've just spent the last hour unpacking regarding the theoretical mind, it feels like we've built this incredibly intricate, almost overwhelming map.
Right, a very detailed map.
Yeah, exactly. We've spent all this time mapping out the intellect, tracing exactly how the mind constructs reality, how it represents the world to itself, and how it organizes all that incoming sensory data.
It is impressive.
It really is. It's like we have this perfect blueprint of the machine.
Yeah.
But, and maybe this is just me getting a bit restless here, there's a lingering frustration with all of this, isn't there?
Frustration is actually the perfect word for it, I think.
Because, well, a map is pretty useless if you just sit there staring at it.
Yeah.
A blueprint isn't a house. At some point, you have to ask the question that really matters, which is, Why do we have this map in the first place?
Why does the ego go to all this trouble?
Exactly. Why does the self create this entire world of representations? Is it just for the aesthetic pleasure of looking at a mental picture?
And that is precisely the cliffhanger we are standing on right now in the book.
Right.
We have looked heavily at the how knowledge is possible, how the mind works as this mechanism of intelligence. But Fichte is now pushing us toward the why.
And that's a big shift.
It's a massive shift. This is where the ground really shifts beneath our feet. We are moving from the theoretical to the practical.
Okay.
And when you think about it quietly for a moment, the only reason you ever unfold a map is because you have an intention to travel.
That makes sense.
You have a destination. Or at least you have a desire to move from where you are.
A drive to do something.
Right. If you were perfectly content staying exactly where you are, just frozen in space like a statue, you would never need a representation of the outside world.
That's a really helpful way to frame it. The theory is the map, but the practice is the actual walking.
Yes. The walking is the point.
And if I'm reading the book correctly here, he seems to be saying that the map, the theoretical part of our mind, actually depends on the walking.
It entirely depends on it.
Which is kind of backward from how we usually think, isn't it? I mean, usually you or I would think, I see the world, and then I decide to act in it.
First perception, then action. That's the standard view.
Right. First comes the seeing, then comes the doing. But Fichte is completely flipping that script.
He is inverting it completely. He's arguing that the theoretical ego, the part of you that observes and thinks and categorizes, that part only exists because the practical ego needs to act.
The practical ego being the part that does things.
Exactly. If you were not a striving, acting being, you wouldn't be a knowing being.
You wouldn't even have a mind in that sense.
You wouldn't perceive a world at all. We perceive a world of objects and limits only because we have a drive to do something with them.
So the world is what? It's essentially a stage set up for our activity.
That's a great way to put it. The world is the stage and the objects are the props.
So existence isn't just, I think, therefore I am.
No, it's not Descartes.
It's more like, I act, therefore I know.
Or even more fundamentally, I strive, therefore I am.
Let's try.
And this brings us right to the core conflict identified in this section of the book, which is really the engine of our entire consciousness.
The contradiction.
Right. We have this quiet but intense contradiction sitting right at the center of the self.
Let's break that down because it's so central.
Sure. On one hand, the ego posits itself as infinite. We have this innate sense of unbounded potential, this absolute freedom.
We feel like we can do or be anything.
Exactly. But on the other hand, we find ourselves constantly finite.
Intensely limited.
Very much so. We are limited by our physical bodies, by the passage of time, by the literal objects sitting around us.
I really want to unpack that contradiction because on the surface, to a casual reader, it sounds like a logical error in the book.
It does sound like a paradox.
Yeah. How can something be both infinite and finite at the exact same time? It feels like, I don't know, it feels like being in a room that has no walls, but somehow you are constantly bumping into walls.
That is exactly what it feels like to be human.
It's a paradox that shouldn't mathematically exist.
It shouldn't, but that tension is not a mistake in Fichte's system. It is the heartbeat of consciousness itself.
The heartbeat.
Think of it this way. The ego, in its absolute purest nature, is just pure activity. It wants to fill all of reality. It wants to be everything.
Like a gas expanding.
Yes, but if it were everything, if there were no limits, no resistance, no other to push against, it would just be an undifferentiated blur.
It would have no shape.
Right. It would be like light distinct from darkness.
Right.
If there's only pure, blinding light everywhere, you actually see nothing. You are effectively blind.
Because there's no contrast.
Exactly. To exist as a conscious I, you need a border. You need to stop somewhere.
So the finiteness, the limits we hit, that's basically the price of admission for existence.
That's beautifully put. The ego must be finite to perceive itself. It needs that boundary.
But it's still infinite underneath.
Yes, it must be infinite in its striving to overcome that finiteness. Fichte builds this incredible conceptual structure here. He suggests that the ego is an infinite striving that is constantly checked or limited.
Checked. Like a compressed spring.
Exactly like a spring. The compression, the limit forced upon it, is what gives it the potential energy to push back.
I love the image of the horizon that comes up in this context.
Yeah.
It seems to perfectly capture this synthesis of the finite and the infinite in a very calm, visual way.
It really is the perfect visual metaphor for the practical ego.
Can you walk us through that metaphor? I think it really helps ground these super abstract ideas for anyone listening.
Of course, imagine you are standing in a vast, quiet, open landscape. You look out and you see a line where the earth meets the sky.
The horizon line.
Right. That line is your limit. It defines your finite position. You are here, standing on this grass, and the horizon is there. It completely bounds your vision.
You can't see past it.
You can't. But, and this is the crucial part for Fichte, if you start walking toward that horizon, what happens?
Well, it moves. It recedes.
It's exactly.
It stays the exact same distance away from you no matter how far you walk.
It recedes. It always stays one step ahead of you. You can walk forever. Your potential for movement is technically infinite.
You could just keep walking across the globe.
You could strive toward that horizon for eternity, but at every single specific moment of that journey, you are standing on a finite patch of ground.
Bounded by a specific finite horizon.
Right. You are always limited, yet you are engaged in an infinite process of overcoming that limit.
Wow.
That is the human condition, according to this book. We are the intersection of a specific, limited location and an endless, infinite journey.
That really clarifies the structural necessity of the limit. If there were no horizon, if we just saw everything in the universe instantly,
We wouldn't be travelers.
we'd just be static points, we wouldn't be going anywhere.
We would have no reason to move.
But I want to get into the mechanics of how we actually hit this limit. The book uses a very specific, very famous German term here.
Ah, yes, the Anstoß.
Anstoß.
It is one of the most technical and yet most evocative terms in his entire philosophy.
It's often translated as check or impact, or sometimes impetus.
Yeah, those are the common translations.
But looking at the context of the book, it seems to be more than just, bumping your head into a physical wall. What exactly is the Anstoß in this system?
The Anstoß is, well, it's one of the most debated concepts here. Literally, it means a check or a collision.
A collision.
Imagine the ego is a quiet stream of water flowing outward, expanding freely over flat ground. Suddenly, it hits a rock.
Okay, an obstacle.
That collision, that check against the rock, forces the water to swirl back on itself. It creates a little eddy.
It reflects back.
Yes, this eddy, this reflexivity, is consciousness.
So the ego is flowing out, trying to be infinite, and it hits something.
It hits a resistance. And this is vital. Without that collision, the ego would never wake up.
It would just stay asleep.
It would just flow out into nothingness. It would disperse like gas in a vacuum, completely unconscious of itself. The Anstoß creates a sort of shock that makes the ego recoil and look at itself.
Like waking up from a dream.
Exactly. Does it, wait, I stopped. Why did I stop? There must be something else there.
And that's how we get the outside world.
That is the birth of the not-ego, the outside world, the physical universe, everything that isn't you.
This is a really radical thought when you sit with it. Usually, we think the outside world is just there, independently, and we happen to wander through it.
As tourists, essentially.
Right, like tourists in reality.
Yeah.
But you're saying that, based on this book, the outside world is essentially just the feeling of resistance.
Precisely. We don't actually know things in themselves. We only know the resistance they offer to our will.
That's wild.
Think about a wall. You know a wall is there, not because you have some magical objective picture of it floating in your mind. You know it's there because you cannot walk through it.
My activity is checked by it.
Your forward motion is checked. The Anstoß is that exact moment of quiet impact where the ego realizes it is not the only thing in the universe.
It draws a line.
It creates the definitive boundary between me and not me.
So we literally need the obstacle to know we exist. If I never hit a wall, I'd never know where I ended and the rest of the universe began.
You wouldn't exist as a self-aware entity at all. You would be pure, unconscious, blind impulse.
Formless.
Completely formless. The obstacle is what gives you shape. It gives you your definition. And this completely changes how we view the world around us.
How so?
Well, the world isn't just a collection of dead objects sitting there. It is a highly tuned system of resistance that allows us to be conscious.
Oh, wow. So every problem you face.
Every physical limit, every frustration, every delay, they are actually necessary components of your own self-awareness.
That really turns the whole idea of suffering or struggle on its head. I mean, we usually want to remove all obstacles from our lives.
Of course we do. We want comfort.
We want a smooth ride. We want everything to be easy and frictionless. But Fichte implies here that if we actually succeeded, if we removed every single obstacle, we'd effectively destroy ourselves.
We would cease to be. If you remove the check, the striving has absolutely nothing to push against.
And without the pushing.
If there is no striving, there is no ego. You vanish.
Let's dig a bit deeper into that concept of striving. The German word used in the book is streben, right?
Yes, Graven.
The book seems to define the ego not as a thing like a marble or some sort of soul substance inside our heads, but as an activity.
And that is the great philosophical shift from substance to subject. For centuries, philosophy thought of the soul as a noun, a thing you possess.
Like a ghostly object in your chest.
Exactly. Fichte doesn't think you have a soul in that way. He thinks you are an activity. You are a verb, not a noun.
A verb.
And that verb is streben. You are the act of striving.
And this striving is endless, according to the text. It's not about reaching a specific goal and then just stopping.
No, the goal is almost secondary. It's about the act of reaching itself.
Okay, so let's break down how this cycle of limitation and freedom plays out in real time. Because it's a constant loop, isn't it?
It is. Let's look at the steps he outlines. First, the ego pushes out. That's the innate drive for absolute freedom we talked about.
The expanding gas.
Right. Second, it hits the limit, the anstos, the rock in the stream.
Okay, so it's stopped.
Third, it reflects on this limit. It essentially sees the obstacle and recognizes it as a not ego.
It becomes aware of the wall.
And fourth, and this is the key to everything, it strives to overcome that limit.
It tries to push past the wall, and once it overcomes that limit,
It pushes out again, expanding freely until it hits a brand new limit, and the cycle repeats.
it's over and over.
It is an infinite pulse. Expansion, contraction, reflection, expansion. That is the rhythm of life.
I'm thinking about how this applies to everyday life, like learning a new skill or maybe athletic training. It feels very similar to what he's describing.
It is the perfect analogy, actually. Think about weightlifting.
Right.
You need the weight, the physical resistance to build the muscle. The iron plate is the anstos. It physically opposes you. It pulls down and says no.
And your muscle says yes.
Your muscle, representing the ego here, says yes and strives against it. Now imagine if the weight were completely infinite.
You'd be crushed. You couldn't move the bar an inch.
Exactly. That would be total determinism. You'd be a rock trapped forever. Now, on the flip side, imagine if the weight were zero.
You'd just be flailing your arms at the air.
You wouldn't get stronger.
No, you wouldn't even feel your own muscles working. You'd have no sense of your own strength.
You would have no definition, no physical growth.
No.
You need a resistance that is just enough to check you, but that you can eventually overcome.
And the moment you finally lift that 50 pounds, what do? You don't just stop forever.
Never. You look for 55 pounds.
You actively seek out a new anstos.
Exactly. The satisfaction of overcoming the limit immediately creates the need for a new limit. The ego demands a heavier weight.
That is profound. We're constantly seeking out the next not ego to conquer.
We are built for it.
It makes me think about how we function psychologically, just as humans.
Mm-hmm.
We solve one major problem in our lives. We feel good for about 5 minutes,
If we're lucky.
right? Maybe 5 minutes. And then we immediately find something else to worry about or work on. We almost artificially create problems if we don't naturally have them.
We absolutely do, because without the problem, without the resistance, that striving energy has nowhere to go.
It just builds up.
It turns inward. It becomes anxiety or deep boredom or depression. We need the not ego to pull the energy out of us. We need the friction to actually feel alive.
This brings us to a really interesting mechanism that the book details.
Right.
We have the ego that is limited right now, and the ego that desperately wants to be infinite.
The finite reality versus the infinite drive.
Exactly. How does the mind actually bridge that gap? The text talks about the imagination here. Einbildungskraft.
Einbildungskraft, yes.
Now, usually when you or I hear the word imagination, we think of making up fairy tales or daydreaming about being on a beach. But Fichte means something much more technical here, doesn't he?
He does. He's not talking about fantasy. In this context, imagination is the core structural faculty that stitches the finite and the infinite together.
It's the bridge.
It is the ultimate bridge builder in the mind. It oscillates. That's a specific word Fichte uses. Schweben.
To hover or oscillate.
Right. It hovers between the limit and the infinite. It holds them both in the mind at the exact same time.
How does it do that?
It says to the self, I am limited right here in this moment, but I can vividly imagine being beyond this limit.
So it's the mental tool that allows us to project a future that is distinctly different from our present reality.
Exactly. It creates the ideal. You see the rock in your path, that's the limit, but the imagination projects the road continuing past the rock. That's the infinite.
And seeing both at once creates tension.
It creates the necessary tension that allows you to act. If you lacked the specific kind of imagination, you would just hit the rock and stop.
Like a Roomba bumping into a wall.
Exactly like a simple robot. You would be a machine that hid an error code and powered down. But because of imagination, you see the rock not just as a stop sign, but as something to be moved.
You see the potential.
You see what could be.
And that potential brings up a very specific emotion in the text. I was surprised by this, honestly. The book gets surprisingly emotional here.
It does. It shifts tone a bit.
It talks about sin and longing.
This is truly one of my favorite parts of Fichte's work. He's so often stereotyped as this dry, hyperlogical, almost mathematical philosopher.
Very rigid.
Very rigid. But here he identifies a raw, fundamental emotion as the absolute root of our existence.
The longing.
This senin, or longing, is the felt experience of the gap between the finite and the infinite.
So it's not just a logical contradiction written on a chalkboard. It's a feeling of incompleteness inside us.
It's a profound spiritual hunger. It's like being homesick for a place you have never actually been.
That's a beautiful way to say it.
The ego remembers somewhere deep down its original nature as absolute and infinite, but it constantly finds itself trapped in this highly finite world of things and duties and gravity.
So it feels this ache, this longing for the absolute.
And Fichte suggests this quiet longing is the true engine of all human progress.
Because we long for completeness, we build cities.
We long for truth, so we do science.
We long for connection, so we love.
Yes. If we were perfectly 100% satisfied with our finite state, we would do absolutely nothing. We would just sit there.
It'd stagnate.
The longing is the necessary discomfort that drives us forward. It transforms the very dry logic of the check into a lived, breathing human experience. We don't just calculate limits like a computer. We feel the constraint in our chest, and we desperately yearn to break it.
But here is the catch, and this connects right back to what we were saying earlier about the horizon.
Yeah.
Can we ever actually satisfy that longing? I mean, can we ever reach the absolute and finally rest?
The text is very, very clear on this point. No.
Just a hard no.
And not just no, but you must not.
You must not. That seems completely counterintuitive to everything we strive for.
Yeah.
We spend our whole lives trying to get there. We want to finish the project.
But think about what we just established. If you were to fully reach the absolute, if you were to somehow remove every limit, solve every single problem, know everything there is to know, and have zero resistance left.
There would be no anstos.
No anstos. And without the check, the ego dissolves. You would cease to exist as an individual consciousness.
You just vanish into the void.
You would dissolve back into the unconscious infinity. To put it bluntly, you would be dead. Or at least you wouldn't be you anymore.
That is, man, that is heavy. So the ultimate goal of our life is something we must pursue, but can never actually reach.
Yes.
It sounds like Zeno's paradox applied to the human soul. You know that old math paradox where you can get halfway to the wall and you step halfway again, but you never actually touch the wall.
That is the perfect comparison. We are essentially asymptotic beings.
Asymptotic, like a curve on a graph.
Right. An asymptote gets closer and closer to the line, forever, infinitely approaching it, but it never actually touches it.
We approximate the infinite.
We get smarter, we get stronger, we become more moral, we gain more freedom, but we never become pure freedom or pure intelligence.
So in a strange, sort of backwards way, the failure to reach the absolute is actually a success in existing.
Yes. Existence is the struggle. It isn't the victory lap after the race. It's the act of running the race itself. Fichte is telling us that the meaning of life isn't found in the destination, but entirely in the striving itself.
The dignity is in the effort.
The dignity of the human being is entirely in the effort.
That reframes everything for the listener, for you listening right now, because we live in a culture that is incredibly goal-oriented.
Highly fixated on the finish line.
I'll be happy when I get that promotion. I'll be happy when I finally buy that house. I'll be happy when I retire. But Fichte is saying, effectively, no, you won't.
You won't. You really won't. You will get the promotion, and the ego will immediately expand to fill that new space. And within a week, you will hit a new limit.
A new check.
A new anstos. And the longing will start all over again. The ache comes back.
Because it has to.
Because it has to. If you expect a state of permanent satisfaction in this life, you are fighting against the metaphysical structure of your own mind.
You're setting yourself up for misery.
Satisfaction is meant to be temporary. It is just the fuel for the next leg of the journey, not the place where you park the car and live forever.
That is both terrifying and liberating at the same time.
It is, isn't it?
It's terrifying because there's no rest.
Yeah.
There's no final weekend where all the work is done. But it's liberating because it means you aren't doing it wrong if you still feel incomplete.
You're not broken.
Right. You're just functioning.
You are functioning perfectly as an infinite activity within a finite world. That is what you are.
So just to recap where we are now, we have established that the world exists because we physically and mentally need resistance.
Yes.
We have established that we are driven by an endless, almost painful longing to overcome that resistance.
Correct.
But this leads to a massive question, which the text clearly starts to pivot toward as we near the end of this section. If the world is just resistance, if it's literally just stuff to be overcome,
Well,
how do we decide how to act?
exactly. This is the danger of pure, unguided striving.
Right, because if I am just a blind force trying to break limits, why shouldn't I just smash everything in my path?
Why not destroy?
Why shouldn't I treat other people as just not ego, as mere obstacles to be pushed aside so I can expand?
And that is the pivotal question. Is it just random struggling, just a childish, I want, therefore I take?
Because if the only goal is to overcome limits, that could justify absolute chaos.
Fichte realizes that striving alone isn't enough. It's the engine, but it needs direction. It needs a shape.
It needs rules.
The text strongly implies that this striving cannot be chaotic. It must be governed by something higher. And this is where he begins to carefully prepare the ground for ethics.
So we're moving from the mechanics of the mind to the rules of behavior.
Yes. The I is not a static fact. It is a task.
A task.
Fichte famously says, the ego is not given, it is tasked. You have to consciously create yourself. And to create yourself meaningfully, you can't just flail around hitting everything like a wrecking ball.
You need to aim.
You need to determine your will. You need to choose which resistance to overcome and why you're overcoming it.
And this realization that I am is a task to be performed seems to be the climax of this part of the analysis.
It is the pinnacle of the practical ego.
We aren't just passively observing the world, we are responsible for it. We are deeply responsible for our own self-creation through how we handle these checks.
That is the beautiful, heavy burden of Fichte's philosophy. You are the author of your own reality, not in some magical, I wish it so and it appears way,
Right, not like a wizard.
but in the hard, practical sense that you define yourself by what you choose to strive against.
So if striving is the engine and the anstos is the road we drive on, what is the steering wheel?
That is the perfect question to ask right now.
Because that brings us to the specific determinations of the will. We wound up the spring, we've felt the tension of the finite and the infinite, but now we have to consciously decide where to release that pent-up energy.
And that transition is crucial for everything that follows. We are officially leaving the realm of pure mechanics, just how the mind works, and entering the realm of freedom.
How the mind ought to work.
Precisely. We are seeing that the practical ego isn't just a biological drive to survive, it's a moral drive to be better.
It's a shift from must to should.
Yes.
And that opens up a whole new landscape for us. We are no longer just asking, what is the world? We're asking a much harder question, what is my duty in it?
And this connects us directly to the idea that our striving has to be consistent. It has to be rational.
Rational striving is what we call will.
Exactly. And understanding the will is the only way to make sense of this endless cycle of longing. Without the will, we are just Sisyphus, mindlessly rolling the rock up the hill forever, just to watch it fall.
But with the will.
With the will, that rolling becomes a conscious building project. We are building a moral world.
So the infinite distance to the horizon isn't a curse at all. It's basically the canvas on which we paint our moral character.
Beautifully put. The distance is necessary for the art of living.
Which means the next logical step is to examine exactly how that will determines itself. If we are engines of striving, how do we calibrate ourselves? That leads us straight into the specific determinations of the will which follow next.
And this brings us to the crucial pivot point in Fichte's reasoning. We've spent, this entire time analyzing the deadlock.
Right.
We've been circling this theoretical contradiction where the subject, the I, posits itself as everything, but the object, the not I, limits it.
Yes.
It feels like a stalemate. I mean, if the I is infinite, the world shouldn't exist.
Exactly.
And if the world exists, the I shouldn't be infinite. Logically, at least in the theoretical realm, they completely cancel each other out. And yet, well, here we are.
Here we are.
We exist. You exist. Listening to this, we are conscious. So in the science of knowledge, Fichte has to find a way out of this trap.
He does. And the way out isn't found by um, by just thinking harder about the problem. It's found by changing the entire mode of engagement.
Right.
We are leaving the theoretical sphere, which is all about, how do we know what we know?
Okay.
And we're entering the practical sphere. This is the absolute heart of the book.
It really is.
This transition to the practical isn't just a new chapter. It is the solution to the riddle of existence. The answer, Fichte suggests, isn't in knowing. It's in acting.
So we're moving from the passive observer to the active agent.
Yes.
But before we get to the action itself, we have to talk about this barrier. The book introduces this concept that I found, frankly, incredibly dense.
Oh, it is?
The anstus. The check or the impulse. And I have to be honest, when I first read this section, it felt really circular to me. Fichte seems to be saying the I posits its own limit.
It is circular, but
Right.
in a way that actually defines consciousness itself.
Yeah.
The Anstus is one of the most notoriously difficult concepts in all of German idealism. Let's slow down and really look at this quietly.
Okay.
Up until now, we've been treating the not I, the external world, as just this thing that happens to be there. But Fichte asks a really strange question. How does the I even know it has a limit?
Because it bumps into it?
Well, the I is pure activity. It's like a vector of force shooting out into the void. If there's nothing to stop it, it just goes on forever.
But if it goes on forever into a completely empty void, it never reflects back on itself.
Right.
It never actually becomes self-aware.
And that is the terror of the infinite. If the activity of the I never hits anything, it disperses. It becomes nothing.
It just dissolves.
Exactly. So the anstos, this check, is the moment of collision. The I, in its infinite expanding activity, bumps into something. It encounters a resistance. Now, here's the nuance that people often miss.
What's that?
Fichte doesn't say the I consciously builds the wall. He says the I posits the resistance because it encounters a check on its own activity.
Hold on. That sounds a bit like we're trapped in the Matrix.
How so?
Well, if the I is positing the resistance, why does it feel so undeniably real? Why does it hurt when I stub my toe? If I'm positing the limit, why can't I just, posit a door and walk right through the wall?
That is the fundamental objection. If the I is the source of reality, why aren't we gods? The answer lies in the distinction between conscious thought and the unconscious activity of the self. The I doesn't posit the check consciously. It posits it as a necessary condition for being aware at all.
So it's happening underneath our awareness.
Exactly. Think of it this way. The check feels alien to us. It feels like it comes from out there. But Fichte argues that this feeling of out-there-ness is generated by the I as an explanation for why it can't go any further.
Let's try to ground this with an analogy, because the abstract geometry of vectors and voids is, it's a bit dizzying.
It can be.
I was thinking about a river.
A river is a strong analogy, provided we focus on the dynamics of the flow, not just the water itself.
Right, right. So imagine a river flowing with immense pressure. If there are no banks, no ground, no gravity, no resistance whatsoever.
Is it still a river?
Exactly. It's not. It's just water dispersing into a mist in a vacuum. It has no shape. It has no direction.
No identity.
Yeah, no identity. It's the resistance of the river banks that actually gives the river its form. The banks limit the water, yes, but they also enable the water to flow as a river.
That's beautifully put. The banks are the not I. They are the limit. But notice something crucial here. The pressure of the water against the banks is what creates the turbulence, the movement, the actual life of the river.
The friction.
Yes, the friction. Fichte argues that the I posits itself as limited, specifically so it can exist as a self-conscious entity. If the I were truly infinite and completely unchecked, it would be everything, which means it would be nothing.
It would be an undifferentiated blob of being.
Precisely. The check, this collision with the not I, is what bounces the activity back toward the subject. It's a rebound. And in that rebound, the I looks at itself and says, oh, here I am. And there is something else.
It's weirdly paradoxical, though. The text seems to be saying that we hate the limit, we actively want to overcome it, but we also desperately need it.
We do.
We are dependent on the very thing that restricts us.
And that is the tragic beauty of Fichte's system. From the perspective of the I, the check feels like an intrusion. It feels like an enemy. We feel, I want to be free. I want to expand. Why is the world stopping me?
Right. It feels unfair.
But philosophically, the text shows us that this alien intruder is actually the condition of our possibility. Without the wall to push against, we have absolutely no strength.
Which leads us to the reaction. The I hits the check, it rebounds, it becomes self-aware, but it doesn't just sit there and accept the defeat.
No, it doesn't.
The book moves into this concept of striving. This felt to me like the engine of the whole system, but it also felt I don't know, exhausting.
Streben is the engine.
Yeah.
Because the I is, by definition, infinite activity. It simply cannot accept the limit. It hits the wall, realizes it is limited, and its immediate reaction is to push back.
It pushes against the banks of the river.
It strives against the check.
Yeah.
And this brings us to the critical distinction Fichte makes between the finite ego and the absolute ego. This is where a lot of readers really get lost.
I certainly did at first. The text talks about the absolute ego almost like it's a religious concept, but then pulls back. Is the absolute ego something we are or something we want to be?
It is the latter.
Yeah.
We are the finite ego because we are determined by limits. We have bodies, we have gravity, we have very real-time constraints.
We get tired.
We get tired.
Yeah.
But inherent in us is the idea of the absolute ego. The absolute ego is the I that has absolutely no limits. It is total, uninhibited freedom. Now, think about this mathematically for a second.
Okay.
Consider the concept of infinity. You can use infinity in an equation. You know what it is. It functions perfectly well as a concept.
Yeah.
But can you ever actually count to infinity?
No, you can count forever, but you never arrive at infinity.
And that is exactly the relationship between the finite ego and the absolute ego. The absolute ego is a regulatory ideal. It is the horizon line. You walk toward the horizon. You move forward.
But you never step onto it.
Yeah. You never actually step onto the horizon. It always recedes as you advance. Fichte describes striving as this infinite approximation. We are infinitely moving toward total freedom, toward the complete conquest of the not-I, but we can never logically finish the job.
Wait, if we did finish the job, if we actually became the absolute ego?
Then the not-I would vanish.
Ah.
And as we just established with your river analogy, if the banks vanish, the river vanishes. Consciousness itself would collapse.
Wow.
So we are in this bizarre position where we are striving for a goal that, if achieved, would essentially destroy us. We are chasing a suicide of perfection.
That changes the whole vibe of the philosophy. It stops being about, solving the problem of the world and starts being about the process of living in it.
Very much so.
The text mentions that this isn't just a cold intellectual realization. Fichte talks about this manifesting as a feeling.
Yes, he connects the metaphysics directly to human psychology here. He talks about the feeling of longing or seinen. Why do we feel unsatisfied? Why do humans have this restless energy?
Can't just sit still.
We can't. You look at an animal, and generally, if an animal is fed and safe, it is at rest. Humans are never at rest. Even when we have everything we need, we want more. We want to change things.
It's always tinkering.
Fichte derives this directly from the logic of the anstos. We feel the limit, and because our nature is infinite activity, we feel a painful constriction. That constriction manifests as a deep longing to go beyond where we are.
Claustrophobia of the soul, that's what it felt like reading it. Like the I is just too big for the room it's in.
That's a perfect phrase. The I is too big for the room. That is the fundamental human condition, according to Fichte. We are infinite beings stuffed into incredibly finite situations.
Right.
And that compression creates the pressure to act. If we didn't feel the limit, we wouldn't do anything. We would be completely inert. So the not-I creates the feeling of lack. And the feeling of lack drives the streben, the striving.
But doesn't that inevitably lead to burnout? I mean, if this infinite striving is the core of our being, are we just doomed to be unhappy? It sounds like Sisyphus pushing the boulder up the hill only to watch it roll back down forever.
It is Sisyphus, but with a crucial modification. Fichte doesn't view it as futile misery. He views it as the very definition of human dignity.
Dignity.
Yes. To stop striving is to die. Literally, if the I stops pushing against the not-I, it ceases to be an active agent. It becomes an object itself, becomes just a thing among things.
A rock.
Exactly.
Right.
The dignity of the I comes from the fact that the battle is never over. The satisfaction isn't in the arrival, it's in the exertion itself.
Okay, let's ground this a bit more. We've got the check, we've got the striving. Now we move to the practical sphere properly. The so what of all this.
The application.
Yeah. How does Fichte explain the transition from this internal vague feeling of longing to actual physical action in the real world?
This is where the practical ego takes center stage. In the theoretical part of the book, the question was, how does the object affect the subject? Right, but in the practical part, the question flips. How does the subject determine the object? Fichte argues that the world, the not-I, is not just there to be looked at, it is there to be worked on.
So the world is just material, it's raw stuff.
It is the material of our duty. This is a crucial pivot. Fichte essentially says that the external world is the obstacle course necessary for our moral development.
An obstacle course.
Without the resistance of matter, there is no effort. Without effort, there is no character. The I posits the world specifically, so it has something to resist, something to actively shape.
There's a section where he talks about the will. How does the will fit into this mechanism?
The will is the active expression of that internal striving. When the striving focuses on a specific limit and decides to overcome it, that is the will in action. The text breaks this down meticulously.
Walk me through it.
We have the urge. The urge hits a limit. The I recognizes the limit, and then the I posits a change in the world that would remove that limit.
Can you give me a concrete example of that mechanism? And maybe not just like biological hunger, because Fichte seems to be aiming for something much higher than just basic survival.
Sure. Consider an artist, a sculptor standing before a block of marble. The marble is the not I. It is hard, cold, deeply resistant. It has a shape that contradicts the idea in the sculptor's mind.
Okay.
The sculptor has an internal ideal, a vision of a form. This vision is the I asserting its freedom. The I says, this stone should be a statue. But the stone says, I am a stone.
There's a conflict, a literal physical resistance.
Violent resistance.
Yeah.
To create the statue, the sculptor must apply force, will, against the resistance of the material. Every strike of the chisel is the practical ego determining the object.
Wow.
And think about it. If the marble were soft like water, the statue wouldn't hold its shape. The resistance of the medium is what allows the art to exist at all. The sculptor needs the hardness of the stone to realize the idea.
So every action we take, from, I don't know, building a skyscraper to writing a just law, is essentially the I saying to the world, you are not how I want you to be. I'm going to force you to match my internal ideal.
That is the absolute core of Fichtean freedom. It's not the freedom of anything goes, it's the freedom of agency. We are free because we have the power to initiate causal chains.
You aren't just reacting.
Right, we don't just react to the world like billiard balls getting hit. We originate movement. We look at the not I and we say, no, I will change you. And this applies to moral duty as well.
That's so.
If you see an injustice in the world, that injustice is the limit. It is a not I that contradicts your moral reason. Your duty is to strive against it, to reshape society until it reflects the moral law within you.
That feels incredibly empowering, but also heavy. It puts a massive amount of responsibility on the individual. If the world is just material for my duty, then everything that is wrong with the world is a demand on me to fix it.
It puts infinite responsibility on the individual. Fichte is very, very rigorous about this. If the world is the material of our duty, then we are entirely responsible for how we shape it.
No pressure.
Right. We are responsible for the striving. And remember, because the task is infinite, we are never done. You don't get to say, well, I was moral today, I fixed the world, I'm going to take tomorrow off.
The striving is the self.
The striving is constitutive of your being. To stop is to cease to be a self.
There is something the text touches on regarding the harmony between the I and the not I. It says we are striving for a harmony that doesn't exist yet.
The ultimate goal of the striving is to make the not I completely identical to the I, to make the world perfectly reflect our reason and our morality.
And if we achieve that,
there would be no more conflict. The world would just be a mirror of our own freedom. But as we discussed earlier, we can't ever fully reach that. We can only asymptotically approach it.
So if we connect this to the bigger picture of the book, Fichte has essentially solved the contradiction he started with.
Yeah.
He started with subject versus object. He ends with subject shaping object.
He solves the theoretical deadlock by completely subordinating it to the practical. He's saying that you cannot understand consciousness if you only think of it as a mirror.
A mirror just reflects what's there.
Exactly. Consciousness isn't a mirror, it's a hammer. The theoretical contradiction, that the finite and infinite contradict each other, is resolved because the infinite is placed in the future as a goal, and the finite is placed in the present as the starting point.
That's brilliant.
The striving creates a bridge of time between them. We are finite now, striving to be infinite later. That time gap allows the contradiction to exist without breaking logic.
He introduces time as the solution to a logical paradox. We don't have to be infinite and finite at the exact same instant. We are finite beings with an infinite task.
And that task is what gives reality its solidity. If we were just flooding intellects, nothing would be real. But because we have to push, because we have to work, the world becomes profoundly real to us.
It pushes back.
The check proves the reality of the world through our own exertion. You know the wall is real because your hand hurts when you punch it. You know the world is real because it is so hard to change.
And the harder it is to change, the more we have to summon to overcome it.
The greater the resistance, the greater the manifestation of freedom required to surmount it. This is why Fichte gives such quiet dignity to the struggle. A life without resistance would be a life without consciousness. The I needs the anstos. It needs the friction.
It changes how you look at problems in your own life. You know, instead of seeing obstacles as these annoying things that are just getting in the way of your life, Fichte seems to be saying the obstacles are the life.
They are the grindstone against which the I sharpens itself. Without the obstacle, there is absolutely no definition.
I want to go back to one specific detail in the text about the practical power. The text mentions that the will doesn't just act on the physical world, but it also acts on the I itself. It says we have to limit ourselves in order to act.
This is a subtle but incredibly vital point. To act specifically, to chisel that one block of marble, you have to choose not to do a million other things.
Right. You can't paint and sculpt and write a symphony all in the same second.
You have to focus your infinite potential into a finite point of action. So the practical ego creates its own internal limits, its own determinations, in order to engage with the external limits.
It focuses the beam.
Exactly. If you try to do everything at once, you do nothing. To be effective, the I has to discipline its own infinity. It has to say, right now, my duty is this.
So we are limiting our own infinite potential voluntarily.
Voluntarily and necessarily. That is the very definition of determination. We determine ourselves. We cut off other possibilities to make one single possibility real. That is the essence of character.
So let's just recap the journey we've taken in this section. We started with the I hitting the check, the anstos.
Yes.
That collision wakes the I up. It realizes it is limited. This limitation creates a deep feeling of longing and a reaction of striving. The I refuses to accept the limit and pushes back, trying to expand its freedom. This push is what we call will or practical reason. And the world, the not I, is revealed to be the material we struggle against to realize our freedom.
You got it perfectly. We have moved from a static, impossible contradiction to a dynamic, living process. We have moved from being confused observers to being moral agents on an infinite mission.
And what I love is that Fichte doesn't promise us a happy ending. He promises us an endless ending.
He promises us the dignity of the attempt. He removes the illusion that we can ever just arrive and finally rest. For Fichte, rest is not the goal. Activity is the goal.
It's a philosophy for the restless. It validates that feeling that you're never quite done.
It validates it and it elevates it. It tells you that your restlessness is actually the proof of your infinite nature. You are uncomfortable because you are simply too big for the world you inhabit.
If the I only exists through resistance, then peace is not the goal. The struggle is the essence of existence itself.
And that implies that our moral vocation isn't to create a world where we no longer have to try, but to constantly find new and higher limits to overcome. The not I will shift, the challenges will change, but the dynamic of striving remains constant.
But this opens the door to a massive problem, doesn't it?
Oh, it does.
We've been talking about the not I as if it's just rocks, rivers, or abstract injustice. But the world is full of other people.
Other striving entities.
If I am an I striving to reshape the world to fit my will, and you are an I striving to reshape the world to fit your will,
Then we have a direct collision of absolutes.
exactly. If I treat you as just another part of the not I, as just another obstacle to be chiseled away, I'm denying your humanity. I'm treating you like marble. But if I don't reshape you, you might stop me from realizing my freedom.
You have identified the precise cliffhanger where the entire science of knowledge must evolve into a system of ethics and rights. Because if the world contains other rational beings, my striving is suddenly checked not just by dead matter, but by another freedom.
Another will.
Yes. Fichte has to explain how multiple infinite I's can actually coexist without completely destroying each other.
It seems like the track just got a lot more complicated. It's one thing to push against a wall. It's another thing entirely to push against a person.
And that requires an entirely new kind of self-limitation. A limitation not just for the sake of action, but for the sake of mutual recognition. We are entering the realm of the social, which implies that the separation we were just discussing, this theoretical split between the self and the not-self, it isn't just a static line in the sand. It's an active, ongoing negotiation.
It has to be. If it were a static line, we'd be done. The book would basically end right here. You'd have the I on one side, the world on the other, and they'd just stare at each other. But Fichte is, he's obsessed with the genesis of that line. How do you draw it in the first place? And this brings us face to face with the most stubborn problem in this entire penultimate section of the book.
The problem of the real world.
The problem of representation, yes. Or, as Fichte puts it, the crisis of the check.
let's reset the stakes here for a second, because we've been deep in the weeds of the absolute ego for a while now. If I'm following the logic of the text correctly, we've established that the ego, the self, is this powerhouse of activity. It posits itself. It's infinite. It's supposed to be the only reality.
Right. In his system, the self is the absolute ground of everything.
Okay, but here's my issue, and I think it's the issue any rational person has when reading this. When I open my eyes, I don't feel like a powerhouse that is generating reality. I feel like a camera. I see a tree. I see a table. I see the wall. They sit there. They feel completely independent of me. If I leave the room, the table stays there. So if I am the absolute reality, why does the world seem so incredibly solid? Why does it feel like it's just happening to me rather than being done by me?
You're asking the exact question Fichte forces us to confront in this chapter. He calls it the problem of representation. Think about the word itself for a moment. Representation. Presenting something again.
Presenting it to whom?
To the self. But you've hit on the central paradox of intelligence here. If the self is the only absolute reality, if it effectively posits or creates everything, then, strictly speaking, there shouldn't be anything outside to look at. A god doesn't look at the world and wonder what it is. A god knows the world because it is the world.
So if the self were truly absolute, there would be no scenery, so to speak.
Exactly. There would be no distinction. It would just be one infinite I. But our experience as human beings is defined by distinction. We look at things. We bump into things. Fichte argues that this experience, this representation of a world, is actually a compromise. It's a secondary effect. It happens because the infinite activity of the self hits a snag.
A snag, like a limit.
A limit, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's not a limit like a fence that was already sitting there waiting for out. This is where it gets tricky, and Fichte uses a hydraulic analogy in the text that is incredibly helpful for visualizing this. I want you to imagine a rushing river.
Okay, got it.
This river is flowing outward with infinite force. It has no source and it has no end. It's just pure rushing drive. As long as nothing blocks it, what does it do?
It just flows.
It flows. But does it know it flows?
I suppose not. If it's just water everywhere moving at the exact same speed, there's no reference point.
Precisely. It creates nothing but its own forward motion. It is blind activity. But now, imagine you build a dam across that river. A solid, unmoving obstruction. The water hits the obstruction, and what happens?
It stops.
Does it? Does a rushing river just stop completely when it hits a wall?
No, I guess it piles up. It swirls around.
It swirls back. This is the crucial image. The water crashes against the barrier and reflects back onto itself. It creates eddies, whirlpools, foam. It becomes turbulent. That swirling back, that reflexivity is what Fichte identifies as the literal birth of consciousness.
Okay, I see the image. The swirling back is the mind looking at itself.
It's the activity of the self returning to the self. Representation seeing a world is the result of the self's activity hitting a limit and bouncing back. If the water didn't hit the dam, it would never turn around to look at where it came from.
So without the dam, without the obstacle, the water, the self, would just flow into nothingness.
It would flow into undefined infinity, which, for all intents and purposes, is nothingness. You wouldn't have consciousness. You would just have blind forward drive. To have an I, you need a not I to bounce off of.
This makes sense mechanically, but it leads us to the concept that I always struggle with in this book, the anstos.
The anstos, yes.
Yeah, I've seen this translated as the check or the collision or even the impulse. It sounds really physical, like I'm walking down the street and I smack my head into a lamppost. That's a check.
It is a collision, but we have to be very, very careful not to think of it physically. Not yet, anyway. We aren't talking about a toe stubbing against a rock. Fichte is operating at a level way before physical matter even exists in his system. He's describing a collision of activity.
But what does activity collide with, if not a physical thing?
That is the million-dollar question. Fichte says the anstos is a check on the self's striving. The self tries to expand its reality infinitely. It wants to fill the void, and suddenly it encounters a resistance. It just can't go further. That point of resistance, that no, you cannot pass, forces the self to retract. And in that retraction, the self creates an image of the thing that stopped it.
Whoa, slow down. That is the exact reverse of how we normally view the world. Usually we think the object is there first and then I bump into it. I see the wall, therefore I stop walking.
Right. That's the dogmatic view, or the realist view. The assumption that the object causes the experience. Fichte is flipping the board entirely. He's saying the object is there because you bumped into a limit.
So the limit comes first.
The limit comes absolutely first. The self says, I am acting, oops, I can't act there. To explain why it can't act there, the mind unconsciously projects an object. Oh, there must be a wall there. The object is the explanation the self invents for its own inability to be infinite.
It's a radical inversion of common sense.
Yeah.
It implies that the thing out there is essentially a crystallization of my own failure.
Failure is a strong word, but yes, it's a crystallization of your limitation.
But if that's true, why does it feel so passive? I mentioned earlier that I feel like a camera. The world feels like it's imposing itself on me. If I'm secretly inventing the wall to explain my limit, why don't I feel like the inventor? I feel like the victim of the wall.
Because you aren't doing the inventing consciously. This is happening in the deep subterranean machinery of the mind. The passivity you feel is real, but its source is internal to the system of the self. Fichte argues that the Anstoß provides the necessary friction for anything to happen at all. Think of a bird flying.
Okay.
A bird needs to move through the air to fly, but the air resists the bird. It pushes back against the wings. If you were the bird, you might feel that resistance as an annoyance. Why is this air stopping me from flapping as fast as I want?
Sure, it's drag.
But without the air pushing back, without that, check what happens.
You don't fly, you just flap uselessly in a vacuum.
Exactly. The Anstoß is the resistance that allows the flight of intelligence to happen. You feel passive because you are encountering resistance, but that resistance is the very thing giving you traction.
I really like that traction analogy. It's like running on smooth ice versus running on pavement. The pavement resists your shoes, which is why you can actually move forward.
And Fichte is saying that reality with a capital R is the pavement. We generate it because we need something to push off against.
But this still leaves a massive gap for me. We have the self-pushing, and we have this mysterious check or Anstoß stopping it.
Yeah.
But how do we get from a raw, abstract collision to the vivid, technicolor 3D world we actually see? I mean, hitting a limit is one thing. Seeing a sunset or distinguishing between a dog and a cat, that's a lot of intricate detail to derive from just bumping into a limit.
It is. And Fichte knows that a simple blank collision isn't enough to explain the sheer complexity of the world. There has to be a faculty that processes this collision, a mechanism that takes that raw no from the Anstoß and paints a detailed picture with it.
A faculty that does the painting.
And there is one. This is where Fichte introduces the concept of the imagination.
Einbildungskraft.
Einbildungskraft. And we have to scrub our brains a bit here because in modern English, imagination usually means making stuff up. It means daydreaming or fantasy or pretending.
Right, like when someone says it's all in your imagination, they mean it's fake.
For Fichte, and for the German idealists in general, imagination isn't about fantasy at all. It is the absolute workhorse of reality. It is the structural engineer of the universe. It is the faculty that knits the finite and the infinite together.
So it's not what I use to dream up a dragon. It's what I use to see a chair.
It's what you use to generate the space the chair sits in. Fichte describes its primary state with a very specific, very evocative word in the text. Schweben.
Schweben. That translates to hovering, right? Or wavering.
Hovering, wavering, oscillating. Think of a scale balancing back and forth. Fichte says the imagination hovers between the determination to be infinite and the necessity of being finite.
Hovering between the river and the dam.
Yes. The self wants to go out, the check forces it back. The self pushes again, the check pushes back again. This isn't a one-time event that happened at the dawn of time. This is happening constantly, in every microsecond. The imagination is the faculty that oscillates between these two states, expansion and contraction at lightning speed. It holds the contradiction together.
It sounds almost like a vibration.
That is a perfect metaphor. In fact, if you look at physics, this holds up surprisingly well. Think of a vibrating string on a violin or a guitar.
Okay, I'm picturing it.
If you pluck that string and it somehow vibrates very slowly, let's say once every 2 seconds, what do you see?
I see a string moving back and forth. I see the individual movement. I see the distinct oscillation.
But what if it vibrates incredibly fast, say 500 times a second?
And it blurs. It looks like a shape. A solid, semi-transparent oval of string.
It takes up space. It acquires volume.
It creates this sort of phantom solidity.
Exactly. Fichte argues that the solid world of matter we perceive is essentially that standing wave. It is the oscillation of the imagination moving so rapidly between the self and the not-self that it appears to us as a stable, static object. The world out there is just the frozen track of our own mind's struggle to reconcile its limits.
That's genuinely heavy. You're saying solidity is an illusion created by speed.
Or rather, solidity is the stabilized product of mental activity. If the mind slowed down, the world would dissolve into a pulsating rhythm of I am not, I am not. But because it happens at infinite speed, we just see table, tree, sky.
It's like a movie projector. It's just a bunch of still frames flashing by in sequence, but we see fluid motion. Only here, it's a bunch of mental acts flashing by, and we see physical matter.
You've got the idea perfectly, but Fichte takes this even further. He asks, if the objects are just these standing waves of the imagination, what about the container they sit in? What about space and time?
Usually we think of them as pre-existing boxes, like here's a giant empty box called space, and we put the vibrating string inside it.
Fichte rejects that entirely. If he's right about the imagination, then space and time can't be empty containers waiting out there independent of us. They have to be generated by the process itself.
Generated how?
Think about the struggle we just described. I expand, I am checked, I retreat. That is a sequence.
It is a before and an after.
Exactly. To experience the struggle, the mind has to distinguish the moment of pushing from the moment of being stopped. First I pushed, then I was stopped. That necessary sequence, that generates time. Time isn't a ticking clock on the wall. Time is the form of inner sense. It's how the self keeps track of its own sequential activity.
So time is essentially the filing system for the struggle.
Right.
What about space?
Well, to experience the resistance as something other than me, the mind has to do something spatial. It has to place the resistance over there. It has to be distinct from here. If the obstacle were here, it would be me. To recognize it as an obstacle at all, I have to project it away from my center. That act of projection generates space.
This is incredibly efficient. The imagination produces space and time just to make sense of the anstos.
It produces them as the necessary conditions for the encounter. You can't have a collision without a where, which is space, and a when, which is time, so the self generates them.
So, just to verify, I'm not totally losing the plot here. The reason I see the tree over there at 2 in the afternoon is because my imagination is actively organizing a limitation on my own activity into a spatial and temporal format.
You've got it. We are not discovering the world. We are generating the conditions under which a world can appear to us. But, and here is the pivot point of this entire penultimate section, Fichte realizes something troubling here.
Troubling how? We seem to have explained everything perfectly. We explain matter, we explain space, we explain time.
We have explained them theoretically. But if we stay purely in this realm of theory, simply explaining how the mind constructs the object, we end up in a circle.
A circle.
Yes, a vicious logical loop. Follow the chain we just built. Why is there an object?
Because the self projected it to explain a limit.
Right. So the self explains the object, but why is there a limit?
Because the object limited the self.
See? We just went in a circle. The self explains the object because I projected it, but the object explains the self because it limited me. We just go round and round. Theoretical reason thinking about the world can never find a solid bedrock. It's a hall of mirrors. The self looks at the object, which is a reflection of the self, ad infinitum.
It's like a snake eating its own tail. We can describe the process beautifully, but we can't explain why the process started in the first place.
Exactly. Why is there a check at all? Why doesn't the river just flow forever without a dam? Theory cannot answer that. Fichte realizes that thinking alone cannot solve the riddle of existence.
So if thinking hits a dead end, where do we go? We can't just stop reading the book.
We move to the practical. This is the great transition in the science of knowledge. Fichte argues that the bedrock of reality isn't a thought. It's a feeling and a drive. We don't just know the check theoretically. We feel it and we strive against it. This introduces the crucial concept of Strebens striving.
Striving, that's such a distinctly Fichtean word. It sounds exhausting, to be honest.
It is exhausting, it's infinite, but it's also the definition of life. Fichte argues that the fundamental nature of the self is not static being. It is pure doing. It is an infinite drive to be absolute, to fill all reality. But because we are finite, that drive appears to us as striving against resistance.
I remember the analogy of the compressed spring here in the text. Can we unpack that? Because usually when I think of striving, I think of movement. I think of a runner running on a track.
That's a valid image, but the spring is deeper because it captures the potential energy. Imagine a steel spring, a really heavy-duty industrial coil.
Okay.
Now imagine you place an immense heavy weight on top of it. You compress it all the way down.
So it's completely flat. It's not moving.
It looks static. To the naked eye, it's just a piece of metal sitting there quietly. But what is the reality of that spring? What is it doing?
It's pushing back. It's trying to expand.
Exactly. Its very nature, its internal reality, is the tendency to push upward against the weight. Even if it never moves a single inch, its reality is that upward pressure. Fichte says the self is like that. We're the pressure against the world. Even if we are completely hemmed in by circumstances, our ontological status, our very being, is that push.
This shifts the ground completely. We aren't just observing a world that limits us like scientists in a lab. We are actively fighting it. The limitation isn't just data to be processed, it's an opponent.
It's a field of duty. And this leads Fichte to a fascinating deduction of feeling. He asks, how do we even know we are striving? We can't think our way to it. We have to feel it.
This is interesting because usually philosophers put thinking at the top of the pyramid and feeling way at the bottom, like it's some primitive biological leftover.
Yeah.
Fichte seems to be flipping that hierarchy entirely.
He is. He argues that feeling is primordial. Before you can have an object, you must have a feeling of limitation. The anstis, that check we talked about, is first experienced as a constraint, a feeling of, I cannot. Fichte deduces that the entire system of reason relies on this underlying effect. You feel the constraint, and that feeling forces the mind to generate an object to explain the pain of the limitation.
So feeling is actually the root of the tree of knowledge.
In a sense, yes, and specifically a feeling of longing. Seinen.
Longing, that's a very romantic concept for such a rigorous, logically dense book.
It is, and it connects Fichte directly to the Romantic movement that followed him. Think about it. The self is infinite by nature. That is its core definition. It is the absolute river. But it finds itself locked in a finite body, in a finite world, constantly hitting dams. The result of that mismatch, an infinite being stuffed in a finite box, is a profound existential longing. We yearn to go beyond the limit. We are never completely satisfied with what is.
That sounds like the human condition in a nutshell. We get the car we wanted, and 2 weeks later we want the next thing. We reach the goal, and the goalpost immediately moves.
Exactly. And Fichte says this isn't a defect. This isn't just us being greedy or ungrateful. This is the proof of our nature. If we were purely finite beings, like a rock or maybe a simple machine, we would be perfectly happy within our limits. A rock doesn't wake up and want to be a bigger rock. It just is. The fact that we are profoundly dissatisfied, that we experience this seinen, proves that our true home, our true nature, lies beyond the finite.
You used the image of the horizon earlier in our break. I think that really helps visualize this longing.
Right. Imagine walking toward the horizon. You see it as a distinct line where the earth meets the sky. You strive toward it. But as you move, the horizon moves with you. You can never actually reach it. It is structurally impossible to step onto the horizon.
Because it's not a physical place. It's a relationship between where I am and how far my eyes can see.
Correct. But, and this is the key, the act of walking toward it defines your journey. The striving is the reality. The destination is just a lure to keep you moving forward. We are creatures of the horizon.
This brings up a massive point of confusion that I think people often have when reading Fichte. We keep talking about the self being infinite in creating the world, but I, personally, the person sitting here talking to you, I'm definitely not infinite. I can't fly, can't change the weather. I forget where I put my keys half the time. So who is this self Fichte's talking about? Is he saying I am God?
That is the most common misunderstanding, and Fichte was actually accused of atheism and egomania because of it. But in this section, he carefully clarifies the distinction between the absolute ego and the finite ego.
Okay, let's break that down, because I don't want to walk away from this book thinking I'm the center of the universe.
You aren't. The absolute ego is the theoretical ideal. It is the state of total freedom, total activity, where there is no not self, no barrier, just pure uninhibited reality. This is the goal we are striving toward. It's the asymptotic limit.
And the finite ego.
That's us. That's the practical, everyday reality. The finite ego is the self that has been checked. It's the self that is currently grappling with a specific limitation. The paradox of the human condition is that we are the finite ego, but our duty is to approximate the absolute ego.
We have to try to be God, knowing we will fail.
We have to try to be free. That is the better way to put it. We have to try to make the not-self nature, the world, our own impulses, conform to the rule of reason. We must try to remove the limit. Every time we solve a scientific problem, every time we build a useful tool, every time we overcome a bad habit, we are pushing the limit back. We are expanding the circle of the self. But we can never actually finish the job. If we finish it, if we removed all resistance, consciousness itself would collapse. We would cease to exist as individuals.
So we are trapped in a circle.
Fichte calls it the circle of consciousness. The self projects the world subconsciously, forgets it projected it, runs into it as an obstacle, and then tries to conquer it consciously. It's a cosmic game of hide and seek we play with ourselves.
It's like the world is an elaborate obstacle course we built for ourselves in our sleep, just so we would have something to train on when we woke up.
That is a brilliant way to put it. Without resistance, there is no development. If the river didn't hit the dam, it wouldn't generate power. If the self didn't hit the world, it wouldn't generate character. The resistance is entirely necessary. The not self is the whetstone for the self.
This seems to really bridge that gap between the highly technical philosophy and the moral philosophy. But before we get to the full moral implications, there's one more technical distinction Fichte makes in these later pages of the book. He talks about the difference between the real and the ideal series of mental acts.
Right. This is where he explains how philosophy itself works. He says there are two tracks running parallel. Track one is the real activity. This is what the mind actually does in real time. It posits, it gets checked, it imagines, it creates the world. This happens instantly and largely below the threshold of consciousness. We don't decide to see a tree, we just see it. That's the real series.
And the ideal series.
The ideal series is what the philosopher does. It's the theoretical reconstruction. It's us sitting here, slowing down the film frame by frame, looking at the individual moments and saying, ah, look, here is the check and here's the imagination oscillating. The ideal series is the conscious history of the human mind.
So the philosopher is basically an archaeologist of consciousness,
Yeah.
digging up the hidden structures that are already there functioning in the background.
Exactly. And Fichte warns us not to confuse the map with the territory. When we talk about the anstos, or the oscillating imagination, these are philosophical concepts. That's the ideal, describing a real, living process, the real, that is usually way too fast for us to catch.
It really emphasizes that for Fichte, philosophy isn't just playing with abstract words. It's an active attempt to bring the subconscious machinery of reality into the light of day.
Yes. And why do we do that? Not just to be smart, but to understand our precise place in the universe. Once you understand that the real activity of the mind creates the world for a specific purpose, you change how you live in that world.
And that brings us right back to that idea of purpose. We've established that the mechanism of the mind creates a world of space, time, and solid objects. We've established that this creation is driven by a fundamental feeling of limitation and a profound longing to overcome it.
Correct. We have built the stage. We have realized that the stage, the physical world, is not a random accident. It is a necessary condition for the self to act.
So if the world is there to be overcome, if it is, as we said, the gym for our moral muscles, then the ultimate meaning of life cannot be passive observation.
It cannot. If Fichte is right, the contemplative life, just sitting back and looking at the truth, is a deep misunderstanding of what we are. We are not cameras, we are engines. The nature of the self is streben, striving. Therefore, the highest engagement with reality is not knowing, but doing.
This seems to set the table perfectly for the final conclusion of the system. We've moved from the abstract I am I, through the collision with the anstos, through the complex weaving of the imagination, and we've landed on this concept of practical struggle.
We have. We now know what we are. Finite beings with an infinite drive. We know where we are, in a world that intentionally offers resistance. The only question left, and it is the central question that defines the entire 15 project, is how should we act?
Right, because it's not enough to just struggle blindly like a trapped animal. We need direction.
Exactly. If the world is a field of duty, what is the specific duty of the scholar? What is the duty of the human being within this collective struggle? We aren't just lone egos bumping into walls in a void. We are rational beings trying to shape a rational society.
So if the nature of the self is infinite striving, and the world is a resistance required for that striving, this brings us to the ultimate question. What is the specific duty of the scholar or the human being within this system? How do we apply this infinite drive to the finite society we live in? That moral imperative is where the system finds its true completion.
And if we really step back from those specific arguments we just went through.
Right, the granular detail.
Yeah, exactly. If we just pull our heads out of the intricate machinery of all those propositions for a moment and look at the structure of the whole, we find ourselves staring at a very specific definition of the entire project.
The big picture.
Right. We are looking at the 1794 version of the science of knowledge.
Exactly. We have traversed the internal logic, the deductions, the really specific proofs. But now it is crucial to look at how this work frames itself. Specifically, we need to look at the overarching summary of the book. It acts as a sort of final synthesis.
It really does.
It tells us that this book, along with the two introductions Fichte added later to throw helpful light on the system, functions as a singular, cohesive effort to answer one question.
It's interesting you mentioned those two introductions because the text notes specifically that while we are dealing with the 1794 version, which it actually calls Fichte's best-known philosophical work, those later editions are there to, well, illuminate the system. It suggests that the 1794 text is dense, perhaps even opaque, and those introductions are the flashlight Fichte hands us later. But let's focus on the core claim here. The text explicitly states that Fichte believed his predecessor, Immanuel Kant, had posed the one fundamental question of philosophy.
This is the absolute pivot point. To understand Fichte, the text tells us we must understand what he thought Kant was doing. Fichte isn't trying to invent a new question. He's claiming that Kant found the only question that actually matters.
Yeah.
And the text spells out that question verbatim. It asks, how is our experience of the world, as spatiotemporal and law-governed, possible?
That sounds like a simple sentence, but based on everything we've read, it's doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Yeah.
How is our experience of the world possible? Let's unpack those specific terms used in the summary. First, spatiotemporal.
It creates a boundary condition. The text describes our experience not just as experience in some vague, floaty sense, but specifically as spatiotemporal. This implies that human consciousness, as discussed in this philosophy, is fundamentally locked into a grid.
A grid, I like that.
We don't just perceive things. We perceive them in space and in time. Space and time aren't things we find in the world like apples or rocks. They are the conditions mentioned here that make the experience of the apple or rock possible in the first place.
So when the text asks how experience is possible as spatiotemporal, it's asking, where do space and time actually come from?
Yes.
Why is my reality stretched out in 3 dimensions and moving forward in seconds and minutes? Why isn't it just a formless blob of awareness?
Precisely. And the second condition mentioned is law-governed. This is equally critical. The world isn't a chaotic hallucination where gravity works one minute and fails the next.
Right, you don't wake up suddenly floating on the ceiling.
Exactly. It is governed by laws, cause and effect, regularity. The text highlights that Fichte, following Kant, sees this as the miracle that needs explaining. We have an experience that is reliable, mapped out in space, proceeding through time and obeying rules. The question isn't what are the rules, the question is how is it possible that we have this experience at all?
It's a complete shift from looking at the objects, the trees, the stars, the atoms, to looking at the having of the experience itself. The text says Fichte believed Kant posed this question, but clearly Fichte didn't think Kant answered it fully.
Or at least not the way Fichte wanted him to.
Right, because the text goes on to describe Fichte's answer, and it uses a very strong word. It calls Fichte's solution one of the most uncompromising forms of philosophical idealism.
Uncompromising. That is such a loaded term in this context.
It really is.
It suggests a refusal to settle, a refusal to stop halfway. In the history of ideas, specifically that transition from Kant to German idealism, compromise usually refers to admitting that there is something we simply cannot know, something outside the mind, completely independent of us. Kant famously held on to the thing in itself, a reality that exists apart from our experience.
Like a hidden reality behind the curtain that we can never truly see.
Exactly.
And by calling Fichte uncompromising, the text is implying he gets rid of that safety net. He just tears the curtain down.
It implies he goes all the way. He doesn't accept a dualism where there is the mind on one side and the mysterious, unknowable world on the other. If one is an uncompromising idealist, as this text describes Fichte, then the mind or the ideal must account for everything.
Everything.
Yes, everything. There can be no residue left over, no mysterious thing in itself hiding in the dark.
And this brings us to the mechanism. The text identifies exactly what does the heavy lifting in this uncompromising system. It says the isolated absolute self is presented as the sole source from which the forms of human knowledge can be dialectically deduced.
There are 3 words there that we really need to sit with. Isolated, absolute, self.
Let's start with self. We're talking about the I.
Yes, but we have to be careful here. It's not you or me in the psychological sense of our personal habits or our memories or our likes and dislikes. This is the philosophical self, the pure locus of consciousness.
The pure awareness looking out.
Right, and the text calls it absolute.
Which is a heavy word.
It is. Absolute means unconditioned. It depends on absolutely nothing else. If I say a table is absolute, it would mean the table exists regardless of whether I look at it, regardless of gravity, regardless of anything. Here, the self is absolute. It is the bedrock. It is the starting point that hangs in the void, completely supporting itself.
And isolated. That's a strange word to see in a philosophical summary. Isolated usually has a negative connotation, like being lonely.
True, but philosophically, it reinforces that uncompromising nature we just discussed. If the self is isolated, it stands alone. It is not the self in the world, it is not the self in God, it is the self isolated from any external determining factor.
Oh.
It is a closed system that contains all reality within its own activity. It suggests a kind of terrifying purity. There is nothing else to lean on.
The text then makes a massive claim about what this isolated absolute self does. It says it is the sole source from which the forms of human knowledge are derived. Sole source. That means everything comes from it.
Everything. The text is very specific, the forms of human knowledge. This connects directly back to the spatiotemporal and law-governed aspects mentioned earlier.
Right, the grid and the rules.
Exactly. Where do the laws come from? The self. Where does space and time come from? The self. The text asserts that Fichte presents the self as the ultimate fountainhead. It is not that the self looks out a window and learns about the world.
Because there is no outside world to look at.
Right. The self is the source of the window, the view, and the knowledge of it. It generates the entire framework.
And the method the text describes this process as being dialectically deduced. We've seen the word deduced in logic, like strictly proving B follows from A.
Right. Deduction is a rigorous proof of necessity. If you accept the premises, the conclusion absolutely must follow. You don't observe that a triangle has 180 degrees by measuring a bunch of triangles.
No, you deduce it from the very definition of a triangle.
Exactly. The text is telling us that Fichte claims we can deduce the entire world of human knowledge. We can prove that space must exist, that time must exist, that laws must exist, simply by analyzing the nature of the absolute self.
Just by unpacking what it means to be a self, all of physics and space-time falls out of it.
That's the claim.
And dialectically, how does that word change the deduction?
That refers to the movement of the thought. It's not a static list of axioms on a chalkboard. It's a dynamic, almost living process. The self asserts something, encounters a contradiction or a limit, and resolves it, moving to a higher level of complexity.
Like a conversation it's having with itself.
Yes, an internal dialogue of logic.
Mm-hmm.
The text encapsulates this entire churning, complex engine of the science of knowledge in that single phrase, dialectically deduced. It implies that the world is a story the self tells itself to make sense of its own existence.
It really highlights why the text calls this philosophy pivotal. It says Fichte's philosophy was pivotal in the development of 19th century German idealism from Kant's critical philosophy. It's framing this book as the bridge.
It is the turning point. On one side, you have Kant's critical philosophy, which set the stage, posed the question of how experience is possible, but left certain boundaries intact, like the thing in itself.
Right.
And on the other side, you have the full flowering of 19th century German idealism. Thinkers like Hegel, who built massive, sweeping systems where the mind explains all of history and reality. The text places Fichte right in the middle as the pivot.
The hinge the door swings on.
Exactly. He is the one who took Kant's question and gave it the uncompromising answer that launched the next century of thought.
The text also touches on the availability of this specific work. It mentions that this presentation of the work is a modern and reliable one, first published in 1970 and now made available again.
That is a subtle but really important detail for the historian of ideas. It implies that for a long time this pivot was obscure. Reliable suggests that previous understandings might have been flawed, perhaps completely misunderstanding that difficult dialectical deduction or mistranslating the extreme nuance of the absolute self.
Because it is a notoriously difficult system to grasp.
It is. By calling it modern, it suggests this text brings Fichte into the contemporary conversation, clearing away the cobwebs of misinterpretation. It allows us to see the system as Fichte intended. It restores the sheer, stark integrity of that isolated absolute self.
When we look at the phrase spatio-temporal and law-governed again in light of the absolute self, it really changes how we view our own daily life, doesn't it?
It changes everything.
The text is saying that the floor I'm standing on right now, the time ticking on the clock beside me, these are not indifferent backdrops that I just happen to be walking through. They are products of the self.
According to the text, they are forms of human knowledge. They are structures we generate. The text is very careful to say they are deduced from the self. This implies that the world we inhabit is, in a very rigorous sense, a projection of our own nature.
But not a fantasy.
No, not a fantasy, because it's law-governed. It has strict rules, but it's a necessary projection. We must create a spatio-temporal world in order to be a self at all. Without the world to act upon, the self wouldn't be able to realize its own freedom.
The text calls this Fichte's best-known philosophical work. It seems that everything he did, all the later introductions mentioned, all the revisions over the years, they all revolve around this central explosion of insight in 1794.
It is the absolute core. The 1794 version is the moment the uncompromising stance was first taken and fully articulated. Everything else is commentary or defense or refinement. The claim that the absolute self is the sole source is the singularity of Fichte's thought.
It's the big bang of his philosophy.
That's a great way to put it. It is the moment philosophy decided to see if it could explain the entire universe using nothing but the concept of the I.
It's a staggering ambition, just quiet, calm, but staggering ambition. To look at the vast complexity of the cosmos, the entire law-governed universe, the stars, the oceans, the unfolding of time, and say, I can deduce all of this from the nature of the self.
It is breathtakingly ambitious. And the text reminds us that this isn't just a historical curiosity for academics to catalog. By posing the question, how is experience possible, and answering it with the absolute self, Fichte challenges us to consider the incredibly active role we play in constructing our reality.
We are not passive observers just sitting in a theater watching a movie.
No, we are the projector. We are the source of the forms of knowledge.
The isolated absolute self. It sounds almost lonely when you really think about it, yet infinitely powerful.
It is the profound solitude of the creator. If the self is the sole source, as the text says, then in the ultimate analysis, the self is alone with its own creation, interpreting itself through the laws it has spun out of its own being.
And that is a thought that just stops you in your tracks. For anyone listening right now, if this text is right, if the deduction actually holds water, then you are not just living in the world, you are the activity that makes the world possible.
Uncompromisingly so.
The book just sits there with that monumental claim right at its foundation, daring us to open it and follow the deduction, to see if we can truly trace the path from the isolated, quiet self to the loud, massive world of space and time.
It is the ultimate intellectual challenge of idealism.
And perhaps that is why it remains a fundamental question, not just for Kant or Fichte, but for anyone who pauses in their daily life, looks around at the grid of space and time, and asks, how is this experience even possible?
And the answer, Fichte quietly suggests, lies entirely within
Within the absolute self.
the sole source.